The Secret Teachings of All Ages. An encyclopedic outline of Masonic, Hermetic, Kabbalistic, and Rosicrucian symbolical philosophy, being an interpretation of the secret teachings concealed within the rituals, allegories, and mysteries of all ages. By Manly P. Hall. Narrated by Matthew Schmitz. This book is dedicated to the rational soul of the world. Bacon, Shakespeare, and the Rosicrucians. The present consideration of the Bacon-Shakespeare-Rosicrucian controversy is undertaken not for the vain purpose of digging up dead men's bones, but rather in the hope that a critical analysis will aid in the rediscovery of that knowledge lost to the world since the oracles were silenced. It was W.F.C. Wigston who called the Bard of Avon Phantom Captain Shakespeare, the Rosicrucian Mask. This constitutes one of the most significant statements relating to the Bacon-Shakespeare controversy. It is quite evident that William Shakespeare could not, unaided, have produced the immortal writings bearing his name. He did not possess the necessary literary culture, for the town of Stratford where he was reared contained no school capable of imparting the higher forms of learning reflected in the writings ascribed to him. His parents were illiterate, and in his early life he evinced a total disregard for study. There are in existence but 6 known examples of Shakespeare's handwriting. All are signatures, and 3 of them are in his will. The scrawling, uncertain method of their execution stamps Shakespeare as unfamiliar with the use of a pen, and it is obvious either that he copied a signature prepared for him or that his hand was guided while he wrote. No autographed manuscripts of the Shakespearean plays or sonnets have been discovered, nor is there even a tradition concerning them other than the fantastic and impossible statement appearing in the foreword of the Great Folio. A well-stocked library would be an essential part of the equipment of an author whose literary productions demonstrate him to be familiar with the literature of all ages. Yet there is no record that Shakespeare ever possessed a library, nor does he make any mention of his books in his will. Commenting on the known illiteracy of Shakespeare's daughter, Judith, who at 27 could only make her mark, Ignatius Donnelly declares it to be unbelievable that William Shakespeare, if he wrote the plays bearing his name, would have permitted his own daughter to reach womanhood and marry without being able to read one line of the writings that made her father wealthy and locally famous. The query has also been raised: where did William Shakespeare secure his knowledge of modern French, Italian, Spanish, and Danish, to say nothing of classical Latin and Greek? For, in spite of the rare discrimination with which Latin is used by the author of Shakespearean plays, Ben Jonson, who knew Shakespeare intimately, declared that the Stratford actor understood small Latin and less Greek. Is it not also more than strange that no record exists of William Shakespeare's having ever played a leading role in the famous dramas he is supposed to have written, or in others produced by the company of which he was a member? True, he may have owned a small interest in the Globe Theatre of Blackfriars, but apparently the height of his thespian achievements was the Ghost in Hamlet. In spite of his admitted avarice, Shakespeare seemingly made no effort during his lifetime to control or secure remuneration from the plays bearing his name, many of which were first published anonymously. As far as can be ascertained, none of his heirs were involved in any manner whatsoever in the printing of the first folio after his death, nor did they benefit financially therefrom. Had he been their author, Shakespeare's manuscripts and unpublished plays would certainly have constituted his most valued possessions, yet his will, while making special disposition of his second-best bed and his broad silver gilt bowl, neither mentions nor intimates that he possessed any literary productions whatsoever. While the folios and quartos usually are signed William Shakespeare, all the known autographs of the Stratford actor read William Shakespeare. Does this change in spelling contain any significance heretofore generally overlooked? Furthermore, if the publishers of the first Shakespearean folio revered their fellow actor as much as their claims in that volume would indicate, why did they, as if in ironical allusion to a hoax which they were perpetrating, place an evident caricature of him on the title page? Certain absurdities also in Shakespeare's private life are irreconcilable. While supposedly at the zenith of his literary career, he was actually engaged in buying malt, presumably for a brewing business. Also, picture the immortal Shakespeare, the reputed author of The Merchant of Venice, as a moneylender, Yet among those against whom Shakespeare brought action to collect petty sums was a fellow townsman, one Philip Rogers, whom he sued for an unpaid loan of 2 shillings, or about 48 cents. In short, there is nothing known in the life of Shakespeare that would justify the literary excellence imputed to him. The philosophic ideals promulgated throughout the Shakespearean plays distinctly demonstrate their author to have been thoroughly familiar with the certain doctrines and tenets peculiar to Rosicrucianism. In fact, the profundity of the Shakespearean productions stamps their creator as one of the Illuminati of the ages. Most of those seeking a solution for the Bacon-Shakespeare controversy have been intellectualists. Notwithstanding their scholarly attainments, they have overlooked the important part played by transcendentalism in the philosophic achievements of the ages. The mysteries of superphysics are inexplicable to the materialist, whose training does not equip him to estimate the extent of their ramifications and complexities. Yet, who but a Platonist, a Kabbalist, or a Pythagorean could have written The Tempest, Macbeth, Hamlet, or the tragedy of Cymbeline? Who but one deeply versed in Paracelsian lore could have conceived A Midsummer Night's Dream? Father of modern science, remodeler of modern law, editor of the modern Bible, patron of modern democracy, and one of the founders of modern Freemasonry, Sir Francis Bacon was a man of many aims and purposes. He was a Rosicrucian, some having intimated the Rosicrucian. If not actually the illustrious Father CRC referred to in the Rosicrucian manifestos, he was certainly a high initiate of the Rosicrucian order, and it is his activities in connection with this secret body that are of prime importance to students of symbolism, philosophy, and literature. Headpiece showing light and shaded A's. From Shakespeare's King Richard II, quarto of 1597. The ornamental headpiece shown above has long been considered a Baconian or Rosicrucian signature. The light and the dark A's appear in several volumes published by emissaries of the Rosicrucians. If the above figure be compared with that from the Alciadi Emblemata on the following pages, the cryptic use of the 2 A's will be further demonstrated. The title page of Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy. From Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy. Baconian experts declare Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy to be in reality Francis Bacon's scrapbook in which he gathered strange and rare bits of knowledge during the many years of eventful life. This title page has long been supposed to contain a cryptic message. The key to this cipher is the pointing figure of the maniac in the lower right-hand corner of the design. According to Mrs. Elizabeth Wells Gallup, the celestial globe at which the maniac is pointing is a cryptic symbol of Sir Francis Bacon. The planetary signs which appear in the clouds opposite the marginal figures 4, 5, 6, and 7 signify the planetary configurations which produce the forms of mania depicted. The seated man, with his head resting upon his hand, is declared by Baconian enthusiasts to represent Sir Francis Bacon. Scores of volumes have been written to establish Sir Francis Bacon as the real author of the plays and sonnets popularly ascribed to William Shakespeare. An impartial consideration of these documents cannot but convince the open-minded of the verisimilitude of the Baconian theory. In fact, those enthusiasts who for years have struggled to identify Sir Francis Bacon as the true Bard of Avon might long since have won their case had they emphasized its most important angle, namely that Sir Francis Bacon, the Rosicrucian initiate, wrote into the Shakespearean plays the secret teachings of the fraternity of R.C., and the true rituals of the Freemasonic order, of which order it may yet be discovered that he was the actual founder. A sentimental world, however, dislikes to give up a traditional hero, either to solve a controversy or to right a wrong. Nevertheless, if it can be proved that by raveling out the riddle, there can be discovered information of practical value to mankind, then the best minds of the world will cooperate in the enterprise. The Bacon-Shakespeare controversy, as its most able advocates realize, involves the most profound aspects of science, religion, and ethics. He who solves its mystery may yet find therein the key to the supposedly lost wisdom of antiquity. It was in recognition of Bacon's intellectual accomplishments that King James turned over to him the translator's manuscripts of what is now known as the King James Bible for the presumable purpose of checking, editing, and revising them. The documents remained in his hands for nearly a year, but no information is to be had concerning what occurred in that time. Regarding this work, William T. Smedley writes, "It will eventually be proved that the whole scheme of the authorized version of the Bible was Sir Francis Bacon's." See The Mystery of Francis Bacon. The first edition of the King James Bible contains a cryptic Baconian headpiece. Did Bacon cryptographically conceal in the authorized Bible that which he dared not literally reveal in the text, the secret Rosicrucian key to mystic and Masonic Christianity? Sir Francis Bacon unquestionably possessed the range of general and philosophical knowledge necessary to write the Shakespearean plays and sonnets, for it is usually conduced that he was a composer, lawyer, and linguist. His chaplain, Dr. William Raleigh, and Ben Jonson both attest his philosophic and poetic accomplishments. The former pays Bacon this remarkable tribute: "I have been induced to think that if there were a beam of knowledge derived from God upon any man in these modern times, it was upon him. For though he was a great reader of books, yet he had not his knowledge from books, but from some grounds and notions from within himself." See Introduction to The Resuscitado. Sir Francis Bacon, being not only an able barrister, but also a polished courtier, also possessed that intimate knowledge of parliamentary law and the etiquette of the royal court revealed in the Shakespearean plays, which could scarcely have been acquired by a man in the humble station of the Stratford actor. Lord Verulam, furthermore, visited many of the foreign countries, forming the background for the plays, and was therefore in a position to create the authentic local atmosphere contained therein. But there is no record of William Shakespeare's ever having traveled outside of England. The magnificent library amassed by Sir Francis Bacon contained the very volumes necessary to supply the quotations and anecdotes incorporated into the Shakespearean plays. Many of the plays, in fact, were taken from plots in earlier writings, of which there was no English translation at that time. Because of his scholastic acquirements, Lord Verulam could have read the original books. It is most unlikely that William Shakespeare could have done so. Abundant cryptographic proof exists that Bacon was concerned in the production of the Shakespearean plays. Sir Francis Bacon's cipher number was 33. In the first part of King Henry IV, the word Francis appears 33 times upon one page. To attain this end, obviously awkward sentences were required as "Anon Francis," "No Francis, but tomorrow Francis," or "Francis on Thursday," or "Indeed Francis, when thou wilt, but Francis." Throughout the Shakespearean folios and quartos occur scores of acrostic signatures. The simplest form of the acrostic is that whereby a name, in these instances Bacon's, was hidden in the first few letters of lines. In The Tempest, Act 1, Scene 2, appears a striking example of the Baconian acrostic. "Begun to tell me what I am, but stopped, and left me to a bootless inquisition, concluding, stay, not yet." The first letters of the first and second lines, together with the first three letters of the third line, form the word Bacon. Similar acrostics appear frequently in Bacon's acknowledged writings. The tenor of the Shakespearean dramas politically is in harmony with the recognized viewpoints of Sir Francis Bacon, whose enemies are frequently caricatured in the plays. Likewise, their religious, philosophic, and educational undercurrents all reflect his personal opinions. Not only do these marked similarities of style and terminology exist in Bacon's writings and the Shakespearean plays, but there are also certain historical and philosophic inaccuracies common to both, such as identical misquotations from Aristotle. Evidently realizing that futurity would unveil his full genius, Lord Verulam, in his will, bequeathed his soul to God above by the oblations of his Savior, his body to be buried obscurely, his name and memory to men's charitable speeches, to foreign nations, to succeeding ages, and to his own countrymen after some time had elapsed. That portion, appearing in italics, Bacon deleted from his will, apparently fearing that he had said too much. That Sir Francis Bacon's subterfuge was known to a limited few during his lifetime is quite evident. Accordingly, stray hints regarding the true author of the Shakespearean plays may be found in many 17th-century volumes. On page 33, Bacon's cipher number, of the 1609 edition of Robert Cawdry's Treasury or Storehouse of Similes, appears the following significant allusion. "Like as men would laugh at a poor man, If having precious garments lent him to act and play the part of some honorable personage upon a stage, when the play were at an end, he should keep them as his own, and brag up and down in them. A Baconian signature, from Alciadi Emblemata. The curious volume from which this figure is taken was published in Paris in 1618. The attention of the Baconian student is immediately attracted by the form of the hog in the foreground. Bacon often used this animal as a play upon his own name, especially because the name Bacon was derived from the word beech, and the nut of this tree was used to fatten hogs. The two pillars in the background have considerable Masonic interest. The two A's, nearly in the center of the picture, one light and one shaded, are alone almost conclusive proof of Baconian influence. The most convincing evidence, however, is the fact that 17 is the numerical equivalent of the letters of the Latin form of Bacon's name, F. Bacco, and there are 17 letters in the 3 words appearing in the illustration. Repeated references to the word hog in the presence of cryptographic statements on page 33 of various contemporary writings demonstrate that the keys to Bacon's ciphers were his own name, words playing upon it, or its numerical equivalent. Notable examples are the famous statement of Mistress Quickly in the Merry Wives of Windsor. Hang hog is Latin for Bacon, I warrant you. The title pages of The Countess of Pembroke's Arcadia, and Edmund Spenser's Fairy Queen, and the emblems appearing in the works of Alciades and Wither. Furthermore, the word honorificabilitudinitatibus, appearing in the 5th act of Love's Labours Lost, is a Rosicrucian signature, as its numerical equivalent, 287, indicates. Again, on the title page of the first edition of Sir Francis Bacon's New Atlantis, Father Time is depicted bringing a female figure out of the darkness of a cave. Around the device is a Latin inscription, "In time the secret truth shall be revealed." The catchwords and printers' devices appearing in volumes published especially during the first half of the 17th century were designed, arranged, and in some cases mutilated according to a definite plan. It is evident also that the mispaginations in the Shakespearean folios and other volumes are keys to Baconian ciphers, for re-editions, often from new type and by different printers, contain these same mistakes. For example, the first and second folios of Shakespeare are printed from entirely different type and by entirely different printers 9 years apart, but in both editions, page 153 of the Comedies is numbered 151, and pages 249 and 250 are numbered 250 and 251 respectively. Also, in the 1640 edition of Bacon's The Advancement and Proficience of Learning, pages 353 and 354 are numbered 351 and 352 respectively, and in the 1641 edition of Du Barta's Divine Weeks, pages 346 to 350 inclusive are entirely missing, while page 450 is numbered 442. The frequency with which pages ending in numbers 50, 51, 52, 53, and 54 are involved will be noted. Francis Bacon, Baron Verulam, Viscount St. Albans. From Bacon's Advancement of Learning. Lord Bacon was born in 1561, and history records his death in 1626. There are records in existence, however, which would indicate the probability that his funeral was a mock funeral, and that, leaving England, he lived for many years under another name in Germany, there faithfully serving the secret society to the promulgation of whose doctrines he had consecrated his life. Little doubt seems to exist in the minds of impartial investigators that Lord Bacon was the legitimate son of Queen Elizabeth and the Earl of Leicester. The requirements of Lord Verulam's biliteral cipher are fully met in scores of volumes printed between 1590 and 1650, and in some printed at other times. An examination of the verses by L. Deget, dedicated to the memory of the deceased author Meister W. Shakespeare, reveals the use of 2 fonts of type for both capital and small letters, the differences being most marked in the capital T's, N's, and A's. See the first folio. The cipher has been deleted from subsequent editions. The presence of hidden material in the text is often indicated by needless involvement of words. On the 16th unnumbered page of the 1641 edition of Du Barta's Divine Weeks is a boar surmounting a pyramidal text. The text is meaningless jargon, evidently inserted for cryptographic reasons, and marked with Bacon's signature, the hog. The year following publication of the first folio of Shakespeare's plays in 1623, there was printed in Lüneburg a remarkable volume on cryptography, avowedly by Gustavus Solanus. It is considered extremely probable that this volume constitutes the cryptographic key to the great Shakespearean folio. Peculiar symbolical head and tail pieces also mark the presence of cryptograms. While such ornaments are found in many early printed books, certain emblems are peculiar to volumes containing Baconian Rosicrucian ciphers. The light and dark shaded A is an interesting example. Bearing in mind the frequent recurrence in Baconian symbolism of the light and dark shaded A and the hog, the following statement by Bacon in his Interpretation of Nature is highly significant. If the sow with her snout should happen to imprint the letter A upon the ground, wouldst thou therefore imagine that she could write out a whole tragedy as one letter? The Rosicrucians and the other secret societies of the 17th century used watermarks as mediums for the conveyance of cryptographic references, and books presumably containing Baconian ciphers are usually printed upon paper bearing Rosicrucian or Masonic watermarks. Often there are several symbols in one book, such as the Rose Cross, urns, bunches of grapes, and others. At hand is a document which may prove a remarkable key to a cipher beginning in the tragedy of Cymbeline. So far as known, it has never been published and is applicable only to the 1623 folio of the Shakespearean plays. The cipher is a line and word count involving punctuation, especially the long and short exclamation points and the straight and slanting interrogation points. This code was discovered by Henry William Bierce in 1900, and after it has been thoroughly checked, its exact nature will be made public. No reasonable doubt remains that the Masonic order is the direct outgrowth of the secret societies of the Middle Ages, nor can it be denied that Freemasonry is permeated by the symbolism and mysticism of the ancient and medieval worlds. Sir Francis Bacon knew the true secret of Masonic origin, and there is no reason to suspect that he concealed this knowledge in cipher and cryptogram. Bacon is not to be regarded solely as a man, but rather as the focal point between an invisible institution and a world which was never able to distinguish between the messenger and the message which he promulgated. This secret society, having rediscovered the lost wisdom of the ages, and fearing that the knowledge might be lost again, perpetuated it in two ways. 1. By an organization, Freemasonry, to the initiates of which it revealed its wisdom in the form of symbols. 2. By embodying its arcana in the literature of the day by means of cunningly contrived ciphers and enigmas. A cryptic headpiece, from Raleigh's History of the World. Many documents influenced by Baconian philosophy, or intended to conceal Baconian or Rosicrucian cryptograms, use certain conventional designs at the beginning and end of chapters, which reveal to the initiated the presence of concealed information. The above ornamental has long been accepted as of the presence of Baconian influence, and is to be found only in a certain number of rare volumes, all of which contain Baconian cryptograms. These cipher messages were placed in the books either by Bacon himself or by contemporaneous and subsequent authors belonging to the same secret society which Bacon served with his remarkable knowledge of ciphers and enigmas. Variants of this headpiece adorn the great Shakespearean folio, 1623, Bacon's Novum Organum, 1620, the St. James Bible, 1611, Spencer's Faerie Queene, 1611, and Sir Walter Raleigh's History of the World, 1614. See American Baconiana. The Droeshout Portrait of Shakespeare, from Shakespeare's Great Folio of 1623. There are no authentic portraits of Shakespeare in existence. The dissimilarities between the Droeshout, Chandos, Jansen, Hunt, Ashbourne, Soest, and Dunford portraits prove conclusively that the artists were unaware of Shakespeare's actual features. An examination of the Droeshout portrait discloses several peculiarities. Baconian enthusiasts are convinced that the face is only a caricature, possibly the death mask of Francis Bacon. A comparison of the Droeshout's Shakespeare with portraits and engravings of Francis Bacon demonstrates the identity of the structure of the two faces, the difference in expression being caused by lines of shading. Note also the peculiar line running from the ear down to the chin. Does this line subtly signify that the face itself is a mask, ending at the ear? Notice also that the head is not connected with the body, but is resting on the collar. Most strange of all is the coat. One half is on backwards. In drawing the jacket, the artist has made the left arm correctly, but the right arm has the back of the shoulder to the front. Frank Woodward has noted that there are 157 letters on the title page. This is a Rosicrucian signature of first importance. The date, 1623, plus the 2 letters, on, from the word London, gives the cryptic signature of Francis Bacon, by a simple numerical cipher. By merely exchanging the 26 letters of the alphabet for numbers, 1 became A, 6 becomes F, 2 becomes B, and 3 becomes C, giving AFBC. To this is added the on from London, resulting in AFBCON, which rearranged forms F. Bacon. Evidence points to the existence of a group of wise and illustrious freighters who assumed the responsibility of publishing and preserving for future generations the choicest of the secret books of the ancients, together with certain other documents which they themselves had prepared. That future members of their fraternity might not only identify these volumes, but also immediately note the significant passages, words, chapters, or sections therein, they created a symbolic alphabet of hieroglyphic designs. By means of a certain key and order, the discerning few were thus enabled to find that wisdom by which a man is raised to an illumined life. The tremendous import of the Baconian mystery is daily becoming more apparent. Sir Francis Bacon was a link in that great chain of minds which has perpetuated the secret doctrine of antiquity from its beginning. This secret doctrine is concealed in his cryptic writings. The search for this divine wisdom is the only legitimate motive for the effort to decode his cryptograms. Masonic research might discover much of value if it would turn its attention to certain volumes published during the 16th and 17th centuries, which bear the stamp and signet of that secret society whose members first established modern Freemasonry, but themselves remained as an intangible group controlling and directing the activities of the outer body. The unknown history and lost rituals of Freemasonry may be rediscovered in the symbolism and cryptograms of the Middle Ages. Freemasonry is the bright and glorious son of a mysterious and hidden father. It cannot trace its parentage because that origin is obscured by the veil of the superphysical and the mystical. The Great Folio of 1623 is a veritable treasure house of Masonic lore and symbolism, and the time is at hand when that great work should be accorded the consideration which is its due. Though Christianity shattered the material organization of the pagan mysteries, it could not destroy the knowledge of supernatural power which the pagans possessed. Therefore, it is known that the mysteries of Greece and Egypt were secretly perpetuated through the early centuries of the Church, and later, by being clothed in the symbolism of Christianity, were accepted as elements of that faith. Sir Francis Bacon was one of those who had been entrusted with the perpetuation and dissemination of the arcana of the superphysical, originally in the possession of the pagan hierophants, and to attain that end, either formulated the Fraternity of R.C. or was admitted into an organization already existing under that name, and became one of its principal representatives. For some reason not apparent to the uninitiated, there has been a continued and consistent effort to prevent the unraveling of the Baconian scheme. Whatever the power may be which continually blocks the efforts of investigators, it is as unremitting now as it was immediately following Bacon's death, and those attempting to solve the enigma still feel the weight of its resentment. A misunderstanding world has ever persecuted those who understood the secret workings of nature, seeking in every conceivable manner to exterminate the custodians of this divine wisdom. Sir Francis Bacon's political prestige was finally undermined, and Sir Walter Raleigh met a shameful fate because their transcendental knowledge was considered dangerous. The forging of Shakespeare's handwriting, the foisting of fraudulent portraits and death masks upon a gullible public, the fabrication of spurious biographies, the mutilation of books and documents, the destruction of rendering illegible of tablets and inscriptions containing cryptographic messages, have all compounded the difficulties attendant upon the solution of the Bacon-Shakespeare Rosicrucian riddle. The Ireland forgeries deceived experts for years. Title page of the famous first edition of Sir Walter Raleigh's History of the World. From Raleigh's History of the World. What was the mysterious knowledge which Sir Walter Raleigh possessed, and which was declared to be detrimental to the British government? Why was he executed when the charges against him could not be proved? Was he a member of one of those feared and hated secret societies which nearly overthrew political and religious Europe during the 16th and 17th centuries. Was Sir Walter Raleigh an important factor in the Bacon-Shakespeare-Rosicrucian Masonic enigma? By those seeking the keys to this great controversy, he seems to have been almost entirely overlooked. His contemporaries are unanimous in their praise of his remarkable intellect, and he has long been considered one of Britain's most brilliant sons. Sir Walter Raleigh, soldier, courtier, statesman, writer, poet, philosopher, and explorer, was a scintillating figure at the court of Queen Elizabeth. Upon this same man, King James, after the death of Elizabeth, heaped every indignity within his power. The cowardly James, who shuddered at the mention of weapons and cried like a child when he was crossed, was insanely jealous of the brilliant courtier. Raleigh's enemies, playing upon the king's weakness, did not cease their relentless persecution until Raleigh had been hanged and his decapitated, quartered, and disemboweled body lay at their feet. The title page reproduced above was used by Raleigh's political foes as a powerful weapon against him. They convinced James I that the face of the central figure upholding the globe was a caricature of his own, and the enraged king ordered every copy of the engraving destroyed. But a few copies escaped the royal wrath. Consequently, the plate is extremely rare. The engraving is a mass of Rosicrucian and Masonic symbols, and the figures on the columns in all probability conceal a cryptogram. More significant still is the fact that the page facing this plate is a headpiece identical with that used in the 1623 folio of Shakespeare, and also in Bacon's Novum Organum. According to material available, the Supreme Council of the Fraternity of R.C. was composed of a certain number of individuals who had died what is known as the philosophic death. When the time came for an initiate to enter upon his labors for the order, he conveniently died under somewhat mysterious circumstances. In reality, he changed his name and place of residence, and a box of rocks or a body secured for the purpose was buried in his stead. It is believed that this happened in the case of Sir Francis Bacon, who, like all servants of the mysteries, renounced all personal credit and permitted others to be considered as the authors of the documents which he wrote or inspired. The cryptic writings of Francis Bacon constitute one of the most powerful tangible elements in the mysteries of transcendentalism and symbolic philosophy. Apparently, many years must yet pass before an uncomprehending world will appreciate the transcending genius of that mysterious man who wrote the Novum Organum, who sailed his little ship far out into the unexplored sea of learning through the Pillars of Hercules, and whose ideals for a new civilization are magnificently expressed in the utopian dream of the New Atlantis. Was Sir Francis Bacon a second Prometheus? Did his great love for the people of the world and his pity for their ignorance cause him to bring the divine fire from heaven concealed within the contents of a printed page? In all probability, the keys to the Baconian riddle will be found in classical mythology. He who understands the secret of the seven-rayed god will comprehend the method employed by Bacon to accomplish his monumental labor. Aliases were assumed by him in accordance with the attributes and order of the members of the planetary system. One of the least known, but most important, keys to the Baconian enigma is the third, or 1637 edition, published in Paris, of Les Images ou Tableaux des Plates Peintures des Deo Philostrates Sophistes Grecs et les Statues de Callistrate by Blaise de Vigenère. The title page of this volume, which, as the name of the author when properly deciphered indicates, was written by or under the direction of Bacon, or his secret society, is one mass of important Masonic or Rosicrucian symbols. On page 486 appears a plate entitled Hercules Furio, showing a gigantic figure shaking a spear, the ground before him strewn with curious emblems. In his curious work, Das Bild des Speerschüttlers de l'Oslong des Shakespeare-Ratstels, Alfred Fronde attempts to explain the Baconian symbolism in the Philostratus. Bacon he reveals as the philosophical Hercules, whom time will establish as the true spear shaker, Shakespeare. The cryptogram as a factor in symbolic philosophy. No treatise which deals with symbolism would be complete without a section devoted to the consideration of cryptograms. The use of ciphers has long been recognized as indispensable in military and diplomatic circles, but the modern world has overlooked the important role played by cryptography in literature and philosophy. If the art of deciphering cryptograms could be made popular, it would result in the discovery of much hitherto unsuspected wisdom, possessed by both ancient and medieval philosophers. It would prove that many apparently verbose and rambling authors were wordy for the sake of concealing words. Ciphers are hidden in the most subtle manner. They may be concealed in the watermark of the paper upon which a book is printed. They may be bound into the covers of ancient books. They may be hidden under imperfect pagination. They may be extracted from the first letters of words or the first words of sentences. They may be artfully concealed in mathematical equations or in apparently unintelligible characters. They may be extracted from the jargon of clowns or revealed by heat as having been written in sympathetic ink. They may be word ciphers, letter ciphers, or apparently ambiguous statements whose meaning could be understood only by repeated careful readings. They may be discovered in the elaborately illuminated initial letters of early books, or they may be revealed by a process of counting words or letters. If those interested in Freemasonic research would give serious consideration to this subject, they might find in books and manuscripts of the 16th and 17th centuries the information necessary to bridge the gap in Masonic history that now exists between the mysteries of the ancient world and the craft masonry of the last 3 centuries. The arcana of the ancient mysteries were never revealed to the profane except through the media of symbols. Symbolism fulfilled the dual office of concealing the sacred truths from the uninitiated and revealing them to those qualified to understand the symbols. Forms are the symbols of formless divine principles. Symbolism is the language of nature. With reverence, the wise pierce the veil and with clearer vision contemplate the reality, but the ignorant, unable to distinguish between the false and the true, behold a universe of symbols. It may well be said of nature, the Great Mother, that she is ever tracing strange characters upon the surface of things, but only to her eldest and wisest sons, as a reward for their faith and devotion, does she reveal the cryptic alphabet which is the key to the import of these tracings. The temples of the ancient mysteries evolved their own sacred languages, known only to their initiates, and never spoken save in the sanctuary. The illumined priests considered it sacrilege to discuss the sacred truths of higher worlds, or the divine verities of eternal nature in the same tongue as that used by the vulgar for wrangling and dissension. A sacred science must needs be couched in a sacred language. Secret alphabets also were invented, and whenever the secrets of the wise were committed to writing, characters meaningless to the uninformed were employed. Such forms of writing were called sacred or hermetic alphabets. Some, such as the famous angelic writing, are still retained in the higher degrees of Masonry. Secret alphabets were not entirely satisfactory, however, for although they rendered unintelligible the true nature of the writings, their very purpose disclosed the fact of concealed information, which the priests also sought to conceal. Through patience or persecution, the keys to these alphabets were eventually acquired and the contents of the documents revealed to the unworthy. This necessitated employment of more subtle methods for concealing the divine truths. The result was the appearance of cryptic systems of writing designed to conceal the presence of both the message and the cryptogram. Having thus devised a method of transmitting their secrets to posterity, the Illuminati encouraged the circulation of certain documents specially prepared through incorporating them into ciphers containing the deepest secrets of mysticism and philosophy. Thus medieval philosophers disseminated their theories throughout Europe without evoking suspicion, since volumes containing these cryptograms could be subjected to the closest scrutiny without revealing the presence of the hidden message. During the Middle Ages, scores of writers, members of secret political or religious organizations, published books containing ciphers. Secret writing became a fad. Every European court had its own diplomatic cipher, and the intelligentsia vied with one another in devising curious and complicated cryptograms. The literature of the 15th, 16th, and 17th centuries is permeated with ciphers, few of which have ever been decoded. Many of the magnificent scientific and philosophic intellects of this period dared not publish their findings because of the religious intolerance of their day. In order to preserve the fruitage of their intellectual labors for mankind, these pioneers of progress concealed their discoveries in ciphers, trusting that future generations, more kindly than their own, would discover and appreciate their learning. Many churchmen, it is interesting to note, used cryptograms, fearing excommunication or a worse fate should their scientific researches be suspected. Only recently an intricate cipher of Roger Bacon's has been unraveled, revealing the fact that this early scientist was well versed in the cellular theory. Lecturing before the American Philosophical Society, Dr. William Romain Newbold, who translated the cipher manuscript of the friar, declared, "There are drawings which so accurately portray the actual appearance of certain objects that it is difficult to resist the inference that Bacon had seen them with the microscope. These are spermatozoa, the body cells and seminiferous tubes, the ova, with their nuclei distinctly indicated. There are 9 large drawings, of which one at least bears considerable resemblance to a certain stage of development of a fertilized cell." See Review of Reviews, July 1921. Had Roger Bacon failed to conceal this discovery under a complicated cipher, he would have been persecuted as a heretic and would probably have met the fate of other early liberal thinkers. In spite of the rapid progress made by science in the last 250 years, it still remains ignorant concerning many of the original discoveries made by medieval investigators. The only record of these important findings is that contained in the cryptograms of the volumes which they published. While many authors have written on the subject of cryptography, the books most valuable to students of philosophy and religion are Polygraphia and Steganographia by Trithemius, Abbot of Spanheim, Mercury, or The Secret and Swift Messenger by John Wilkins, Bishop of Chester, Oedipus Egypticus and other works by Athanasius Kircher, Society of Jesus, and Cryptomeneticis et Cryptographiae by Gustavus Cellinus. A famous cryptic title page from Cellinus's Cryptomeneticis et Cryptographiae. 1 year after the publication of the first great Shakespearean folio, a remarkable volume on cryptogram and ciphers was published. The title page of the work is reproduced above. The year of its publication, 1624, was during the Rosicrucian controversy. The translation of the title page is as follows: The Cryptomeneticis and Cryptography of Gustavus Cellinus in 9 books, to which is added a clear explanation of the system of steganography of John Trithemius, Abbot of Spanheim and Herbipulus, a man of admirable genius, interspersed with worthy inventions of the author and others, 1624. The author of this volume was believed to be Augustus, Duke of Brunswick. The symbols and emblems ornamenting the title page, however, are conclusive evidence that the fine hand of the Rosicrucians was behind its publication. At the bottom of the picture is a nobleman, Bacon, placing his hat on another man's head. In the oval at the top of the plate, it is possible that the lights are beacons, or play upon the name Bacon. In the 2 side panels are striking and subtle Shakespearean allusions. On the left is a nobleman, possibly Bacon, handing a paper to another man of mean appearance who carries in his hand a spear. At the right, the man who previously carried the spear is shown in the costume of an actor, wearing spurs and blowing a horn. The allusion to the actor blowing his horn and the figure carrying the spear suggest much, especially as spear is the last syllable of the name Shakespeare. To illustrate the basic differences in their construction and use, the various forms of ciphers are here grouped under 7 general headings. 1. The literal cipher. The most famous of all literal cryptograms is the famous biliteral cipher described by Sir Francis Bacon in his De Augmentis Scientiarum. Lord Bacon originated the system while still a young man residing in Paris. The biliteral cipher requires the use of 2 styles of type, one an ordinary face and the other specially cut. The differences between the 2 fonts are, in many cases, so minute that it requires a powerful magnifying glass to detect them. Originally, the cipher messages were concealed only in the italicized words, sentences, or paragraphs because the italic letters, being more ornate than the Roman letters, offered greater opportunity for concealing the slight but necessary variations. Sometimes the letters vary a trifle in size, at other times in thickness or in their ornamental flourishes. Later, Lord Bacon is believed to have had 2 Roman alphabets specially prepared in which the differences were so trivial that it is almost impossible for experts to distinguish them. A careful inspection of the first 4 Shakespeare folios discloses the use throughout the volumes of several styles of type differing in minute but distinguishable details. It is possible that all these Shakespeare folios contain ciphers running through the text. These ciphers may have been added to the original plays, which are much longer in the folios than in the original quartos, full scenes having been added in some instances. The bilateral cipher was not confined to the writings of Bacon and Shakespeare, however, but appears in many books published during Lord Bacon's lifetime and for nearly a century after his death. In referring to the biliteral cipher, Lord Bacon terms it omnia per omnia. The cipher may run through an entire book and be placed therein at the time of printing without the knowledge of the original author, for it does not necessitate the changing of either words or punctuation. It is possible that this cipher was inserted for political purposes into many documents and volumes published during the 17th century. It is well known that ciphers were used for the same reason as early as the Council of Nicaea. The Baconian biliteral cipher is difficult to use today, owing to the present exact standardization of type and the fact that so few books are now handset. Accompanying this chapter are facsimiles of Lord Bacon's biliteral alphabet, as it appeared in the 1640 English translation of De Augmentis Scientiarum. There are 4 alphabets, 2 for the capital and 2 for the small letters. Consider carefully the differences between these 4 and note that each alphabet has the power of either the letter A or the letter B, and that when reading a word its letters are divisible into one of 2 groups, those which correspond to the letter A and those which correspond to the letter B. In order to employ the biliteral cipher, a document must contain 5 times as many letters as there are in the cipher message to be concealed, for it requires 5 letters to conceal 1. The biliteral cipher somewhat resembles a telegraph code in which letters are changed into dots and dashes. According to the biliteral system, however, the dots and dashes are represented respectively by A's and B's. The word biliteral is derived from the fact that all letters of the alphabet may be reduced to either A or B. An example of biliteral writing is shown in one of the accompanying diagrams. In order to demonstrate the working of this cipher, the message concealed within the words, "Wisdom and understanding are more to be desired than riches," will now be deciphered. The first step is to discover the letters of each alphabet and replace them by their equivalent A or B in accordance with the key given by Lord Bacon in his biliteral alphabet. In the word wisdom, the W is from the B alphabet, therefore it is replaced by a B. The I is from the A alphabet, therefore an A is put in its place. The S is also from the A alphabet, but the D belongs to the B alphabet. The O and the M, both belong to the A alphabet, is replaced by A. By this process, the word wisdom becomes ba-ba, treating the remaining words of the sentence in a similar manner, and becomes abba, understanding, a-ba-bab, ar, abba, more, ab, to, ab, be, ab, desired, abba-ba, then, abba, riches, ah. The next step is to run all the letters together, thus ba-ba-ba, ba, ba-ba-ba, ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. All the combinations used in the Baconian biliteral cipher consist of groups containing 5 letters each. Therefore, the solid line of letters must be broken into groups of 5 in the following manner: ba-ba, abba, abba, ab, ababa, abba, babab, abba, abba, ah. Each of these groups of 5 letters now represents one letter of the cipher, and the actual letter can now be determined by comparing the groups with the alphabetical table. The key to the biliteral cipher from De Augmentis Scientiarum. Ba-ba equals T, A-ba equals E, A-ba equals E, Ab equals B, A-ba-ba equals L, A-ba equals P, Bab-bab equals X, A-ba equals E, A-ba equals E, A equals A. But the last 5 letters of the word riches being set off by a period from the initial R, the last 5 A's do not count in the cipher. The letters thus extracted are now brought together in order, resulting in T-blib-pexi. An example of biliteral writing. In the above sentence, note carefully the formation of the letters. Compare each letter with the 2 types of letters in the biliteral alphabet table reproduced from Lord Bacon's De Augmentis Scientiarum. A comparison of the D in wisdom with the D in and discloses a large loop at the top of the first, while the second shows practically no loop at all. Contrast the I in wisdom with the I in understanding. In the former, the lines are curved, and in the latter, angular. A similar analysis of the R in desired reveals obvious differences. The O in more differs only from the O in wisdom, in that a tiny line continues from the top over towards the R. The A in than is thinner and more angular than the A in R, while the R in riches differs from that in desired, in that the final upright stroke terminates in a ball instead of a sharp point. These minor differences disclose the presence of the two alphabets employed in writing the sentence. At this point, the inquirer might reasonably expect the letters to make intelligible words, but he will very likely be disappointed, for, as in the case above, the letters thus extracted are themselves a cryptogram, doubly involved to discourage those who might have a casual acquaintance with the biliteral system. The next step is to apply the 9 letters to what is commonly called a wheel or disk cipher, which consists of 2 alphabets, one revolving around the other in such a manner that numerous transpositions of letters are possible. In the accompanying cut, the A of the inner alphabet is opposite the H of the outer alphabet, so that, for cipher purposes, these letters are interchangeable. The F and M, the P and Y, the W and D, in fact, all the letters may be transposed as shown by the 2 circles. The 9 letters extracted by the biliteral cipher may thus be exchanged for 9 others by the wheel cipher. The 9 letters are considered as being on the inner circle of the wheel, and are exchanged for the 9 letters on the outer circle, which are opposite the inner letters. By this process, the T becomes A, the 2 E's become 2 L's, the B becomes I, the L becomes S, the P becomes W, the X becomes E, and the 2 E's become 2 L's. The result is, all is well, which, broken up into words, reads, all is well. The key to the biliteral cipher, from Bacon's De Augmentis Scientiarum. After the document to be deciphered has been reduced to its A and B equivalents, it is then broken up into 5-letter groups, and the message read with the aid of the above table. A modern wheel, or disk cipher. The above diagram shows a wheel cipher. The smaller, or inner alphabet moves around so that any one of its letters may be brought opposite to any one of the letters on the larger or outer alphabet. In some cases, the inner alphabet is written backwards, but in the present example, both alphabets read the same way. Of course, by moving the inner disk of the wheel cipher, many different combinations, in addition to the one given above, can be made of the letters, but this is the only one which will produce sense, and the cryptogrammatist must keep on experimenting until he discovers a logical and intelligible message. He may then feel reasonably sure that he has deciphered the system. Lord Bacon involved the biliteral cipher in many different ways. There are probably a score of different systems used in the Shakespeare folio alone, some so intricate that they may forever baffle all attempts at their decipherment. In those susceptible of solution, sometimes the A's and B's have to be exchanged. At other times, the concealed message is written backwards, again only every other letter is counted, and so on. The biliteral alphabet, from Bacon's De Augmentis Scientiarum. This plate is reproduced from Bacon's De Augmentis Scientiarum and shows the 2 alphabets as designed by him for the purpose of his cipher. Each capital and small letter has 2 distinct forms which are designated A and B. The biliteral system did not in every instance make use of 2 alphabets in which the differences were as perceptible as in the example here given, but the 2 alphabets were always used. Sometimes variations are so minute that it requires a powerful magnifying glass to distinguish the difference between the A and B types of letters. There are several other forms of the literal cipher in which letters are substituted for each other by a prearranged sequence. The simplest form is that in which 2 alphabets are written thus. By substituting the letters of the lower alphabet for their equivalents in the upper one, a meaningless conglomeration results, the hidden message being decoded by reversing the process. There is also a form of the literal cipher in which the actual cryptogram is written in the body of the document, but unimportant words are inserted between important ones, according to a prearranged order. The literal cipher also includes what are called acrostic signatures, that is, words written down the column by the use of the first letter of each line, and also more complicated acrostics in which the important letters are scattered through the entire paragraphs or chapters. The 2 accompanying alchemical cryptograms illustrates another form of the literal cipher involving the first letter of each word. Every cryptogram, based upon the arrangement or combination of the letters of the alphabet, is called a literal cipher. 2. The pictorial cipher. Any picture or drawing with other than its obvious meaning may be considered a pictorial cryptogram. Instances of pictorial cipher are frequently found in Egyptian symbolism and early religious art. The diagrams of alchemists and Hermetic philosophers are invariably pictorial ciphers. In addition to the simple pictorial cipher, there is a more technical form in which words or letters are concealed by the number of stones in a wall, by the spread of birds' wings in flight, by ripples on the surface of water, or by the length and order of lines used in shading. Such cryptograms are not obvious and must be decoded with the aid of an arbitrary measuring scale, the length of the lines determining the letter or word concealed. The shape and proportion of a building, the height of a tower, the number of bars in a window, the folds of a man's garments, even the proportions or attitude of the human body were used to conceal definite figures or characters which could be exchanged for letters or words by a person acquainted with the code. Initial letters of names were secreted in architectural arches and spans. A notable example of this practice is found on the title page of Montague's Essays, 3rd edition, where an initial B is formed by 2 arches and an F by a broken arch. Pictorial cryptograms are sometimes accompanied by the key necessary for their decipherment. A figure may point toward the starting point of the cipher or carry in its hand some implement disclosing the system of measurement used. There are also frequent instances in which the cryptographer purposely distorted or improperly clothed some figure in his drawing by placing the hat on backwards, the sword on the wrong side, or the shield on the wrong arm, or by employing some similar artifice. The much-discussed fifth finger on the Pope's hand in Raphael's Sistine Madonna and the 6th toe on Joseph's foot in the same artist's Marriage of the Virgin are cunningly concealed cryptograms. 3. The acroamatic cipher. The religious and philosophical writings of all nations abound with acroamatic cryptograms, that is, parables and allegories. The acroamatic is unique in that the document containing it may be translated or reprinted without affecting the cryptogram. Parables and allegories have been used since remote antiquity to present moral truths in an attractive and understandable manner. The acroamatic cryptogram is a pictorial cipher drawn in words, and its symbolism must be so interpreted. The Old and New Testaments of the Jews, the writings of Plato and Aristotle, Homer's Odyssey and Iliad, Virgil's Aeneid, the Metamorphosis of Apuleius, and Aesop's Fables are outstanding examples of acroamatic cryptography in which are concealed the deepest and most sublime truths of ancient mystical philosophy. The acroamatic cipher is the most subtle of all, for the parable or allegory is susceptible of several interpretations. Bible students for centuries have been confronted by this difficulty. They are satisfied with the moral interpretation of the parable and forget that each parable and allegory is capable of 7 interpretations, of which the 7th, the highest, is complete and all-inclusive, whereas the other 6 and lesser interpretations are fragmentary, revealing but a part of the mystery. The creation myths of the world are acroamatic cryptograms, and the deities of the various pantheons are only cryptic characters which, if properly understood, become the constituents of a divine alphabet. The initiated few comprehend the true nature of this alphabet, but the uninitiated many worship the letters of it as gods. An alchemical cryptogram. From Brown's History of Chemistry. James Campbell Brown presents a curious cipher from Kircher. The capital letters of the 7 words in the outer circle read clockwise from the word sulfur. From the words in the second circle, when read in a similar manner, is derived fixum. The capitals of the 6 words in the inner circle, when properly arranged, also read est sol. The following cipher is thus extracted: sulfur fixum est sol, which, when translated, is fixed sulfur is gold. An alchemical cryptogram from Geheime Figuren der Rosenkreutzer. Beginning with the word visita, and reading clockwise, the 7 initial letters of the 7 words inscribed in the outer circle read vitriol. This is a very simple alchemical enigma, but is a reminder that those studying works on Hermeticism, Rosicrucianism, alchemy, and Freemasonry should always be on the lookout for concealed meanings hidden either in parables and allegories or in cryptic arrangements of numbers, letters, and words. A cryptic depiction of divine and natural justice, from Silenus's Cryptomeneticis et Cryptographiae. The first circle portrays the divine antecedents of justice, the second the universal scope of justice, and the third the results of human application of justice. Hence, the first circle deals with divine principles, the second circle with mundane affairs, and the third circle with man. On the top of the picture sits Themis, the presiding spirit of law, and at her feet 3 other queens, Juno, Minerva, and Venus, their robes ornamented with geometric figures. The axis of law connects the throne of divine justice above with the throne of human judgment at the bottom of the picture. Upon the latter throne is seated a queen with a scepter in her hand, before whom stands the winged goddess Nemesis, the angel of judgment. The second circle is divided into 3 parts by 2 sets of 2 horizontal lines. The upper and light section is called the supreme region and is the abode of the gods, the good spirits, and the heroes. The lower and dark section is the abode of lust, sin, and ignorance. Between these 2 extremes is the larger section, in which are blended the powers and impulses of both the superior and the inferior regions. In the third or inner circle is man, a 10-fold creature consisting of 9 parts, 3 of spirit, 3 of intellect, and 3 of soul, enclosed within 1 constitution. According to Selinus, man's 3 spiritual qualities are thought, speech, and action. His 3 intellectual qualities are memory, intelligence, and will, and his 3 qualities of soul are understanding, courage, and desire. The third circle is further divided into 3 parts called ages: the golden age of spiritual truth in the upper right section, the iron age of spiritual darkness in the lower right section, and the bronze age, a composite of the 2 occupying the entire left half of the inner circle and itself divided into 3 parts. The lowest division of the Bronze Age depicts ignorant man, controlled by force, the central, partly awakened man, controlled by jurisprudence, and the upper, the spiritually illuminated man, controlled by love. Both the second and third circles revolve upon the axis of law, but the divine source of law, heavenly justice, is concealed by clouds. All of these symbols and figures ornamenting the plate are devoted to a detailed amplification of the principles here outlined. 4. The numerical cipher. Many cryptograms have been produced in which numbers in various sequences are substituted for letters, words, or even complete thoughts. The reading of numerical ciphers usually depends upon the possession of specially arranged tables of correspondences. The numerical cryptograms of the Old Testament are so complicated that only a few scholars versed in rabbinical lore have ever sought to unravel their mysteries. In his Oedipus Egypticus, Athanasius Kircher describes several Arabian Kabbalistic theorems, and a great part of the Pythagorean mystery was concealed in a secret method in vogue among Greek mystics of substituting letters for numbers. The most simple numerical cipher is that which the letters of the alphabet are exchanged for numbers in an ordinary sequence. Thus, A becomes 1, B 2, C 3, and so on, counting both I and J as 9 and both U and V as 20. The word yes by this system would be written 23, 5, 18. This cipher can be made more difficult by reversing the alphabet so that Z becomes 1, Y 2, X 3, and so on. By inserting a non-significant or uncounted number after each of these significant numbers, the cipher is still more effectively concealed. Thus, 23, 16, 5, 9, 18. The word yes is found by eliminating the second and fourth numbers. By adding 23, 5, and 18 together, the sum 46 results. Therefore, 46 is the numerical equivalent of the word yes. According to the simple numerical cipher, the sum 138 is equal to the words, "Note carefully." Therefore, in a book using this method, line 138, page 138, or paragraph 138 may contain the concealed message. In addition to this simple numerical cipher, there are scores of others so complicated that no one without the key can hope to solve them. Authors sometimes base their cryptograms upon the numerical value of their own names. For example, Sir Francis Bacon repeatedly used the cryptic number 33, the numerical equivalent of his name. Numerical ciphers often involve the pagination of a book. Imperfect pagination, though generally attributed to carelessness, often conceals important secrets. The mispaginations found in the 1623 folio of Shakespeare and the consistent recurrence of similar errors in various volumes printed about the same period have occasioned considerable thought among scholars and cryptogrammatists. In Baconian cryptograms, all page numbers ending in 89 seem to have a special significance. The 89th page of the Comedies in the 1623 folio of Shakespeare shows an error of type in the pagination, the 9 being from a considerably smaller font than the 8. The 189th page is entirely missing, there being 2 pages numbered 187, and page 188 shows the second 8, scarcely more than half the size of the first one. Page 289 is correctly numbered and has no unusual features, but page 89 of the Histories is missing. Several volumes published by Bacon show similar errors, page 89 being often involved. There are also numerical ciphers from which the cryptic message may be extracted by counting every 10th word, every 20th word, or every 50th word. In some cases, the count is irregular. The first important word may be found by counting 100, the second by counting 90, the third by counting 80, and so on until the count of 10 is reached. The count then returns to 100, and the process is repeated. 5. The musical cipher. John Wilkins, afterwards Bishop of Chester, in 1641, circulated an anonymous essay entitled Mercury, or The Secret and Swift Messenger. In this little volume, which was largely derived from the more voluminous treatises of Trithemius and Silenus, the author sets forth a method whereby musicians can converse with each other by substituting musical notes for the letters of the alphabet. 2 persons understanding the code could converse with each other by merely playing certain notes upon a piano or other instrument. Musical cryptograms can be involved to an inconceivable point. By certain systems, it is possible to take an already existing musical theme and conceal in it a cryptogram without actually changing the composition in any way. The pennants upon the notes may conceal the cipher, or the actual sounds of the notes may be exchanged for syllables of a similar sound. This latter method is effective, but its scope is somewhat limited. Several musical compositions by Sir Francis Bacon are still in existence. An examination of them might reveal musical cryptograms, for it is quite certain that Lord Bacon was well acquainted with the manner of their construction. 6. The arbitrary cipher. The system of exchanging letters of the alphabet for hieroglyphic figures is too easily decoded to be popular. Albert Pike describes an arbitrary cipher based upon the various parts of the Knights Templar's cross, each angle representing a letter. The many curious alphabets that have been devised are rendered worthless, however, by the table of recurrence. According to Edgar Allan Poe, a great cryptogrammatist, the most common letter of the English language is E. The other letters, in their order of frequency, are as follows: A, O, I, D, H, N, R, S, T, V, Y, C, F, Q, L, M, W, B, K, P, Q, X, Z. Other authorities declare the table of frequency to be E, T, A, O, N, I, R, S, H, D, L, C, W, U, M, F, Y, G, P, B, V, K, X, Q, J, Z. By merely counting the number of times each character appears in the message, the law of recurrence discloses the English letter for which the arbitrary character stands. Further help is also rendered by the fact that if the cryptogram be split up into words, there are only 3 single letters which may form words: A, I, O. Thus, any single character set off from the rest of the text must be one of these 3 letters. For details of this system, see The Gold Bug by Edgar Allan Poe. To render more difficult the decoding of arbitrary ciphers, however, the characters are seldom broken up into words, and further, the table of recurrence is partly nullified by assigning 2 or more different characters to each letter, thereby making it impossible to estimate accurately the frequency of recurrence. Therefore, the greater the number of arbitrary characters used to represent any single letter of the alphabet, the more difficult it is to decipher an arbitrary cryptogram. The secret alphabets of the ancients are comparatively easy to decode, the only requisites being a table of frequency, a knowledge of the language in which the cryptogram was originally written, a moderate amount of patience, and a little ingenuity. 7. The code cipher. The most modern form of cryptogram is the code system. Its most familiar form is the Morse code for use in telegraphic and wireless communication. This form of cipher may be complicated somewhat by embodying dots and dashes into a document in which periods and colons are dots, while commas and semicolons are dashes. There are also codes used by the business world which can be solved only by the use of a private codebook. Because they furnish an economical and efficient method of transmitting confidential information, the use of such codes is far more prevalent than the average person has any suspicion. Kabbalistic and Magic Alphabets, from Barrett's Magus. Curious alphabets were invented by the early and medieval philosophers to conceal their doctrines and tenets from the profane. Some of these alphabets are still used to a limited extent in the higher degrees of Freemasonry. Probably the most famous is the angelic writing termed in the above plate, the writing called Malachim. Its figures are supposedly derived from the constellations. Advanced students of occult philosophy will come upon many valuable documents in which these figures are used. Under each letter of the first alphabet above is its equivalent in English. Above each letter of the other three alphabets is its Hebrew letter equivalent. In addition to the foregoing classifications, there are a number of miscellaneous systems of secret writing, some employing mechanical devices, others colors. A few make use of sundry miscellaneous objects to represent words and even complete thoughts. But as these more elaborate devices were seldom employed by the ancients or by the medieval philosophers and alchemists, they have no direct bearing upon religion and philosophy. The mystics of the Middle Ages, borrowing the terminology of the various arts and sciences, evolved a system of cryptography which concealed the secrets of the human soul under terms generally applied to chemistry, biology, astronomy, botany, and physiology. Ciphers of this nature can only be decoded by individuals versed in the deep philosophic principles upon which these medieval mystics based their theories of life. Much information relating to the invisible nature of man is concealed under what seem to be chemical experiments or scientific speculations. Every student of symbolism and philosophy, therefore, should be reasonably well acquainted with the underlying principles of cryptography. In addition to serving him well in his researches, this art furnishes a fascinating method of developing the acuteness of the mental faculties. Discrimination and observation are indispensable to the seeker after knowledge, and no study is equal to cryptography as a means of stimulating these powers. Freemasonic Symbolism. In several early Masonic manuscripts, for example, the Harleian, Sloan, Lansdowne, and Edinburgh Kilwinning, it is stated that the craft of initiated builders existed before the deluge, and that its members were employed in the building of the Tower of Babel. A Masonic constitution dated 1701 gives the following naive account of the origin of the sciences, arts, and crafts from which the major part of Masonic symbolism is derived. How this worthy science was first begun, I shall tell. Before Noah's flood, there was a man called Lamech, as it is written in the 4th chapter of Genesis, and this Lamech had 2 wives. The one was called Ada, and the other Zillah. By the first wife Ada he got 2 sons, the one called Jabal, and the other Jubal, and by the other wife Zillah he got a son and daughter, and the 4 children found the beginning of all crafts in the world. This Jabal was the elder son, and he found the craft of geometric, and he parted flocks, as of sheep and lambs in the fields, and first wrought houses of stone and tree, as it is noted in the chapter aforesaid, and his brother Jubal found the craft of music, of songs, organs, and harp. The third brother, Tubal-Cain, found out smith's craft to work iron and steel, and their sister Naamah found out the art of weaving. These children did know that God would take vengeance for sin, either by fire or water, wherefore they wrote these sciences which they had found in 2 pillars of stone, that they might be found after the flood. The one stone was called Marbel, cannot burn with fire, and the other was called Laturus, brass, that cannot drown in the water. The author of this constitution thereupon declares that one of these pillars was later discovered by Hermes, who communicated to mankind the secrets thereon inscribed. In his Antiquities of the Jews, Josephus writes that Adam had forewarned his descendants that sinful humanity would be destroyed by a deluge. In order to preserve their science and philosophy, the children of Seth therefore raised 2 pillars, one of brick and the other of stone, on which were inscribed the keys to their knowledge. The patriarch Enoch, whose name means the initiator, is evidently a personification of the sun, since he lived 365 years. He also constructed an underground temple consisting of 9 vaults, one beneath the other, placing in the deepest vault a triangular tablet of gold bearing upon it the absolute and ineffable name of deity. According to some accounts, Enoch made 2 golden deltas. The larger he placed upon the white cubical altar in the lowest vault, and the smaller he gave into the keeping of his son, Methuselah, who did the actual construction work of the brick chambers according to the pattern revealed to his father by the Most High. In the form and arrangement of these vaults, Enoch epitomized the 9 spheres of the ancient mysteries, and the 9 sacred strata of the earth through which the initiate must pass to reach the flaming spirit dwelling in its central core. According to Freemasonic symbolism, Enoch, fearing that all knowledge of the sacred mysteries would be lost at the time of the deluge, erected the 2 columns mentioned in the quotation. Upon the metal column, in appropriate allegorical symbols, he engraved the secret teaching, and upon the marble column placed an inscription stating that a short distance away a priceless treasure would be discovered in a subterranean vault. After having thus faithfully completed his labors, Enoch was transported from the brow of Mount Moriah. In time, the location of these secret vaults was lost, but after the lapse of ages there came another builder, an initiate after the order of Enoch, and he, while laying the foundations for another temple to the great architect of the universe, discovered the long-lost vaults and the secrets contained within. John Leland was appointed by King Henry VIII to go through the archives of the various religious institutions dissolved by the king and remove for preservation any books or manuscripts of an important character. Among the documents copied by Leland was a series of questions and answers concerning the mystery of Masonry written by King Henry VI. In answer to the question, "How came Masonry into England?" the document states that Peter Gower, a Grecian, traveled for knowledge in Egypt, Syria, and every land where the Phoenicians had planted Masonry. Winning entrance in all lodges of Masons, he learned much, and returning, dwelt in Greater Greece. He became renowned for his wisdom, formed a great lodge at Groton, and made many Masons, some of whom journeyed in France, spreading Masonry there. From France in the course of time, the order passed into England. To even the superficial student of the subject, it must be evident that the name of Peter Gower, the Grecian, is merely an anglicized form of Pythagoras. Consequently, Groton, where he formed his lodge, is easily identified with Crotona. A link is thus established between the philosophic mysteries of Greece and medieval Freemasonry. In his notes on King Henry's questions and answers, William Preston enlarges upon the vow of secrecy as it was practiced by the ancient initiates. On the authority of Pliny, he describes how Anaxarchus, having been imprisoned in order to extort from him some of the secrets which he had been entrusted, bit out his own tongue and threw it in the face of Nisocrian, the tyrant of Cyprus. Preston adds that the Athenians received a brazen statue that was represented without a tongue, to denote the sanctity with which they regarded their oath-bound secrets. It is also noteworthy that, according to King Henry's manuscript, Masonry had its origin in the East and was the carrier of the arts and sciences of civilization to the primitive humanity of the Western nations. Conspicuous among the symbols of Freemasonry are the 7 liberal arts and sciences. By grammar, man is taught to express in noble and adequate language his innermost thoughts and ideals. By rhetoric, he is enabled to conceal his ideals under the protecting cover of ambiguous language and figures of speech. By logic, he is trained in the organization of the intellectual faculties with which he has been endowed. By arithmetic, he not only is instructed in the mystery of universal order, but also gains the key to multitude, magnitude, and proportion. By geometry, he is inducted into the mathematics of form, the harmony and rhythm of angles, and the philosophy of organization. By music, he is reminded that the universe is founded upon the laws of celestial harmonics, and that harmony and rhythm are all-pervading. By astronomy, he gains an understanding of the immensities of time and space, of the proper relationship between himself and the universe, and of the awesomeness of that unknown power which is driving the countless stars of the firmament through illimitable space. Equipped with the knowledge conferred by familiarity with the liberal arts and sciences, the studious Freemason therefore finds himself confronted by few problems with which he cannot cope. The Mystery of the Macrocosm, redrawn from Caesariano's edition of Vitruvius. Summarizing the relationship between the human body and the theory of architectonics, Vitruvius writes, Since nature has designed the human body so that its members are duly proportioned to the frame as a whole, it appears that the ancients had good reason for their rule, that in perfect building, the different members must be in exact symmetrical relations to the whole general scheme. Hence, while transmitting to us the proper arrangements for buildings of all kinds, they were particularly careful to do so in the case of temples of the gods, buildings in which merits and faults usually last forever. Therefore, if it is agreed that number was found out from the human fingers, and that there is a symmetrical correspondence between the members separately and the entire form of the body, in accordance with a certain part selected as standard, we can have nothing but respect for those who, in constructing temples of the immortal gods, have so arranged the members of the works that both the separate parts and the whole design may harmonize in their proportions and symmetry. See the 10 books on architecture. By some it is believed that St. Paul was initiated into the Dionysiac mysteries, for in the 10th verse of the 3rd chapter of 1 Corinthians, he calls himself a master builder, or adept, according to the grace of God which is given unto me, as a wise master builder. I have laid the foundation, and another buildeth thereon. As survivals of the ancient Dionysiac rites, the 2 diagrams of Caesariano accompanying this chapter are of incalculable value to the modern mystic architect. The Dionysiac Architects. The most celebrated of the ancient fraternities of artisans was that of the Dionysiac Architects. This organization was composed exclusively of initiates of the Bacchus-Dionysus cult and was peculiarly consecrated to the science of building and the art of decoration. Acclaimed as being the custodians of a secret and sacred knowledge of architectonics, its members were entrusted with the design and erection of public buildings and monuments. The superlative excellence of their handiwork elevated the members of the guild to a position of surpassing dignity. They were regarded as the master craftsmen of the earth. Because of the first dances held in honor of Dionysus, he was considered the founder and patron of the theater, and the Dionysians specialized in the construction of buildings adapted for the presentation of dramatic performances. In the circular or semicircular orchestra, they invariably erected an altar to Aeschylus, the famous Greek poet, that while appearing in one of his own plays, he was suspected by a mob of angry spectators of revealing one of the profound secrets of the mysteries, and was forced to seek refuge at the altar of Dionysus. So carefully did the Dionysiac architects safeguard the secrets of their craft that only fragmentary records exist of their esoteric teachings. John A. Weiss thus sums up the meager data available concerning the order. They made their appearance certainly not later than 1000 BC, and appear to have enjoyed particular privileges and immunities. They also possessed secret means of recognition, and were bound together by special ties only known to themselves. The richer of this fraternity were bound to provide for their poorer brethren. They were divided into communities, governed by a master and wardens, and called connected houses. They held a grand festival annually, and were held in high esteem. Their ceremonials were regarded as sacred. It has been claimed that Solomon, at the instance of Hiram, king of Tyre, employed them at his temple and palaces. They were also employed at the construction of the temple of Diana at Ephesus. They had means of intercommunication all over the then-known world, and from them, doubtless, sprang the guilds of the traveling masons known in the Middle Ages. See the Obelisk and Freemasonry. The fraternity of the Dionysiac architects spread throughout all of Asia Minor, even reaching Egypt and India. They established themselves in nearly all the countries bordering on the Mediterranean, and with the rise of the Roman Empire, found their way into Central Europe and even into England. The most stately and enduring buildings in Constantinople, Rhodes, Athens, and Rome were erected by these inspired craftsmen. One of the most illustrious of their number was Vitruvius, the great architect, renowned as the author of De Architectura Libri Decim. In the various sections of his book, Vitruvius gives several hints as to the philosophy underlying the Dionysiac concept of the principle of symmetry applied to the science of architecture, as derived from a consideration of the proportions established by nature between the parts and members of the human body. The following extract from Vitruvius on the subject of symmetry is representative. The design of a temple depends on symmetry. the principles of which must be most carefully observed by the architect. They are due to proportion in analogy. Proportion is a correspondence among the measures of the members of an entire work, and of the whole to a certain part selected as standard. From this result the principles of symmetry. Without symmetry and proportion there can be no principles in the design of any temple. That is, if there is no precise relation between its members, as in the case of those of a well-shaped man. For the human body is so designed by nature that the face, from the chin to the top of the forehead and the lowest roots of the hair, is a tenth part of the whole height. The open hand, from the wrist to the tip of the middle finger, is just the same. The head from the chin to the crown is an eighth, with the neck and shoulder from the top of the breast to the lowest roots of the hair is a sixth. From the middle of the breast to the summit of the crown is a fourth. If we take the height of the face itself, the distance from the bottom of the chin to the underside of the nostrils, and, from that point, to a line between the eyebrows is the same. From there to the lowest roots of the hair is also a third, comprising the forehead. The length of the foot is 1/6 of the height of the body, of the forearm 1/4, and the breadth of the breast is also 1/4. The other members, too, have their own symmetrical proportions, and it was by employing them that the famous painters and sculptors of antiquity attained to the great and endless renown. The edifices raised by the Dionysiac builders were indeed sermons in stone. Thus unable to comprehend fully the cosmic principles thus embodied in these masterpieces of human ingenuity and industry, even the uninitiated were invariably overwhelmed by the sense of majesty and symmetry resulting from the perfect coordination of pillars, spans, arches, and domes. By variations in the details of size, material, type, arrangement, ornamentation, and color, these inspired builders believed it possible to provoke in the nature of the onlooker certain distinct mental or emotional reactions. Vitruvius, for example, describes the disposition of bronze vases about a room so as to produce certain definite changes in the tone and quality of the human voice. In like manner, each chamber in the mysteries through which the candidate passed had its own peculiar acoustics. Thus, in one chamber, the voice of the priest was amplified until his words caused the very room to vibrate, while in another the voice was diminished and softened to such a degree that it sounded like the distant tinkling of silver bells. Again, in some of the underground passageways, the candidate was apparently bereft of the power of speech, for though he shouted at the top of his voice, not even a whisper was audible to his ears. After progressing a few feet, however, he would discover that his softest sigh would be re-echoed 100 times. The supreme ambition of the Dionysiac architects was the construction of buildings which would create distinct impressions consistent with the purpose for which the structure itself was designed. In common with the Pythagoreans, they believed it possible by combinations of straight lines and curves to induce any desired mental attitude or emotion. They labored, therefore, to the end of producing a building perfectly harmonious with the structure of the universe itself. They may have even believed that an edifice so constructed because it was in no respect at variance with any existing reality would not be subject to dissolution, but would endure throughout the span of mortal time. As a logical deduction from their philosophic trend of thought, such a building, en rapport with cosmos, would also have become an oracle. Certain early works on magical philosophy hint that the Ark of the Covenant was oracular in character because of specially prepared chambers in its interior. These, by their shape and arrangement, were so attuned to the vibrations of the invisible world that they caught and amplified the voices of the ages, imprinted upon and externally existent in the substance of the astral light. Unskilled in these ancient subtleties of their profession, modern architects often create architectural absurdities which would cause their creators to blush with shame did they comprehend their actual symbolic import. Thus, phallic emblems are strewn in profusion among the adornments of banks, office buildings, and department stores. Christian churches also may be surmounted with Brahmin or Mohammedan domes, or be designed in a style suitable for a Jewish synagogue or a Greek temple to Pluto. These incongruities may be considered trivial in importance by the modern designer, but to the trained psychologist, the purpose for which a building was erected is frustrated in large measure by the presence of such architectural discordances. Vitruvius thus defines the principle of propriety as conceived and applied by the Dionysians. Propriety is that perfection of style which comes when a work is authoritatively constructed on approved principles. It arises from prescription from usage, or from nature. From prescription, in the case of hypaethral edifices, open to the sky, in honor of Jupiter lightning, the heaven, the sun, or the moon. For these are gods, whose semblances and manifestations we behold before our very eyes in the sky when it is cloudless and bright. The temples of Minerva, Mars, and Hercules will be Doric, since the virile strength of these gods makes daintiness entirely inappropriate to their houses. In temples to Venus, Flora, Proserpine, Springwater, and the nymphs, the Corinthian order will be found to have peculiar significance, because these are delicate divinities, and so its rather slender outlines, its flowers, leaves, and ornamental volutes will lend propriety where it is due. The construction of temples of the Ionic order to Juno, Diana, Father Bacchus, and the other gods of that kind will be in keeping with the middle position which they hold, for the building of such will be an appropriate combination of the severity of the Doric and the delicacy of the Corinthian. In describing the societies of Ionian artificers, Joseph da Costa declares the Dionysiac rites to have been founded upon the science of astronomy, which by the initiates of this order was correlated to the builder's art. In various documents dealing with the origin of architecture are found hints to the effect that the great buildings erected by these initiated craftsmen were based upon geometrical patterns derived from the constellations. Thus a temple might be planned according to the constellation of Pegasus, or a court of judgment modeled after the constellation of the Scales. The Dionysians evolved a peculiar code by which they were able to communicate with one another in the dark, and both the symbols and the terminology of their guild were derived, in the main, from the elements of architecture. While stigmatized as pagans by reason of their philosophic principles, it is noteworthy that these Dionysiac craftsmen were almost universally employed in the erection of early Christian abbeys and cathedrals, whose stones, even to this very day, bear distinguishing marks and symbols cut into their great surfaces by these illustrious builders. Among the ornate carvings upon the fronts of great churches of the Old World are frequently found representations of compasses, squares, rules, mallets, and clusters of builders' tools skillfully incorporated into mural decorations and even placed in the hands of the effigies of saints and prophets standing in exalted niches. A great mystery was contained in the ancient portals of the Cathedral of Notre Dame, which were destroyed during the French Revolution, for among their carvings were numerous Rosicrucian and Masonic emblems, and according to the records preserved by alchemists who studied their bas-reliefs, the secret processes for metallic transmutation were set forth in their grotesque yet most significant figures. The checkerboard floor upon which the modern Freemasonic Lodge stands is the old tracing board of the Dionysiac architects, and while the modern organization is no longer limited to workmen's guilds, it still preserves in its symbols the metaphysical doctrines of the ancient society of which it is presumably the outgrowth. The investigator of the origin of Freemasonic symbolism who desires to trace the development of the order through the ages will find a practical suggestion in the following statement of Charles W. Heckthorn. But considering that Freemasonry is a tree, the roots of which spread through so many soils, it follows that traces thereof must be found in its fruit, that its language and ritual should retain much of the various sects and institutions it has passed through before arriving at their present state, and in Masonry we meet with Indian, Egyptian, Jewish, and Christian ideas, terms therefrom the supreme ambition of their craft and symbols. See the secret societies of all ages and countries. The Roman collegia of skilled architects were apparently a subdivision of the greater Ionian body, their principles and organization being practically identical with the older Ionian institution. It has been suspected that the Dionysians also profoundly influenced early Islamic culture, for part of their symbolism found its way into the mysteries of the dervishes. At one time, the Dionysians referred to themselves as sons of Solomon, and one of the most important of their symbols was the seal of Solomon, two interlaced triangles. This motif is frequently seen in conspicuous parts of Mohammedan mosques. The Knights Templars, who were suspected of anything and everything, are believed to have contacted these Dionysiac artificers and to have introduced many of their symbols and doctrines into medieval Europe. But Freemasonry most of all owes to the Dionysiac cult the great mass of its symbols and rituals which are related to the science of architecture. From these ancient and illustrious artisans, it also received the legacy of the unfinished temple of civilization, that vast, invisible structure upon which these initiated builders have labored continuously since the inception of their fraternity. This mighty edifice, which has fallen and been rebuilt time after time, but whose foundations remain unmoved, is the true everlasting house of which the temple on the brow of Mount Moriah was but an impermanent symbol. Aside from the operative aspect of their order, the Dionysiac architects had a speculative philosophical code. Human society they considered as a rough and untrued ashlar, but lately chiseled from the quarry of elemental nature. This crude block was the true object upon which these skilled craftsmen labored, polishing it, squaring it, and with the aid of fine carvings transforming it into a miracle of beauty. While mystics released their souls from the bondage of matter by meditation, and philosophers found their keenest joy in the profundities of thought, these master workmen achieved liberation from the wheel of life and death by learning to swing their hammers with the same rhythm that moves the swirling forces of cosmos. They venerated the deity under the guise of a great architect and master craftsman, who was ever gouging rough ashlars from the fields of space and truing them into universes. The Dionysians affirmed constructiveness to be the supreme expression of the soul, and attuning themselves with the ever-visible constructive natural processes going on around them, believed immortality could be achieved by thus becoming a part of the creative agencies of nature. Solomon, the personification of universal wisdom. The name Solomon may be divided into 3 syllables: Sol, Om, An, symbolizing light, glory, and truth collectively and respectively. The Temple of Solomon is, therefore, first of all, the house of everlasting light, its earthly symbol being the temple of stone on the brow of Mount Moriah. According to the mystery teachings, there are 3 temples of Solomon, as there are 3 grand masters, 3 witnesses, and 3 tabernacles of the Transfiguration. The first temple is the grand house of the universe, in the midst of which sits the sun, Sol, upon his golden throne. The 12 signs of the zodiac as fellow craftsmen gather around their shining lord. 3 lights, the stellar, the solar, and the lunar, illuminate this cosmic temple. Accompanied by his retinue of planets, moons, and asteroids, this divine king, Solomon, whose glory no earthly monarch shall ever equal, passes in stately pomp down the avenues of space. Whereas Hiram represents the active physical light of the sun, Solomon signifies its invisible but all-powerful spiritual and intellectual effulgency. The second symbolic temple is the human body, the little house, made in the image of the great universal house. Know ye not, asked the Apostle Paul, that ye are the temple of God, and that the Spirit of God dwelleth in you? Freemasonry within a temple of stone cannot be other than speculative, but Freemasonry within the living temple of the body is operative. The third symbolic temple is the solar house, an invisible structure, the comprehension of which is a supreme Freemasonic arcanum. The mystery of this intangible edifice is concealed under the allegory of the Soma Sukkakon, or wedding garment, described by St. Paul, the robes of glory of the high priest of Israel, the yellow robe of the Buddhist monk, and the robe of blue and gold to which Albert Pike refers in his Symbolism. The soul, constructed from an invisible fiery substance, a flaming golden metal, is cast by the master workman, Hiram Abiff, into the mold of clay, the physical body, and is called the molten sea. The temple of the human soul is built by 3 master masons, personifying wisdom, love, and service, and when constructed according to the law of life, the Spirit of God dwells in the holy place thereof. The solar temple is the true everlasting house, and he who can raise or cast it is a master mason indeed. The best-informed Masonic writers have realized that Solomon's temple is a representation in miniature of the universal temple. Concerning this point, A. E. Waite, in a New Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, writes, "It is macrocosmic in character, so that the temple is a symbol of the universe, a type of manifestation itself." Solomon, the spirit of universal illumination, mental, spiritual, moral, and physical, is personified in the king of an earthly nation. While a great ruler by that name may have built a temple, He who considers the story solely from its historical angle will never clear away the rubbish that covers the secret vaults. The rubbish is interpolated matter in the form of superficial symbols, allegories, and degrees, which have no legitimate part in the original Freemasonic mysteries. Concerning the loss of the true esoteric key to Masonic secrets, Albert Pike writes, "No one journeys now from the high place of Cabaon to the threshing floor of Oman, the Jebusite, nor has seen his master clothed in blue and gold, nor are apprentices and fellow crafts any longer paid at their respective columns, nor is the master's working tool the tracing board, nor does he use in his work chalk, charcoal, and an earthen vessel, nor does the apprentice, becoming a fellow craft, pass from the square to the compass, for the meanings of these phrases, as symbols, have long been lost." The Mystery of the Microcosm, redrawn from Caesariano's edition of Vitruvius. Herein is depicted the mysterious word of Plato, which was crucified in space before the foundation of the world. The anonymous author of the Canon writes, "The Logos, or soul of the world, according to Plato, the Greek Hermes, and the Christ, according to the Christian Gnostics, are all one and the same as the Hebrew Adam Kadmon, who is the second person of the Kabbalistic triad. The Selenian Hermes, described by Hippolytus, so exactly resembles the lesser man found in Caesariano's edition of Vitruvius that they may be justifiably considered to be identical." After relating the figure to Dionysus because of the vine leaves wound in the hair, the same writer concludes, "Here we have clearly and distinctly a curious survival of the cosmic deity of Greece, copied and disfigured by the crude draftsmen of the Middle Ages, but faithfully preserved and recognizable to the last." Similar figures are to be found in Agrippa's De Occulta Philosophia. Like Caesariano's diagrams, however, the key given for their interpretation is most inadequate. Agrippa declares that, being a type of the lesser world, man contains in himself all numbers, measures, weights, motions, and elements. The secret doctrine of Freemasonry, like that of the Dionysiac architects, is concerned primarily with the effort to measure or estimate philosophically the parts and proportions of the microcosm, so that by the knowledge derived therefrom, the supreme ambition of their craft might be realized, the creation of a perfect man. According to the ancient rabbins, Solomon was an initiate of the mystery schools, and the temple which he built was actually a house of initiation, containing a mass of pagan, philosophic, and phallic emblems. The pomegranates, the palm-headed columns, the pillars before the door, the Babylonian cherubim, and the arrangement of the chambers and draperies all indicate the temple to have been patterned after the sanctuaries of Egypt and Atlantis. Isaac Meyer, in the Kabbalah, makes the following observation. The Pseudo-Clement of Rome writes, "God made man, male and female. The male is Christ, the female, the Church. The Kabbalists called the Holy Spirit the Mother, and the Church of Israel the Daughter. Solomon engraved on the walls of his temple likenesses of the male and female principles to adumbrate this mystery. Such, it is said, were the figures of the cherubim. This was, however, not in obedience to the words of the Torah. They were symbolical of the upper, the spiritual, the former or maker, positive or male, and the lower, the passive, the negative or female, formed or made by the first. Masonry came to northern Africa and Asia Minor from the lost continent of Atlantis, not under its present name, but rather under the general designation sun and fire worship. The ancient mysteries did not cease to exist when Christianity became the world's most powerful religion. Great Pan did not die. Freemasonry is the proof of his survival. The pre-Christian mysteries simply assumed the symbolism of the new faith, perpetuating through its emblems and allegories the same truths which had been the property of the wise since the beginning of the world. There is no true explanation, therefore, for Christian symbols save that which is concealed within pagan philosophy. Without the mysterious keys carried by the hierophants of the Egyptian, Brahmin, and Persian cults, the gates of wisdom cannot be opened. Consider with reverent spirit, therefore, the sublime allegory of the temple and its builders, realizing that beneath its literal interpretation lies hidden a royal secret. According to the Talmudic legends, Solomon understood the mysteries of the Kabbalah. He was also an alchemist and a necromancer, being able to control the demons, and from them and other inhabitants of the invisible worlds, he secured much of his wisdom. In his translation of Clavicula Solomonis, or The Key of Solomon the King, a work presumably setting forth the magical secrets gathered by Solomon and used by him in the conjuration of spirits, and which, according to Frank C. Higgins, contains many sidelights on Masonic initiatory rituals, S. L. McGregor Mathers recognizes the probability that King Solomon was a magician in the fullest sense of the word. I see no reason to doubt, he affirms, the tradition which assigns the authorship of the key to King Solomon, for among others, Josephus, the Jewish historian, especially mentions the magical works attributed to that monarch. This is confirmed by many Eastern traditions, and his magical skill is frequently mentioned in the Arabian Nights. Concerning Solomon's supernatural powers, Josephus writes in his 8th book of the Antiquities of the Jews, "Now the sagacity and wisdom which God had bestowed on Solomon was so great that he exceeded the ancients, insomuch that he was no way inferior to the Egyptians, who are said to have been beyond all men in understanding. God also enabled him to learn that skill which expelled demons, which is a science useful and sanative to him. He composed such incantations also by which distempers are alleviated, and he left behind him the manner of using exorcisms, by which they drive away demons so that they never return, and this method of cure is of great force unto this day." The medieval alchemists were convinced that King Solomon understood the secret processes of Hermes by means of which it was possible to multiply metals. Dr. Backstrom writes that the universal spirit, Hiram, assisted King Solomon to build his temple, because Solomon, being wise in the wisdom of alchemy, knew how to control this incorporeal essence, and, setting it to work for him, caused the invisible universe to supply him with vast amounts of gold and silver, which most people believed were mined by natural methods. The mysteries of the Islamic faith are now in the keeping of the dervishes, men who, renouncing worldliness, have withstood the test of 1,001 days of temptation. Jalal-ud-Din, the great Persian Sufic poet and philosopher, is accredited with having founded the order of Mevlevi, or the dancing dervishes, whose movements exoterically signify the motions of the celestial bodies, and esoterically result in the establishment of a rhythm which stimulates the centers of spiritual consciousness within the dancer's body. According to the mystical canon, there are always on earth a certain number of holy men who are admitted to intimate communion with the deity. The one who occupies the highest position among his contemporaries is called the Axis, or Qutb, or pole of his time. Subordinate to the Qutb are two holy beings who bear the title of the Faithful Ones, and are assigned places in his right and left respectively. Below these there is a quartet of intermediate ones, Evted, and on successively lower planes 5 lights, Enver, and 7 very good, Akhyar. The next rank is filled by 40 absent ones, Rijal-e-Gaib, also termed martyrs, Shuhada. When an access quits this earthly existence, he is succeeded by the faithful one who has occupied the place at his right hand. For to these holy men, who also bear the collective titles of Lords of Souls and Directors, is committed a spiritual supremacy over mankind far exceeding the temporal authority of earthly rulers. See Mysticism and Magic in Turkey by L. M. J. Garnett. The Access is a mysterious individual who, unknown and unsuspected, mingles with mankind, and who, according to tradition, has his favorite seat upon the roof of the Kaaba. J. P. Brown in the Dervishes gives a description of these master souls. Freemasonry's priceless heritage. The sanctum sanctorum of Freemasonry is ornamented with the Gnostic jewels of 1,000 ages. Its rituals ring with the divinely inspired words of seers and sages. 100 religious have brought their gifts of wisdom to its altar. Arts and sciences unnumbered have contributed to its symbolism. Freemasonry is a worldwide university, teaching the liberal arts and sciences of the soul to all who will hearken to its words. Its chairs are seats of learning, and its pillars uphold an arch of universal education. Its trestle boards are inscribed with the eternal verities of all ages, and upon those who comprehend its sacred depths has dawned the realization that within the Freemasonic mysteries lie hidden the long-lost arcana sought by all people since the genesis of human reason. The philosophic power of Freemasonry lies in its symbols. its priceless heritage from the mystery schools of antiquity. In a letter to Robert Freak Gould, Albert Pike writes, "It began to shape itself to my intellectual vision into something more imposing and majestic, solemnly mysterious and grand. It seemed to me like the pyramids in their loneliness, in whose yet undiscovered chambers may be hidden, for the enlightenment of coming generations, the sacred books of the Egyptians so long lost to the world, like the Sphinx half buried in the desert. In its symbolism, which and its spirit of brotherhood are its essence, Freemasonry is more ancient than any of the world's living religions. It has the symbols and doctrines which, older than himself, Zarathustra inculcated. And it seemed to me a spectacle sublime, yet pitiful, the ancient faith of our ancestors holding out to the world its symbols once so eloquent, and mutely and in vain asking for an interpreter. And so I came at last to see that the true greatness and majesty of Freemasonry consists in its proprietorship of these and its other symbols, and that its symbolism is its soul. Though the Temple of Thebes and Karnak be now but majestic heaps of broken and time-battered stone, the spirit of Egyptian philosophy still marches triumphant through the centuries. Though the rock-hewn sanctuaries of the ancient Brahmins be now deserted and their carvings crumbled into dust, still the wisdom of the Vedas endures. Though the oracles be silenced and the house of the mysteries be now but rows of ghostly columns, still shines the spiritual glory of Hellas with luster undiminished. Though Zoroaster, Hermes, Pythagoras, Plato, and Aristotle are now but dim memories in a world once rocked by the transcendency of their intellectual genius, still, in the mystic temple of Freemasonry, these god-men live again in their words and symbols, and the candidate passing through the initiations feels himself face to face with these illumined hierophants of long days past. Mystic Christianity. The true story of the life of Jesus of Nazareth has never been unfolded to the world, either in the accepted Gospels or in the Apocrypha, although a few stray hints may be found in some of the commentaries written by the ante-Nicene Fathers. The facts concerning his identity and mission are among the priceless mysteries preserved to this day in the secret vaults beneath the houses of the brethren. To a few of the Knights Templars who were initiated into the arcana of the Druses, Nazarenes, Essenes, Johannites, and other sects still inhabiting the remote and inaccessible vastness of the Holy Land, part of the strange story was told. The knowledge of the Templars concerning the early history of Christianity was undoubtedly one of the main reasons for their persecution and final annihilation. The discrepancies in the writings of the early Church Fathers not only are irreconcilable, but demonstrate beyond question that even during the first 5 centuries after Christ, these learned men had for the basis of their writings little more substantial than folklore and hearsay. To the easy believer, everything is possible and there are no problems. The unemotional person in search of facts, however, is confronted by a host of problems with uncertain factors, of which the following are typical. According to popular conception, Jesus was crucified during the 33rd year of his life and in the 3rd year of his ministry following his baptism. About A.D. 180, Saint Irenaeus, Bishop of Lyons, one of the most eminent of the ante-Nicene theologians, wrote Against Heresies, an attack on the doctrines of the Gnostics. In this work, Irenaeus declared, upon the authority of the apostles themselves, that Jesus lived to old age. To quote, "They, however, that may establish their false opinion regarding that which is written, to proclaim the acceptable year of the Lord, maintain that he preached for 1 year only, and then suffered in the 12th month. In speaking thus, they are forgetful of their own disadvantage, destroying his whole work and robbing him of that age which is both more necessary and more honorable than any other, that more advanced age, I mean, during which also as a teacher he excelled all others. For how could he have had his disciples if he did not teach? And how could he have taught unless he had reached the age of a master? For when he came to be baptized, he had not yet completed his 30th year, but was beginning to be about 30 years of age. For thus Luke, who has mentioned his years, has expressed it. Now Jesus was, as it were, beginning to be 30 years old, when he came to receive baptism. And according to these men, he preached only 1 year, reckoning from his baptism. On completing his 30th year, he suffered, being in fact still a young man, and who had by no means attained to advanced age. Now that the first stage of early life embraces 30 years, and that this extends onward to the 40th year, everyone will admit. But from the 40th and 50th year, a man begins to decline towards old age, which our Lord possessed while he still fulfilled the office of a teacher, even as the Gospel and all the elders testify. Those who were conversant in Asia with John, the disciple of the Lord, affirming that John conveyed to them that information, and he remained among them up to the time of Trajan. Some of them, moreover, saw not only John but the other apostles also, and heard the very same account from them, and bear testimony as to the validity of the statement. Whom then should we rather believe, whether such men as these or Ptolemaeus, who never saw the apostles and who never even in his dreams attained to the slightest trace of an apostle? Commenting on the foregoing passage, Godfrey Higgins remarks that it has fortunately escaped the hands of those destroyers who have attempted to render the gospel narratives consistent by deleting all such statements. He also notes that the doctrine of the crucifixion was a vexata quaestio among Christians even during the 2nd century. The evidence of Irenaeus, he says, cannot be touched. On every principle of sound criticism and of the doctrine of probabilities, it is unimpeachable. It should further be noted that Irenaeus prepared this statement to contradict another apparently current in his time, to the effect that the ministry of Jesus lasted but 1 year. Of all the early fathers, Irenaeus, writing within 80 years after the death of St. John the Evangelist, should have had reasonably accurate information. If the disciples themselves related that Jesus lived to advanced age in the body, why has the mysterious number 33 been arbitrarily chosen to symbolize the duration of his life? Were the incidents in the life of Jesus purposely altered so that his actions would fit more closely into the pattern established by the numerous Savior gods who preceded him? That these analogies were recognized and used as a leverage in converting the Greeks and Romans is evident from a perusal of the writings of Justin Martyr, another 2nd century authority. In his Apology, Justin addresses the pagans thus: "And when we say also that the Word, who is the first birth of God, was produced without sexual union, and that he, Jesus Christ, our teacher, was crucified and died and rose again and ascended into heaven, we propound nothing different from what you believe regarding those whom you esteem sons of Jupiter. And if we assert that the Word of God was born of God in a peculiar manner, different from ordinary generation, let this, as said above, be no extraordinary thing to you, who say that Mercury is the angelic word of God. But if anyone objects that he was crucified, in this also he is on a par with those reputed sons of Jupiter of yours, who suffered, as we have now enumerated." From this it is evident that the first missionaries of the Christian Church were far more willing to admit the similarities between their faith and the faiths of the pagans that were their successors in later centuries. In an effort to solve some of the problems arising from any attempt to chronicle accurately the life of Jesus, it has been suggested that there may have lived in Syria at that time 2 or more religious teachers bearing the name Jesus, Jehoshua, or Joshua, and that the lives of these men may have been confused in the Gospel stories. In his Secret Sects of Syria and the Lebanon, Bernard H. Springett, a Masonic author, quotes from an early book, the name of which he was not at liberty to disclose because of its connection with the ritual of a sect. The last part of his quotation is germane to the subject at hand. "But Jehovah prospered the seed of the Essenians in holiness and love for many generations. Then came the chief of the angels, according to the commandment of God, to raise up an heir to the voice of Jehovah. And in 4 generations more, an heir was born, and named Joshua, and he was the child of Joseph and Mara, devout worshippers of Jehovah, who stood aloof from all other people save the Essenians. And this Joshua in Nazareth re-established Jehovah, and restored many of the lost rites and ceremonies. In the 36th year of his age, he was stoned to death in Jerusalem." Within the last century, several books have been published to supplement the meager descriptions in the Gospels of Jesus and his ministry. In some instances, these narratives claim to be founded upon early manuscripts recently discovered, in others upon direct spiritual revelation. Some of these writings are highly plausible, while others are incredible. There are persistent rumors that Jesus visited and studied in both Greece and India, and that a coin struck in his honor in India during the 1st century has been discovered. Early Christian records are known to exist in Tibet, and the monks of a Buddhist monastery in Ceylon still preserve a record which indicates that Jesus sojourned with them and became conversant with their philosophy. Although early Christianity shows every evidence of Oriental influence, this is a subject the modern church declines to discuss. If it is ever established beyond question that Jesus was an initiate of the pagan Greek or Asiatic mysteries, the effect upon the more conservative members of the Christian faith is likely to be cataclysmic. As the solemn councils of the church discovered, why is he referred to in the New Testament as called of God and high prim after the order of Melchizedek? The words after the order make Jesus one of a line or order of which there must have been others of equal or even superior dignity. If the Melchizedeks were the divine or priestly rulers of the nations of the earth before the inauguration of the system of temporal rulers, then the statements attributed to St. Paul would indicate that Jesus either was one of these philosophic elect or was attempting to re-establish their system of government. It will be remembered that Melchizedek also performed the same ceremony of the drinking of wine and the breaking of bread, as did Jesus at the Last Supper. George Faber declares the original name of Jesus was Jeshua HaMashiach. Godfrey Higgins has discovered 2 references, one in the Midrashah Holeth and the other in the Abodazara, early Jewish commentaries on the Scriptures, to the effect that the surname of Joseph's family was Panther, for in both of these works it is stated that a man was healed in the name of Jesus ben Panther. The name Panther establishes a direct connection between Jesus and Bacchus, who was nursed by panthers and is sometimes depicted riding on one of these animals or in a chariot drawn by them. The skin of the panther was also sacred in certain of the Egyptian initiatory ceremonials. The monogram, IHS, now interpreted to mean Iesus Hominum Salvator, Jesus, Savior of men, is another direct link between the Christian and the Bacchic rites. IHS is derived from the Greek YHE, which, as its numerical value 608 signifies, is emblematic of the sun and constituted the sacred and concealed name of Bacchus. See The Celtic Druids by Godfrey Higgins. The question arises, was early Roman Christianity confused with the worship of Bacchus because of the numerous parallelisms in the 2 faiths? If the affirmative can be proved, many hitherto incomprehensible enigmas of the New Testament will be solved. It is by no means improbable that Jesus himself originally propounded as allegories the cosmic activities which were later confused with his own life, that the Christos represents the solar power reverenced by every nation of antiquity cannot be controverted. If Jesus revealed the nature and purpose of this solar power under the name and personality of Christos, thereby giving to this abstract power the attributes of a God-man, he but followed a precedent set by all previous world teachers. This God-man, thus endowed with all the qualities of deity, signifies the latent divinity in every man. Mortal man achieves deification only through at-one-ment with this divine self. Union with the immortal self constitutes immortality, and he who finds his true self is therefore saved. This Christos, or divine man in man, is man's real hope of salvation, the living mediator between abstract deity and mortal humankind. As Attis, Adonis, Bacchus, and Orpheus in all likelihood were originally illumined men who were later confused with the symbolic personages whom they created as personifications of this divine power, so Jesus has been confused with the Christos, or God-man, whose wonders he preached. Since the Christos was the God-man imprisoned in every creature, it was the first duty of the initiate to liberate or resurrect this eternal one within himself. He who attained reunion with this Christos was consequently termed a Christian or Christened man. One of the most profound doctrines of the pagan philosophers concerned the universal Savior God who lifted the souls of regenerated men to heaven through his own nature. This concept was unquestionably the inspiration for the words attributed to Jesus, "I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh unto the Father but by me." In an effort to make a single person out of Jesus and his Christos, Christian writers have patched together a doctrine which must be resolved back into its original constituents if the true meaning of Christianity is to be rediscovered. In the Gospel narratives, the Christos represents the perfect man who, having passed through the various stages of the world mystery, symbolized by the 33 years, ascends to the heaven sphere where he is reunited with his eternal Father. The story of Jesus, as now preserved, is, like the Masonic story of Hiram Abiff, part of a secret initiatory ritualism belonging to early Christian and pagan mysteries. During the centuries just prior to the Christian era, the secrets of the pagan mysteries had gradually fallen into the hands of the profane. To the student of comparative religion, it is evident that these secrets, gathered by a small group of faithful philosophers and mystics, were reclothed in new symbolical garments, and thus preserved for several centuries under the name of mystic Christianity. It is generally supposed that the Essenes were the custodians of this knowledge and also the initiators and educators of Jesus. If so, Jesus was undoubtedly initiated in the same temple of Melchizedek where Pythagoras had studied 6 centuries before. The Essenes, the most prominent of the early Syrian sects, were an order of pious men and women who lived lives of asceticism, spending their days in simple labor and their evenings in prayer. Josephus, the great Jewish historian, speaks of them in the highest terms. They teach the immortality of the soul, he says, and esteem that the rewards of righteousness are to be earnestly striven for. In another place he adds, "Yet is their course of life better than that of other men, and they entirely addict themselves to husbandry." The name Essenes is supposed to be derived from an ancient Syrian word meaning physician, and these kindly folk are believed to have held as their purpose of existence the healing of the sick in mind, soul, and body. According to Edward Schur, they had 2 principal communities, or centers, one in Egypt on the banks of Lake Maoris, the other in Palestine at Engaddi near the Dead Sea. Some authorities trace the Essenes back to the schools of Samuel the prophet, but most argue on either an Egyptian or Oriental origin. Their methods of prayer, meditation, and fasting were not unlike those of the holy men of the Far East. Membership in the Essene order was possible only after a year of probation. This mystery school, like so many others, had 3 degrees, and only a few candidates passed successfully through all. The Essenes were divided into 2 distinct communities, one consisting of celibates and the other of members who were married. The Essenes never became merchants or entered into the commercial life of cities, but maintained themselves by agriculture and the raising of sheep for wool, also by such crafts as pottery and carpentry. In the Gospels and Apocrypha, Joseph, the father of Jesus, is referred to as both a carpenter and a potter. In the apocryphal Gospel of Thomas, and also that of Pseudo-Matthew, the child Jesus is described as making sparrows out of clay which came to life and flew away when he clapped his hands. The Essenes were regarded as among the better educated class of Jews, and there are accounts of their having been chosen as tutors for the children of Roman officers stationed in Syria. The fact that so many artificers were listed among their number is responsible for the order's being considered as a progenitor of modern Freemasonry. The symbols of the Essenes include a number of builders' tools, and they were secretly engaged in the erection of a spiritual and philosophical temple to serve as a dwelling place for the living God. Like the Gnostics, the Essenes were emanationists. One of their chief objects was the reinterpretation of the Mosaic Law according to certain secret spiritual keys preserved by them from the time of the founding of their order. It would thus follow that the Essenes were Kabbalists and, like several other contemporary sects flourishing in Syria, were awaiting the advent of the Messiah promised in the early biblical writings. Jesus and Mary, the parents of Jesus, are believed to have been members of the Essene order. Joseph was many years the senior of Mary. According to the Protevangelium, he was a widower with grown sons, and in the Gospel of Pseudo-Matthew, he refers to Mary as a little child, less in age than his own grandchildren. In her infancy, Mary was dedicated to the Lord, and the apocryphal writings contain many accounts of miracles associated with her early childhood. When she was 12 years old, the priests held council as to the future of this child who had dedicated herself to the Lord, and the Jewish high priest, bearing the breastplate, entered into the Holy of Holies, where an angel appeared to him, saying, "Zacharias, go forth and summon the widowers of the people, and let them take a rod apiece, and she shall be the wife of him to whom the Lord shall show a sign." Going forth to meet the priests at the head of the widowers, Joseph collected the rods of all the other men and gave them into the keeping of the priests. Now Joseph's rod was but half as long as the others, and the priests, on returning the rods to the widowers, paid no attention to Joseph's, but left it behind in the Holy of Holies. When all the other widowers had received back their wands, the priests awaited a sign from heaven, but none came. Joseph, because of his advanced age, did not ask for the return of his rod, for to him it was inconceivable that he should be chosen. But an angel appeared to the high priest, ordering him to give back the short rod which lay unnoticed in the Holy of Holies. As the high priest handed the rod to Joseph, a white dove flew from the end of it and rested upon the head of the aged carpenter, and to him was given the child. The editor of The Sacred Books and Early Literature of the East calls attention to the peculiar spirit with which the childhood of Jesus is treated in most of the apocryphal books of the New Testament, particularly in one work attributed to the Doubting Thomas, the earliest known Greek version of which dates from about AD 200. The child Christ is represented almost as an imp, cursing and destroying those who annoy him. This apocryphal work, calculated to inspire its readers with fear and trembling, was popular during the Middle Ages because it was in full accord with the cruel and persecuting spirit of medieval Christianity. Like many other early sacred books, the Book of Thomas was fabricated for two closely allied purposes. First, to outshine the pagans in miracle working. Second, to inspire all unbelievers with the fear of the Lord. Apocryphal writings of this sort have no possible basis in fact. At one time an asset, the miracles of Christianity have become its greatest liability. Supernatural phenomena, in a credulous age interpolated to impress the ignorant, in this century have only achieved the alienation of the intelligent. In the Greek Gospel of Nicodemus, it is declared that when Jesus was brought into the presence of Pilate, the standards borne by the Roman guards bowed their tops in homage to him in spite of every effort made by the soldiers to prevent it. In the letters of Pilate, the statement also appears that Caesar, being wroth at Pilate for executing a just man, ordered him to be decapitated. Praying for forgiveness, Pilate was visited by an angel of the Lord, who reassured the Roman governor by promising him that all Christendom should remember his name, and that when Christ came the second time to judge his people, he, Pilate, should come before him as his witness. Stories like the foregoing represent the incrustations that have attached themselves to the body of Christianity during the centuries. The popular mind itself has been the self-appointed guardian and perpetuator of these legends, bitterly opposing every effort to divest the faith of these questionable accumulations. While popular tradition often contains certain basic elements of truth, these elements are usually distorted out of all proportion. Thus, while the generalities of the story may be fundamentally true, the details are hopelessly erroneous. Of truth, as of beauty, it may be said that it is most adorned when unadorned. Through the mist of fantastic accounts which obscure the true foundation of the Christian faith is faintly visible to the discerning few a great and noble doctrine communicated to the world by a great and noble soul. Joseph and Mary, two devout and holy-minded souls, consecrated to the service of God and dreaming of the coming of a Messiah to serve Israel, obeyed the injunctions of the high priest of the Essenes to prepare a body for the coming of a great soul. Thus, of an immaculate conception, Jesus was born. By immaculate is meant clean, rather than supernatural. Jesus was reared and educated by the Essenes, and later initiated into the most profound of their mysteries. Like all great initiates, he must travel in an easterly direction, and the silent years of his life no doubt were spent in familiarizing himself with that secret teaching, later to be communicated by him to the world. Having consummated the ascetic practices of his order, he attained to the Christening. Having thus reunited himself with his own spiritual source, he then went forth in the name of the one who has been crucified since before the worlds were, and, gathering about him disciples and apostles, he instructed them in that secret teaching which had been lost, in part at least, from the doctrines of Israel. His fate is unknown, but in all probability he suffered that persecution which is the lot of those who seek to reconstruct the ethical, philosophical, or religious systems of their day. To the multitudes, Jesus spoke in parables. To his disciples, he also spoke in parables, though of a more exalted and philosophic nature. Voltaire said that Plato should have been canonized by the Christian Church for being the first propounder of the Christos mystery. He contributed more to its fundamental doctrines than any other single individual. Jesus disclosed to his disciples that the lower world is under the control of a great spiritual being which had fashioned it according to the will of the Eternal Father. The mind of this great angel was both the mind of the world and also the worldly mind, so that men should not die of worldliness. The Eternal Father sent unto creation the eldest and most exalted of his powers, the divine mind. This divine mind offered itself as a living sacrifice and was broken up and eaten by the world. Having given its spirit and its body at a secret and sacred supper to the 12 manners of rational creatures, this divine mind became a part of every living thing. Man was thereby enabled to use this power as a bridge across which he might pass and attain immortality. He who lifted up his soul to this divine mind and served it was righteous, and having attained righteousness, liberated this divine mind, which thereupon returned again in glory to its own divine source. And because he had brought to them this knowledge, the disciples said to one another, Lo, he is himself, this mind, personified. The Arthurian Cycle and Legend of the Holy Grail. According to legend, the body of the Christos, the spiritual law, was given into the keeping of 2 men, of whom the Gospels make but brief mention. These were Nicodemus and Joseph of Arimathea, both devout men who, though not listed among the disciples or apostles of the Christos, were of all men chosen to be custodians of his sacred remains. Joseph of Arimathea was one of the initiated brethren and is called by A. E. Waite in his A New Encyclopedia of Freemasonry the first bishop of Christendom, just as the temporal or visible power of the Holy See was established by St. Peter. So the spiritual or invisible body of the faith was entrusted to the secret church of the Holy Grail through apostolic succession from Joseph of Arimathea, into whose keeping had been given the perpetual symbols of the covenant, the ever-flowing cup, and the bleeding spear. The Round Table of King Arthur. From Jennings, The Rosicrucians, Their Rites and Mysteries. According to tradition, Arthur, when a boy of 15, was crowned King of Britain in A.D. 516. Soon after his ascension to the throne, he founded the Order of the Knights of the Round Table at Windsor. Thereafter, the knights met annually at Caerleon, Winchester, or at Camelot to celebrate Pentecost. From all parts of Europe came the brave and the bold, seeking admission into this noble order of British knighthood. Nobility, virtue, and valor were its requirements, and those possessing these qualities to a marked degree were welcome to King Arthur's court at Camelot. Having gathered the bravest and noblest knights of Europe about him, King Arthur chose 24 who excelled all the others in daring and integrity, and formed of them his circle of the Round Table. According to legend, each of these knights was so great in dignity and power that none could occupy a more exalted seat than another, so when they gathered at the table to celebrate the anniversary of their foundation, it was necessary to use a round table that all might occupy chairs of equal importance. While it is probable that the Order of the Round Table had its distinctive rituals and symbols, the knowledge of them has not survived the ages. Elias Ashmole, in his volume on the Order of the Garter, inserted a double-page plate showing the insignia of all the orders of knighthood, the block set aside for the symbol of the Round Table being left blank. The chief reason for the loss of the symbolism of the Round Table was the untimely death of King Arthur upon the field of Camblin, A.D. 542, in the 41st year of his life. While he destroyed his bitter enemy, Mordred, in this famous battle, it cost him not only his own life but the lives of nearly all his knights of the Round Table, who died defending their commander. Presumably, obeying instructions of St. Philip, Joseph of Arimathea, carrying the sacred relics, reached Britain after passing through many and varied hardships. Here a site was allotted to him for the erection of a church, and in this manner Glastonbury Abbey was founded. Joseph planted his staff in the earth, and it took root, becoming a miraculous thorn bush which blossomed twice a year, and which is now called the Glastonbury thorn. The end of the life of Joseph of Arimathea is unknown. By some it is believed that, like Enoch, he was translated, by others that he was buried in Glastonbury Abbey. Repeated attempts have been made to find the Holy Grail, which many believe to have been hidden in a crypt beneath the ancient abbey. The Glastonbury chalice, recently discovered, and by the devout supposed to be the original Sangreal, can scarcely be accepted as genuine by the critical investigator. Beyond its inherent interest as a relic, like the famous Antioch chalice, it actually proves nothing when it is realized that practically little more was known about the Christian mysteries 18 centuries ago than can be discovered today. The origin of the Grail myth, as of nearly every other element in the great drama, is curiously elusive. Sufficient foundation for it may be found in the folklore of the British Isles, which contains many accounts of magic cauldrons, kettles, cups, and drinking horns. The earliest Grail legends describe the cup as a veritable horn of plenty. Its contents were inexhaustible, and those who served it never hungered or thirsted. One account states that no matter how desperately ill a person might be, he could not die within 8 days of beholding the cup. Some authorities believe the Holy Grail to be the perpetuation of the Holy Cup used in the rites of Adonis and Attis. A communion cup or chalice was used in several of the ancient mysteries, and the god Bacchus is frequently symbolized in the form of a vase, cup, or urn. In nature worship, the ever-flowing Grail signifies the bounty of the harvest, by which the life of man is sustained. Like Mercury's bottomless pitcher, it is the inexhaustible fountain of natural resource. From the evidence at hand, it would indeed be erroneous to ascribe a purely Christian origin to the Grail symbolism. In the Arthurian cycle appears a strange and mysterious figure, Merlin, the magician. In one of the legends concerning him, it is declared that when Jesus was sent to liberate the world from the bondage of evil, the adversary determined to send an Antichrist to undo his labors. The devil, therefore, in the form of a horrible dragon, overshadowed a young woman who had taken refuge in sanctuary to escape the evil which had destroyed her family. When Merlin, her child, was born, he partook of the characteristics of his human mother and demon father. Merlin, however, did not serve the powers of darkness, but, being converted into the true light, retained only 2 of the supernatural powers inherited from his father, prophecy and miracle working. The story of Merlin's infernal father must really be considered as an allegorical allusion to the fact that he was a philosophical son of the serpent or dragon, a title applied to all initiates of the mysteries, who thus acknowledge nature as their mortal father and wisdom in the form of the serpent or dragon as their immortal father. Confusion of the dragon and serpent with the powers of evil has resulted as an inevitable consequence from misinterpretation of the early chapters of Genesis. The Great George and Collar of the Garter, from Ashmole's Order of the Garter. The Order of the Garter was probably formed by Edward III in imitation of King Arthur's Knights of the Round Table, which institution was hopelessly scattered after the Battle of Camblin. The popular story to the effect that the Countess of Salisbury's garter was the original inspiration for the foundation of the order is untenable. The motto of the Order of the Garter is Honi soit qui mal y pense. Shamed be he who thinks evil of it. St. George is looked upon as the patron of the order, for he typifies the higher nature of man, overcoming the dragon of his own lower nature. While St. George is supposed to have lived during the 3rd century, it is probable that he was a mythological personage borrowed from pagan mythology. Arthur, while an infant, was given into the keeping of Merlin, the mage, and in his youth instructed by him in the secret doctrine and probably initiated into the deepest secrets of natural magic. With Merlin's assistance, Arthur became the leading general of Britain, a degree of dignity which has been confused with kingship. After Arthur had drawn the sword of Branstock from the anvil and thus established his divine right to leadership, Merlin further assisted him to secure from the Lady of the Lake the sacred sword Excalibur. After the establishment of the Round Table, having fulfilled his duty, Merlin disappeared, according to one account vanishing into the air, where he still exists as a shadow communicating at will with mortals, according to another retiring of his own accord into a great stone vault which he sealed from within. It is reasonably certain that many legends regarding Charlemagne were later associated with Arthur, who is most famous for establishing the Order of the Round Table at Winchester. Reliable information is not to be had concerning the ceremonies and initiatory rituals of the Round Table. In one story, the table was endowed with the powers of expansion and contraction so that 15 or 1,500 could be seated around it, according to whatever need might arise. The most common accounts fixed the number of knights who could be seated at one time at the Round Table at either 12 or 24. The 12 signified the signs of the zodiac and also the apostles of Jesus. The knights' names and also their heraldic arms were emblazoned upon their chairs. When 24 are shown seated at the table, each of the 12 signs of the zodiac is divided into two parts, a light and a dark half, to signify the nocturnal and diurnal phases of each sign. As each sign of the zodiac is ascending for 2 hours every day, so the 24 knights represent the hours, the 24 elders before the throne in Revelation, and 24 Persian deities who represent the spirits of the divisions of the day. In the center of the table was the symbolic rose of the Passion of our Lord Jesus Christ, the symbol of resurrection in that he rose from the dead. There was also a mysterious empty seat called the Siege Perilous, in which none might sit except he who was successful in his quest for the Holy Grail. The nimbus and aureole in symbolism, from Audsley's Handbook of Christian Symbolism. The golden halos around the heads of pagan gods and Christian saints refer both to their being bathed in the glory of the sun and also to the fact that a spiritual sun within their own natures is radiating its glow ray and surrounding them with celestial splendor. Whenever the nimbus is composed of straight, radiant lines, it is solar in significance. Whenever curved lines are used for beams, it partakes lunar nature. Whenever they are united, it symbolizes a harmonious blending of both principles. The circular nimbus is solar and masculine, while the lozenge-shaped nimbus, or Vesica Pisces, is lunar and feminine. The same symbolism is preserved in the circular and lozenge-shaped windows of cathedrals. There is a complete science contained in the shape, color, and adornments of the halos of saints and martyrs. A plain golden ring usually surrounds the head of a canonized saint, while God the Father and God the Son have a far more ornate aureole, usually adorned with a St. George cross, a flowered cross, or a lilied cross, with only 3 of the arms visible. In the personality of Arthur is to be found a new form of the ever-recurrent cosmic myth. The Prince of Britain is the sun, his knights are the zodiac, and his flashing sword may be the sun's ray with which he fights and vanquishes the dragons of darkness, or it may represent the earth's axis. Arthur's round table is the universe, the siege perilous, the throne of the perfect man. In its terrestrial sense, Arthur was the Grand Master of a secret Christian Masonic brotherhood of philosophic mystics who termed themselves knights. Arthur received the exalted position of Grand Master of these knights because he had faithfully accomplished the withdrawal of the sword, or spirit, from the anvil of the base metals, his lower nature. As invariably happens, the historical Arthur soon was confused with the allegories and myths of his order, until now, as the two are inseparable. After Arthur's death on the field of Camblin, his mysteries ceased, and esoterically he was borne away on a black barge, as is so beautifully described by Tennyson in his Morte d'Arthur. The great sword Excalibur was also cast back into the waters of eternity, all of which is a vivid portrayal of the descent of cosmic night at the end of the day of universal manifestation. The body of the historical Arthur was probably interred at Glastonbury Abbey, a building closely identified with the mystic rites of both the Grail and the Arthurian cycle. The medieval Rosicrucians were undoubtedly in possession of the true secret of the Arthurian cycle and the Grail legend, much of their symbolism having been incorporated into that order. Though the most obvious of all keys to the Christos mystery, the Grail legend, has received the least consideration. The Cross and the Crucifixion. One of the most interesting legends concerning the cross is that preserved in Aurea Legenda by Jacobus de Vorgane. The story is to the effect that Adam, feeling the end of his life was near, entreated his son Seth to make a pilgrimage to the Garden of Eden and secure from the angel on guard at the entrance the oil of mercy, which God had promised mankind. Seth did not know the way, but his father told him it was in an eastward direction, and the path would be easy to follow, for when Adam and Eve were banished from the garden of the Lord, upon the path which their feet had trod, grass had never grown. Seth, following the directions of his father, discovered the Garden of Eden without difficulty. The angel who guarded the gate permitted him to enter, and in the midst of the garden Seth beheld a great tree, the branches of which reached up to heaven. The tree was in the form of a cross and stood on the brink of a precipice which led downward into the depths of hell. Among the roots of the tree he saw the body of his brother Cain, held prisoner by the entwining limbs. The angel refused to give Seth the oil of mercy, but presented him instead with 3 seeds from the tree of life, some say the tree of knowledge. With these, Seth returned to his father, who was so overjoyed that he did not desire to live longer. 3 days later he died, and the 3 seeds were buried in his mouth, as the angel had instructed. The seeds became a sapling with 3 trunks in one, which absorbed into itself the blood of Adam, so that the life of Adam was in the tree. Noah dug up this tree by the roots and took it with him into the ark. After the waters subsided, he buried the skull of Adam under Mount Calvary and planted the tree on the summit of Mount Lebanon. Moses beheld a visionary being in the midst of this tree, the burning bush, and from it cut the magical rod with which he was able to bring water out of a stone. But because he failed to call upon the Lord the second time he struck the rock, he was not permitted to carry the sacred staff into the promised land, so he planted it in the hills of Moab. After much searching, King David discovered the tree, and his son, Solomon, tried to use it for a pillar in his temple, but his carpenters could not cut it so that it would fit. It was always either too long or too short. At last, disgusted, they cast it aside and used it for a bridge to connect Jerusalem with the surrounding hills. When the Queen of Sheba came to visit King Solomon, she was expected to walk across the bridge. Instead, when she beheld the tree, she refused to put her foot upon it, but, after kneeling and praying, removed her sandals and forded the stream. This so impressed King Solomon that he ordered the log to be overlaid with golden pieces and placed above the door of his temple. There it remained until his covetous grandson stole the gold and buried the tree so that the crime would not be discovered. From the ground where the tree was buried, there immediately bubbled forth a spring of water, which became known as Bethesda. To it, the sick from all Syria came to be healed. The angel of the pool became the guardian of the tree, and it remained undisturbed for many years. Eventually, the log floated to the surface and was used as a bridge again, this time between Calvary and Jerusalem, and over it Jesus passed to be crucified. There was no wood on Calvary, so the tree was cut into 2 parts to serve as the cross upon which the Son of Man was crucified. The cross was set up at the very spot where the skull of Adam had been buried. Later, when the cross was discovered by the Empress Helena, the wood was found to be of 4 different varieties contained in one tree, representing the elements, and thereafter the cross continued to heal all the sick who were permitted to touch it. The prevalent idea that the reverence for the cross is limited to the Christian world is disproved by even the most superficial investigation of its place in religious symbolism. The early Christians used every means possible to conceal the pagan origin of their symbols, doctrines, and rituals. They either destroyed the sacred books of other peoples among whom they settled, or made them inaccessible to students of comparative philosophy, apparently believing that in this way they could stamp out all record of the pre-Christian origin of their doctrines. In some cases, the writings of various ancient authors were tampered with, passages of a compromising nature being removed, or foreign material interpolated. The supposedly spurious passage in Josephus concerning Jesus is an example adduced to illustrate this proclivity. The Lost Libraries of Alexandria. Prior to the Christian era, 700,000 of the most valuable books, written upon parchment, papyrus, vellum, and wax, and also tablets of stone, terracotta, and wood, were gathered from all parts of the ancient world and housed in Alexandria, in buildings specially prepared for the purpose. This magnificent repository of knowledge was destroyed by a series of 3 fires. The parts that escaped the conflagration, lighted by Caesar to destroy the fleet in the harbor, were destroyed about AD 389 by the Christians in obedience to the edict of Theodosius, who had ordered the destruction of the Serapeum, a building sacred to Serapis in which the volumes were kept. This conflagration is supposed to have destroyed the library that Marcus Antonius had presented to Cleopatra to compensate in part for that burned in the fire of the year 51. Concerning this, H.P. Blavatsky in Isis Unveiled has written, "They, the rabbis of Palestine and the wise men, say that not all the rolls and manuscripts reported in history to have been burned by Caesar, by the Christian mob in 389, and by the Arab general Amru, perished, as it is commonly believed, and the story they tell is the following. At the time of the contest for the throne in 51 BC, between Cleopatra and her brother Dionysius Ptolemy the Bruchian, which contained over 700,000 rolls all bound in wood and fireproof parchment, was undergoing repairs, and a great portion of the original manuscripts, considered among the most precious, and which were not duplicated, were stored away in the house of one of the librarians. Several hours passed between the burning of the fleet, set on fire by Caesar's order, and the moment when the first buildings situated near the harbor caught fire in their turn, and the librarians, aided by several hundred slaves attached to the museum, succeeded in saving the most precious of the rolls. In all probability, the books which were saved lie buried either in Egypt or in India, and until they are discovered, the modern world must remain in ignorance concerning many great philosophical and mystical truths. The ancient world more clearly understood these missing links, the continuity of the pagan mysteries in Christianity. The Cross in Pagan Symbolism. In his article on the cross and crucifixion in the Encyclopaedia Britannica, Thomas McCall Fallow casts much light on the antiquity of this ideograph. The use of the cross as a religious symbol in pre-Christian times and among non-Christian peoples may probably be regarded as most universal, and in very many cases it was connected with some form of nature worship. History of the Holy Cross, from Bergeau's History of the Holy Cross. 1. Adam directing Seth how to reach the Garden of Eden. 2. Seth placing the 3 seeds from the tree of life under the tongue of the dead Adam. 3. The Queen of Sheba refusing to place her feet upon the sacred tree, forded the stream. 4. Placing the sacred tree over the door of Solomon's temple. 5. The crucifixion of Christ upon a cross made from the wood of the holy tree. 6. Distinguishing the true cross from the other 2 by testing its power to raise a corpse to life. Not only is the cross itself a familiar object in the art of all nations, but the veneration for it is an essential part of the religious life of the greater part of humanity. It is a common symbol among the American Indians, North, Central, and South. William W. Seymour states, "The Aztec goddess of rain bore a cross in her hand, and the Toltecs claimed that their deity, Quetzalcoatl, taught them the sign and ritual of the cross. Hence his staff or scepter of power resembled a crosier, and his mantle was covered with red crosses." The cross in tradition, history, and art. The cross is also highly revered by the Japanese and Chinese. To the Pythagoreans, the most sacred of all numbers was the 10, the symbol of which is an X, or cross. In both the Japanese and Chinese languages, the character of the number 10 is a cross. The Buddhist wheel of life is composed of 2 crosses superimposed, and its 8 points are still preserved to Christendom in the peculiarly formed cross of the Knights Templars, which is essentially Buddhistic. India has preserved the cross not only in its carvings and paintings, but also in its architectonics. A great number of its temples, like the churches and cathedrals of Christendom, are raised from cruciform foundations. On the mandalas of the Tibetans, heaven is laid out in the form of a cross, with a demon king at each of the 4 gates. A remarkable cross of great antiquity was discovered in the island caves of Elephanta, in the harbor of Bombay. Crosses of various kinds were favorite motifs in the art of Chaldea, Phoenicia, Egypt, and Assyria. The initiates of the Eleusinian mysteries of Greece were given a cross which they suspended about their necks on a chain, or cord, at the time of initiation. To the Rosicrucians, alchemists, and Illuminati, the cross was the symbol of light, because each of the 3 letters, L, V, X, is derived from some part of the cross. The Tau Cross. There are 3 distinct forms of the cross. The first is called the Tau, more correctly, the Tav. It closely resembles the modern letter T, consisting of a horizontal bar resting on a vertical column, the 2 arms being of equal length. An oak tree cut off some feet above the ground, and its upper part laid across the lower in this form, was the symbol of the Druid god Hu. It is suspected that this symbol originated among the Egyptians from the spread of the horns of a bull or ram, Taurus or Aries, and the vertical line of its face. This is sometimes designated as the hammer cross, because if held by its vertical base, it is not unlike a mallet or gavel. In one of the Kabbalistic Masonic legends, Hiram Abiff is given a hammer in the form of a tau by his ancestor, Tubal-Cain. The Tau cross is preserved to modern masonry under the symbol of the T-square. This appears to be the oldest form of the cross extant. The Tau cross was inscribed on the forehead of every person admitted into the mysteries of Mithras. When a king was initiated into the Egyptian mysteries, the Tau was placed against his lips. It was tattooed upon the bodies of the candidates in some of the American Indian mysteries. To the Kabbalist, the Tau stood for heaven and the Pythagorean Tetractys. The caduceus of Hermes was an outgrowth of the Tau cross. See Albert Pike. The Tau cross. The Tau cross was the sign which the Lord told the people of Jerusalem to mark on their foreheads, as related by the prophet Ezekiel. It was also placed as a symbol of liberation upon those charged with crimes, but acquitted. The crux ansata. The second type was that of a T, or Tau cross, surmounted by a circle, often foreshortened to the form of an upright oval. This was called by the ancients the crux ansata, or the cross of life. It was the key to the mysteries of antiquity, and it probably gave rise to the more modern story of St. Peter's golden key to heaven. In the mysteries of Egypt, the candidate passed through all forms of actual and imaginary dangers, holding above his head the crux ansata, before which the powers of darkness fell back abashed. The student is reminded of the words, "In hoc signo vinces." The Tau form of the cross is not unlike the seal of Venus, as Richard Payne Knight has noted. He states, "The cross in this form is sometimes observable on coins, and several of them were found in the temple of Serapis, the Serapeum, demolished at the general destruction of those edifices by the Emperor Theodosius, and were said by the Christian antiquaries of that time to signify the future life. Man has 4 vehicles, or mediums, of expression by means of which the spiritual ego contacts the external universe: the physical nature, the vital nature, the emotional nature, and the mental nature. Each of these partakes in principle of one of the primary elements, and the 4 creatures assigned to them by the Kabbalists cause the cross to be symbolic of the compound nature of man. The crux ansata. Both the cross and the circle were phallic symbols, for the ancient world venerated the generative powers of nature as being expressive of the creative attributes of the deity. The crux ansata, by combining the masculine Tau with the feminine oval, exemplified the principles of generation. The Easter Island figure showing crux ansata on reverse. That the crux ansata migrated to many parts of the earth is proved by the fact that it was sculpted upon the back of at least one of the mysterious stone figures found on Easter Island in the South Pacific. The statue in question, one of the smallest in the group, was brought to London by a sailing ship and is now in the British Museum. The crux ansata on the reverse side is plainly visible. Augustus Le Plongeon, in his Sacred Mysteries among the Mayas and Quiches, notes that the crux ansata, which he calls the key to the Nile and the symbol of symbols, either in its complete form or as a simple Tau, was to be seen adorning the breasts of statues and bas-reliefs at Palenque, Copan, and throughout Central America. He notes that it was always associated with water, that among the Babylonians it was the emblem of water gods, among the Scandinavians of heaven and immortality, and among the Mayas of rejuvenation and freedom from physical suffering. Concerning the association of this symbol with the waters of life, Count Goblet d'Alviela, in his Migration of Symbols, calls attention to the fact that an instrument resembling the crux ansata and called the Nilometer was used by the ancient Egyptians for measuring and regulating the inundations of the river Nile. It is probable that this relationship to the Nile caused it to be considered the symbol of life, for Egypt depended entirely upon the inundations of this river for the irrigation necessary to ensure sufficient crops. In the papyrus scrolls, the crux ansata is shown issuing from the mouths of Egyptian kings when they pardoned enemies, and it was buried with them to signify the immortality of the soul. It was carried by many of the gods and goddesses and apparently signified their divine benevolence and life-giving power. The Cairo Museum contains a magnificent collection of crosses of many shapes, sizes, and designs, proving that they were a common symbol among the Egyptians. The Roman and Greek Catholic crosses. The third form of the cross is the familiar Roman or Greek type, which is closely associated with the crucifixion of Jesus Christ, although it is improbable that the cross used resembled its more familiar modern form. There are unlimited sub-varieties of crosses, differing in the relative proportions of their vertical and horizontal sections. Among these secret orders of different generations, we find compounded crosses, such as the triple tau in the Royal Arch of Freemasonry, and the double and triple crosses of both Masonic and Roman Catholic symbolism. To the Christian, the cross has a twofold significance. First, it is the symbol of the death of his Redeemer, through whose martyrdom he feels that he partakes of the glory of God. Secondly, it is the symbol of humility, patience, and the burden of life. It is interesting that the cross should be both a symbol of life and a symbol of death. Many nations deeply considered the astronomical aspect of religion, and it is probable that the Persians, Greeks, and Hindus looked upon the cross as a symbol of the equinoxes and the solstices, in the belief that at certain seasons of the year the sun was symbolically crucified upon these imaginary celestial angles. The fact that so many nations have regarded their Savior as a personification of the sun globe is convincing evidence that the cross must exist as an astronomical element in pagan allegory. Augustus Le Plongeon believed that the veneration for the cross was partly due to the rising of a constellation called the Southern Cross, which immediately preceded the annual rains, and as the natives of those latitudes relied wholly upon these rains to raise their crops, they viewed the cross as an annual promise of the approaching storms, which, to them, meant life. There are 4 basic elements, according to both ancient philosophy and modern science, and the ancients represented them by the 4 arms of the cross, placing at the end of each arm a mysterious Kabbalistic creature to symbolize the power of one of these elements. Thus, they symbolized the element of earth by a bull, water by a scorpion, a serpent, or an eagle, fire by a lion, and air by a human head surrounded by wings. It is significant that the 4 letters inscribed upon parchment, some say wood, and fastened to the top of the cross at the time of the crucifixion, should be the first letters of the 4 Hebrew words, which stand for the 4 elements: Ayamin, the sea or water; Nor, fire; Ruach, the air; and Ayabeska, the dry earth. See Morals and Dogma by Albert Pike. That a cross can be formed by opening or unfolding the surfaces of a cube has caused that symbol to be associated with the earth. Though a cross within a circle has long been regarded as a sign of the planet Earth, it should really be considered as the symbol of the composite element Earth, since it is composed of the 4 triangles of the elements. For thousands of years, the cross has been identified with the plan of salvation for humanity. The elements, salt, sulfur, mercury, and azoth, used in making the philosopher's stone in alchemy, were often symbolized by a cross. The cross of the 4 cardinal angles also had its secret significance, and Masonic parties of 3 still go forth to the 4 cardinal points of the compass in search of the lost word. The material of which the cross was formed was looked upon as being an essential element in its symbolism. Thus, a golden cross symbolized illumination, a silver cross, purification, a cross of base metals, humiliation, a cross of wood, aspiration. The fact that among many nations it was customary to spread the arms in prayer has influenced the symbolism of the cross, which, because of its shape, has come to be regarded as emblematic of the human body. The 4 major divisions of the human structure, bones, muscles, nerves, and arteries, are considered to have contributed to the symbolism of the cross. This is especially due to the fact that the spinal nerves cross at the base of the spine, and is a reminder that our Lord was crucified also in Egypt. The Crucifixion, a Cosmic Allegory. Saviors unnumbered have died for the sins of man and by the hands of man, and through their deaths have interceded in heaven for the souls of their executioners. The martyrdom of the God-man and the redemption of the world through his blood has been an essential tenet of many great religions. Nearly all these stories can be traced to sun worship, for the glorious orb of day is the Savior who dies annually for every creature within his universe, but year after year rises again victorious from the tomb of winter. Without doubt, the doctrine of the crucifixion is based upon the secret traditions of the ancient wisdom. It is a constant reminder that the divine nature of man is perpetually crucified upon the animal organism. Certain of the pagan mysteries included in the ceremony of initiation the crucifixion of the candidate upon a cross, or the laying of his body upon a cruciform altar. It has been claimed that Apollonius of Tyana, the Antichrist, was initiated into the arcanum of Egypt in the Great Pyramid, where he hung upon a cross until unconscious and was then laid in the tomb, the coffer, for 3 days. While his body was unconscious, his soul was thought to pass into the realms of immortals, the place of death. After it had vanquished death, by recognizing that life is eternal, it returned again to the body, which then rose from the coffer, after which he was hailed as a brother by the priests, who believed that he had returned from the land of the dead. The concept was, in substance, the teaching of the mysteries. Apollonius of Tyana, from Historia Deorum Fatidicorum. Concerning Apollonius and his remarkable powers, Francis Barrett, in his Biographia Antiqua, after describing how Apollonius quelled a riot without speaking a word, continues, "He traveled much, professed himself a legislator, understood all languages without having learned them. He had the surprising faculty of knowing what was transacted at an immense distance, and at the time the Emperor Domitian was stabbed, Apollonius, being at a vast distance, and standing in the marketplace of the city, exclaimed, 'Strike! Strike! 'Tis time, the tyrant is no more.' He understood the language of birds. He condemned dancing and other diversions of that sort. He recommended charity and piety, and traveled over almost all the countries of the world, and he died at a very great age." The Crucified Saviors. The list of the deathless mortals who suffered for man that he might receive the boon of eternal life is an imposing one. Among those connected historically or allegorically with a crucifixion are Prometheus, Adonis, Apollo, Eris, Bacchus, Buddha, Krishna, Horus, Indra, Ixion, Mithras, Osiris, Pythagoras, Quetzalcoatl, Semiramis, and Jupiter. According to the fragmentary accounts extant, all these heroes gave their lives to the service of humanity, and, with 1 or 2 exceptions, died as martyrs for the cause of human progress. In many mysterious ways, the manner of their death has been designedly concealed, but it is possible that most of them were crucified upon a cross or tree. The first friend of man, the immortal Prometheus, was crucified on the pinnacle of Mount Caucasus, and a vulture was placed over his liver to torment him throughout eternity by clawing and rending his flesh with its talons. Prometheus disobeyed the edict of Zeus by bringing fire and immortality to man, so for man he suffered until the coming of Hercules released him from his ages of torment. Concerning the crucifixion of the Persian Mithras, J.P. Lundy has written, "Dupuis tells us that Mithra was put to death by crucifixion and rose again on the 25th of March. In the Persian mysteries, the body of a young man, apparently dead, was exhibited, which was feigned to be restored to life. By his sufferings he was believed to have worked their salvation, and on this account he was called their savior. His priests watched his tomb to the midnight of the vigil of the 25th of March, with loud cries and in darkness, when all at once the light burst forth from all parts. The priest cried, 'Rejoice, O sacred initiated, your God is risen. His death, his pains and sufferings have worked your salvation.' See Monumental Christianity. In some cases, as in that of the Buddha, the crucifixion mythos must be taken in an allegorical rather than a literal sense, for the manner of his death has been recorded by his own disciples in the Book of the Great Decease. However, the mere fact that the symbolic reference to death upon a tree has been associated with these heroes is sufficient to prove the universality of the crucifixion story. The East Indian equivalent of Christ is the immortal Krishna, who, sitting in the forest playing his flute, charmed the birds and beasts by his music. It is supposed that this divinely inspired savior of humanity was crucified upon a tree by his enemies, but great care has been taken to destroy any evidence pointing in that direction. Louis Jacoliot, in his book The Bible in India, thus describes the death of Krishna. Krishna understood that the hour had come for him to quit the earth and return to the bosom of him who had sent him. Forbidding his disciples to follow him, he went, one day, to make his ablutions on the banks of the Ganges. Arriving at the sacred river, he plunged himself 3 times therein. Then, kneeling and looking to heaven, he prayed, expecting death. In this position he was pierced with arrows by one of those whose crimes he had unveiled, and who, hearing of his journey to the Ganges, had, with generation, a strong troop, followed with the design of assassinating him. The body of the god-man was suspended to the branches of a tree by his murderer, that it might become the prey of vultures. News of the death having spread, the people came in a crowd conducted by Arjuna, the dearest of the disciples of Krishna, to recover his sacred remains. But the mortal frame of the Redeemer had disappeared. No doubt it had regained the celestial abodes, and the tree to which it had been attached had become suddenly covered with great red flowers and diffused around it the sweetest perfume. Other accounts of the death of Krishna declare that he was tied to a cross-shaped tree before the arrows were aimed at him. The existence in Muurs, the Hindu pantheon, of a plate of Krishna with nail wounds in his hands and feet, and a plate in Inman's ancient faiths, showing an oriental deity with what might well be a nail hole in one of his feet, should be sufficient motive for further investigation of this subject by those of unbiased minds. Concerning the startling discoveries which had been made along these lines, J.P. Lundy, in his Monumental Christianity, presents the following information. Where did the Persians get their notion of this prophecy as thus interpreted respecting Christ and his saving mercy and love displayed on the cross? Both by symbol and actual crucifix, we see it on all their monuments. If it came from India, how did it get there, except from the one common and original center of all primitive and pure religion? There is a most extraordinary plate, illustrative of the whole subject, which representation I believe to be anterior to Christianity. It is copied from Moore's Hindu pantheon, not as a curiosity, but as a most singular monument of the crucifixion. I do not venture to give it a name, other than that of a crucifixion in space. Can it be the victim man, or the priest and victim both in one, of the Hindu mythology, who offered himself a sacrifice before the worlds were? Can it be Plato's second god, who impressed himself on the universe in the form of the cross? Or is it his divine man, who would be scourged, tormented, fettered, and have his eyes burnt out, and lastly, having suffered all manner of evils, would be crucified? Plato learned his theology in Egypt and the East, and must have known of the crucifixion of Krishna, Buddha, Mithra, et al. At any rate, the religion of India had its mythical crucified victim long anterior to Christianity, as a type of the real one, pro Deo et Ecclesia, and I am inclined to think that we have it in this remarkable plate. The modern world has been misled in its attitude toward the so-called pagan deities, and has come to view them in a light entirely different from their true characters and meanings. The ridicule and slander heaped by Christendom upon Krishna and Bacchus are excellent examples of the persecution of immortal principles by those who have utterly failed to sense the secret meaning of the allegories. Who was the crucified man of Greece, concerning whom vague rumors have been afloat? Higgins thinks it was Pythagoras, the true story of whose death was suppressed by early Christian authors because it conflicted with their teachings. Was it true also that the Roman legionaries carried on the field of battle standards upon which were crosses bearing the crucified Son-Man? The Crucifixion of Quetzalcoatl. One of the most remarkable of the crucified world saviors is the Central American god of the winds, or the sun, Quetzalcoatl, concerning whose activities great secrecy was maintained by the Indian priests of Mexico and Central America. This strange immortal, whose name means feathered snake, appears to have come out of the sea, bringing with him a mysterious cross. On his garments were embellished clouds and red crosses. In his honor, great serpents carved from stones were placed in different parts of Mexico. The Crucifixion of Quetzalcoatl, from the Codex Borgianus, from Kingsborough's Antiquities of Mexico. Lord Kingsborough writes, "May we not refer to the 73rd page of the Borgian manuscript, which represents Quetzalcoatl both crucified and, as it were, cut in pieces for the cauldron, and with equal reason demand, whether anyone can help thinking that the Jews of the New World," Lord Kingsborough sought to prove that the Mexicans were descendants of the Jews, applied to their Messiah not only all the prophecies containing in the Old Testament relating to Christ, but likewise many of the incidents recorded of him in the Gospels. The cross of Quetzalcoatl became a sacred symbol among the Mayas, and according to available records, the Maya Indian angels had crosses of various pigments painted on their foreheads. Similar crosses were placed over the eyes of those initiated into their mysteries. When Cortez arrived in Mexico, he brought with him the cross. Recognizing this, the natives believed that he was Quetzalcoatl returned, for the latter had promised to come back in the infinite future and redeem his people. In Anacalypsis, Godfrey Higgins throws some light on the cross and its symbolism in America. The Incas had a cross of a very fine marble, or beautiful jasper, highly polished, of one piece, 3/4 of an ell in length, and 3 fingers in width and thickness. It was kept in a sacred chamber of a palace and held in great veneration. The Spaniards enriched this cross with gold and jewels and placed it in the Cathedral of Cusco. Mexican temples are in the form of a cross and face the 4 cardinal points. Quetzalcoatl is represented in the paintings of the Codex Borgianus, nailed to the cross. Sometimes even the 2 thieves are crucified with him. In Volume 2, Plate 75, the god is crucified in the heavens, in a circle of 19 figures, the number of the Metonic cycle. A serpent is depriving him of the organs of generation. In the Codex Borgianus, pages 4, 72, 73, 75, the Mexican god is represented crucified and nailed to the cross, and in another place hanging to it with the cross in his hands. And in one instance, where the figure is not merely outlined, the cross is red, the clothes are colored, and the face and hands quite black. If this was the Christianity of the German Nestorius, how came he to teach that the crucified Savior was black? The name of the god who was crucified was Quetzalcoatl. The crucifixion of the Word in space, the crucifixion of the dove, often seen in religious symbolism, both of these are reminders of pagan overshadowing. The fact that a cross is formed by the spread of wings of a bird in relation to its body is no doubt one of the reasons why the Egyptians used a bird to symbolize the immortal nature of man, and often show it hovering over the mummified body of the dead and carrying in one of its claws the sign of life and in the other the sign of breath. The Nails of the Passion. The 3 nails of the Passion have found their way into the symbolism of many races and faiths. There are many legends concerning these nails. One of these is to the effect that originally there were 4 nails, but one was dematerialized by a Hebrew Kabbalist and magician just as they were about to drive it through the foot of the master. Hence it was necessary to cross the feet. Another legend relates that one of the nails was hammered into a crown and that it still exists as the imperial diadem of a European house. Still another story has it that the bit on the bridle of Constantine's horse was a passion nail. It is improbable, however, that the nails were made of iron, for at that time it was customary to use sharpened wooden pegs. Hargrave Jennings, in his Rosicrucians, Their Rites and Mysteries, calls attention to the fact that the mark or sign used in England to designate royal property and called the broad arrow is nothing more nor less than the 3 nails of the crucifixion grouped together, and that by placing them point to point, the ancient symbol of the Egyptian Tau cross is formed. The Crucifixion in Space, from Higgins, Anacalypsis. Of this remarkable Oriental drawing, J.P. Lundy has written, "It looks like a Christian crucifix in many respects, and in some others it does not. The drawing, attitude, and the nail marks in hands and feet indicate a Christian origin, while the Parthian coronet of 7 points, the absence of the wood and of the usual inscription, and the rays of glory above seem to point to some Christian origin. Can it be the victim man, or the priest and victim both in one, of the Hindu mythology, who offered himself a sacrifice before the worlds were?" In his Ancient Freemasonry, Frank C. Higgins reproduces the Masonic apron of a colossal stone figure at Quirigua, Guatemala. The central ornament of the apron is the 3 passion nails, arranged exactly like the British broad arrow. That 3 nails should be used to crucify the Christ, 3 murderers to kill Hiram Abith, and 3 wounds to slay Prince Ko, the Mexican Indian Osiris, is significant. C. W. King, in his Gnostics and Their Remains, thus describes a Gnostic gem. The Gnostic pleroma, or combination, of all the aeons is expressed by the outline of a man holding a scroll. The left hand is formed like 3 bent spikes or nails, unmistakably the same symbol that Belus often holds in his extended hand on the Babylonian cylinders, afterwards discovered by the Jewish Kabbalists in the points of the letter Shin, and by the medieval mystics in the 3 nails of the cross. From this point, Hargrave Jennings continues King's speculations, noting the resemblance of the nail to an obelisk or pillar, and that the Kabbalistic value of the Hebrew letter shin, or sin, is 300, namely 100 for each spike. The passion nails are highly important symbols, especially when it is realized that, according to the esoteric systems of culture, there are certain secret centers of force in the palms of the hands and in the soles of the feet. The driving of the nails and the flow of blood and water from the wounds were symbolic of certain secret philosophic practices of the temple. Many of the Oriental deities have mysterious symbols on the hands and feet. The so-called footprints of Buddha are usually embellished with a magnificent sunburst at the point where the nail pierced the foot of Christ. In his notes on the theology of Jakob Boehm, Dr. Franz Hartmann thus sums up the mystic symbolism of the crucifixion. The cross represents terrestrial life, and the crown of thorns the sufferings of the soul within the elementary body, but also the victory of the spirit over the elements of darkness. The body is naked, to indicate that the candidate for immortality must divest himself of all desires for terrestrial things. The figure is nailed to the cross, which symbolizes the death and surrender of the self-will, and that it should not attempt to accomplish anything by its own power, but merely serve as an instrument wherein the divine will is executed. Above the head are inscribed the letters I-N-R-J, whose most important meaning is, In nobis regent Jesus. Within ourselves reigns Jesus. But this signification of this inscription can be practically known only to those who have actually died relatively to the world of desires and risen above the temptation for personal existence, or, to express it in other words, those who have become alive in Christ, and in whom thus the kingdom of Jesus, the holy love will issuing from the heart of God, has been established. Jakob Boehm, the Teutonic Theosopher, from William Law's translation of The Works of Jakob Boehm. Jakob Boehm was born in the year 1575 in a village near Gorlitz and died in Silesia in 1624. He had but little schooling and was apprenticed at an early age to a shoemaker. He later became a journeyman shoemaker, married and had 4 children. One day, while tending his master's shoe shop, a mysterious stranger entered, who, while he seemed to possess but little of this world's goods, appeared to be most wise and noble in spiritual attainment. The stranger asked the price of a pair of shoes, but young Boehm did not dare to name a figure for fear that he would displease his master. The stranger insisted, and Boehm finally placed a valuation which was all that his master possibly could hope to secure for the shoes. The stranger immediately bought them and departed. A short distance down the street, the mysterious stranger stopped and cried out in a loud voice, "Jakob, Jakob, come forth." In amazement and fright, Boehm ran out of the house. The strange man fixed his eyes upon the youth, great eyes which sparkled and seemed filled with divine light. He took the boy's right hand and addressed him as follows, "Jakob, thou art little, but shalt be great, and become another man, such as one as at whom the world shall wonder. Therefore be pious, fear God, and reverence his word. Read diligently the Holy Scriptures, wherein you have comfort and instruction, for thou must endure much misery and poverty, and suffer persecution. But be courageous and persevere, for God loves and is gracious to thee." Deeply impressed by the prediction, Boehm became ever more intense in his search for truth. At last his labors were rewarded. For 7 days he remained in a mysterious condition, during which time the mysteries of the invisible world were revealed to him. It has been said of Jakob Boehm that he revealed to all mankind the deepest secrets of alchemy. He died surrounded by his families, his last words being, "Now I go hence into paradise." One of the most interesting interpretations of the crucifixion allegory is that which identifies the man Jesus with the personal consciousness of the individual. It is this personal consciousness that conceives of and dwells in the sense of separateness, and before the aspiring soul can be reunited with the ever-present and all-pervading Father, this personality must be sacrificed that the universal consciousness may be liberated. The mystery of the Apocalypse. The presence of the temple of Diana at Ephesus marked that city as sacred to the mystery religion, for the 7 wonders of the ancient world were erected to indicate the repositories of recondite knowledge. Of Ephesus, H.P. Blavatsky writes, It was a focus of the universal secret doctrines, the weird laboratory whence, fashioned in elegant Grecian phraseology, sprang the quintessence of Buddhistic, Zoroastrian, and Chaldean philosophy. Artemis, the gigantic concrete symbol of theosophical pantheistic abstractions, the Great Mother, Multimama, androgyne and patroness of the Ephesian writings, was conquered by Paul, but although the zealous converts of the apostles pretended to burn all their books on curious arts, enough of these remained for them to study when their first zeal had cooled off. See Isis Unveiled. Being a great center of pagan learning, Ephesus has been the locale for many early Christian myths. The assertion has been made that it was the last domicile of the Virgin Mary, also that the tomb of St. John the Divine was located there. According to legend, St. John did not depart from this life in the usual manner, but, selecting his vault, entered it while still alive, and closing the entrance behind him, vanished forever from mortal sight. A rumor was current in ancient Ephesus that St. John would sleep in his tomb until the return of the Savior, and that when the apostle turned over on his sepulchral couch, the earth above moved like the coverlets of a bed. Subjected to more criticism than any other book now incorporated in the New Testament, the Apocalypse, popularly accredited to St. John the Divine, is by far the most important but least understood of the Gnostic Christian writings. Though Justin Martyr declared the book of Revelation to have been written by John, one of Christ's apostles, its authorship was disputed as early as the 2nd century after Christ. In the 3rd century, these contentions became acute, and even Dionysius of Alexandria and Eusebius attacked the Johannine theory, declaring that the book of Revelation and the Gospel according to St. John were written by one Cerinthus, who borrowed the name of the great apostle, the better to foist his own doctrines upon the Christians. Later, Jerome questioned the authorship of the Apocalypse, and during the Reformation his objections were revived by Luther and Erasmus. The once generally accepted notion that the book of Revelation was the actual record of a mystical experience occurring to St. John while that seer was in exile in the Isle of Parmos is now regarded with disfavor by more critical scholars. Other explanations have therefore been advanced to account for the symbolism permeating the volume and the original motive for its writing. The more reasonable of these theories may be summed up as follows. First, upon the weight of evidence furnished by its own contents, the Book of Revelation may well be pronounced a pagan writing, one of the sacred books of the Eleusinian or Phrygian mysteries. As a corollary, the real author of a work setting forth the profundities of Egyptian and Greek mysticism must have been an initiate himself and consequently obligated to write only in the symbolic language of the mysteries. Second, it is possible that the Book of Revelation was written to reconcile the seeming discrepancies between the early Christian and pagan religious philosophies. When the zealots of the primitive Christian church sought to Christianize pagandom, the pagan initiates retorted with a powerful effort to paganize Christianity. The Christians failed, but the pagans succeeded. With the decline of paganism, the initiated pagan hierophants transferred their base of operations to the new vehicle of primitive Christianity, adopting the symbols of the new cult to conceal those eternal verities which are ever the priceless possession of the wise. The Apocalypse shows clearly the resultant fusion of pagan and Christian symbolism, and thus bears irrefutable evidence of the activities of these initiated minds operating through early Christianity. Third, the theory has been advanced that the Book of Revelation represents the attempt made by the unscrupulous members of a certain religious order to undermine the Christian mysteries by satirizing their philosophy. This nefarious end they hoped to attain by showing the new faith to be merely a restatement of the ancient pagan doctrines, by heaping ridicule upon Christianity, and by using its own symbols toward its disparagement. For example, the star which fell to earth, Revelation 8:10-11, could be construed to mean the Star of Bethlehem, and the bitterness of that star, called wormwood, and which poisoned mankind, could signify the false teachings of the Christian Church. While the last theory has gained a certain measure of popularity, the profundity of the Apocalypse leads the discerning reader to the inevitable conclusion that this is the least plausible of the three hypotheses. To those able to pierce the veil of its symbolism, the inspired source of the document requires no further corroborative evidence. In the final analysis, true philosophy can be limited by neither creed nor faction. In fact, it is incompatible with every artificial limitation of human thought. The question of the pagan or Christian origin of the book of Revelation is, consequently, of little importance. The intrinsic value of the book lies in its magnificent epitome of the universal mystery, an observation which led St. Jerome to declare that it is susceptible of 7 entirely different interpretations. Untrained in the reaches of ancient thought, the modern theologian cannot possibly cope with the complexities of the Apocalypse, for to him this mystic writing is but a phantasmagoria of the divine inspiration of which he is sorely tempted to question. In the limited space here available, it is possible to sketch but briefly a few of the salient figures of the vision of the seer of Patmos. A careful consideration of the various pagan mysteries will assist materially in filling the inevitable gaps in this abridgment. In the opening chapter of the Apocalypse, St. John describes the Alpha and Omega, who stood in the midst of the 7 golden candlesticks, surrounded by his flaming planetary regents. This sublime one thus epitomizes in one impressive and mysterious figure the entire sweep of humanity's evolutionary growth, past, present, and future. The first stages of man's earthly development, writes Rudolf Steiner, ran their course at a period when the earth was still fiery, and the first human incarnations were formed out of the element of fire. At the end of his earthly career, man will himself radiate his inner being outwards creatively by the force of the element of fire. This continuous development from the beginning to the end of the earth reveals itself to the seer when he sees on the astral plane the archetype of evolving man. The beginning of earthly evolution stands forth in the fiery feet, its end in the fiery countenance, and the complete power of the creative word, to be finally one, is seen in the fiery source coming out of the mouth. See Occult Seals and Columns. The Throne of God and of the Lamb, from Jacob Beeman's Works. Before the throne of God was the crystal sea representing the Shamayim, or the living waters which are above the heavens. Before the throne also were 4 creatures, a bull, a lion, an eagle, and a man. These represented the 4 corners of creation, and the multitude of eyes with which they were covered are the stars of the firmament. The 24 elders have the same significance as the priests gathered around the statue of Ceres in the greater Eleusinian rite, and also the Persian genii, or gods of the hours of the day, who, casting away their crowns, glorify the Holy One. As symbolic of the divisions of time, the elders adore the timeless and enduring Spirit in the midst of them. In his restored New Testament, James Morgan Preece traces the relationship of the various parts of the Alpha and Omega to the 7 sacred planets of the ancients. To quote, "The Logos figure described is a composite picture of the 7 sacred planets. He has the snowy white hair of Kronos, Father Time, the blazing eyes of wide-seeing Zeus, the sword of Arx, the shining face of Helios, and the chiton and girdle of Aphrodite. His feet are of Mercury, the metal sacred to Hermes, and his voice is like the murmur of the ocean's waves, the many waters, alluding to Selene, the moon goddess of the 4 seasons and of the waters. The 7 stars carried by this immense being in his right hand are the governors of the world. The flaming sword issuing from his mouth is the creative fiat, or word of power, by which the illusion of material permanence is slain. Here also is represented, in all his symbolic splendor, the Hierophant of the Phrygian mysteries, his various insignia emblematic of his divine attributes. 7 priests bearing lamps are his attendants, and the stars carried in his hand are the 7 schools of the mysteries, whose power he administers. As one born again out of spiritual darkness into perfect wisdom, this Archimagus is made to say, "I am he that liveth and was dead, and, behold, I am alive forevermore. Amen, and have the keys of hell and of death." In the 2nd and 3rd chapters, St. John delivers to the 7 churches which are in Asia the injunctions received by him from the Alpha and Omega. The churches are here analogous to the rungs of a Mithraic ladder, and John, being in the Spirit, ascended through the orbits of the 7 sacred planets until he reached the inner surface of the Empyrean. After the soul of the prophet, writes the anonymous author of Mankind, Their Origin and Destiny, in his ecstatic state has passed in its rapid flight through the 7 spheres, from the sphere of the moon to that of Saturn, or from the planet which corresponds to Cancer, the gate of men, to that of Capricorn, which is the gate of the gods. A new gate opens to him in the highest heaven, and in the zodiac, beneath which the 7 planets revolve. In a word, in the firmament, or that which the ancients called crystallinum primum, or the crystal heaven. When related to the Eastern system of metaphysics, these churches represent the chakras, or nerve ganglia, along the human spine, the door in heaven being the Brahmarandra, or point in the crown of the skull, Golgotha, through which the spinal spirit fire passes to liberation. The church of Ephesus corresponds to the Muladhara, or sacral ganglion, and the other churches to the higher ganglia according to the order given in Revelation. Dr. Steiner discovers a relationship between the 7 churches and the divisions of the Aryan race. Thus, the Church of Ephesus stands for the Arch-Indian branch, the Church of Smyrna, the Arch-Persians, the Church of Pergamos, the Chaldean Egyptian Semitic, the Church of Thyatira, the Grecian Latin Roman, the Church of Sardis, the Teuton Anglo-Saxon, the Church of Philadelphia, the Slavic, and the Church of Laodicea, the Manichaean. The 7 churches also signify the Greek vowels, of which alpha and omega are the first and the last. A difference of opinion exists as to the order in which the 7 planars should be related to the churches. Some proceed from the hypothesis that Saturn represents the Church of Ephesus, but from the fact that this city was sacred to the moon goddess, and also that the sphere of the moon is the first above that of the earth, the planets obviously should ascend in their ancient order from the moon to Saturn. From Saturn the soul would naturally ascend through the door in the Empyrean. In the 4th and 5th chapters, St. John describes the throne of God upon which sat the Holy One, which was and is to come. About the throne were 24 lesser seats, upon which sat 24 elders, arrayed in white garments and wearing crowns of gold. And out of the throne proceeded lightnings and thunderings and voices, and there were 7 lamps of fire burning before the throne, which are the 7 spirits of God. He who sat upon the throne held in his right hand a book sealed with 7 seals, which no man in heaven or earth had been found worthy to open. Then appeared a lamb, Aries, the first and chief of the zodiacal signs, which had been slain, having 7 horns, or rays, and 7 eyes, or lights. The Lamb took the book from the right hand of him that sat upon the throne, and the 4 beasts and all the elders fell down and worshipped God and the Lamb. During the early centuries of the Christian Church, the Lamb was universally recognized as the symbol of Christ, and not until after the 5th Synod of Constantinople, the Quinisext Synod, A.D. 692, was the figure of the crucified man substituted for that of Agnus Dei. As shrewdly noted by one writer on the subject, the use of a lamb is indicative of the Persian origin of Christianity, for the Persians were the only people to symbolize the first sign of the zodiac by a lamb. Because a lamb was the sin offering of the ancient pagans, the early mystic Christians considered this animal as an appropriate emblem of Christ, whom they regarded as the sin offering of the world. The Greeks and the Egyptians highly venerated the lamb, or ram, often placing its horns upon the foreheads of their gods. The Scandinavian god Thor carried a hammer made from a pair of ram's horns. The lamb is used in preference to the ram apparently because of its purity and gentleness. Also, since the Creator himself was symbolized by Aries, his son would consequently be the little ram, or lamb. The lambskin apron worn by the Freemasons over that part of the body symbolized by Typhon or Judas represents that purification of the generative processes which is a prerequisite to true spirituality. In this allegory, the lamb signifies the purified candidate, its 7 horns representing the divisions of illuminated reason, and its 7 eyes the chakras, or perfected sense perceptions. The 6th to 11th chapters, inclusive, are devoted to an account of the opening of the 7 seals on the book held by the Lamb. When the first seal was broken, there rode forth a man on a white horse wearing a crown and holding in his hand a bow. When the second seal was broken, there rode forth a man upon a red horse, and in his hand was a great sword. When the third seal was broken, there rode forth a man upon a black horse, and with a pair of balances in his hand. And when the 4th seal was broken, there rode forth Death upon a pale horse, and hell followed after him. The 4 horsemen of the Apocalypse may be interpreted to signify the 4 main divisions of human life, birth is represented by the rider on the white horse, who comes forth conquering and to conquer, the impetuosity of youth by the rider on the red horse, who took peace from the earth, maturity by the rider on the black horse, who weighs all things in the scales of reason, and death by the rider on the pale horse, who was given power over a fourth part of the earth. In the Eastern philosophy, these horsemen signify the 4 yugas, or ages of the world, which, riding forth at their appointed times, become, for a certain span, the rulers of creation. Episodes from the Mysteries of the Apocalypse. From Clauber's Historiae Biblicae Veteris et Novi Testamenti. In the central foreground, St. John the Divine is kneeling before the apparition of the Alpha and Omega, standing in the midst of the 7 lights and surrounded by an aureole of flames and smoke. In the heavens above, the 24 elders with their lamps and censers bow before the throne of the Ancient One, from whose hand the Lamb is taking the book sealed with 7 seals. The 7 spirits of God, in the form of cups, from which issue tongues of fire, surround the head of the Ancient One, and the 4 beasts, the cherubim, kneel at the corners of his throne. In the upper left-hand corner are shown the 7 angels bearing the trumpets, the altar of God and the angel with the censer. In the upper right are the spirits of the winds. Below them is the Virgin clothed with the sun, to whom wings were given that she might fly into the wilderness. To her right is a scene representing the spirits of God hurling the evil serpent into the bottomless pit. At the lower left, St. John is shown receiving from the angelic fire, whose legs are pillars of fire and whose face is a shining sun, the little book which he is told to eat if he would understand the mysteries of the spiritual life. The plate also contains a number of other symbols, including episodes from the destruction of the world and the crystal sea pouring forth from the throne of God. By the presentation of such symbolic conceptions in the form of rituals and dramatic episodes, the secrets of the Phrygian mysteries were perpetuated. When these sacred pageantries were thus revealed to all mankind indiscriminately, and each human soul was appointed its own initiator into the holy rite of the philosophic life, a boon was conferred upon humanity which cannot be fully appreciated until men and women have grown more responsive to those mysteries which are of the Spirit. Commenting on the 24th allocution of Chrysostom in the Origin of All Religious Worship, Dupuis notes that each of the 4 elements was represented by a horse bearing the name of God, who is set over the element. The first horse, signifying the fire ether, was called Jupiter, and occupied the highest place in the order of the elements. This horse was winged, very fleet, and, describing the largest circle, encompassed all the others. It shone with the purest light, and on its body were the images of the sun, the moon, the stars, and all the bodies in the ethereal regions. The second horse, signifying the element of air, was Juno. It was inferior to the horse of Jupiter, and described a smaller circle. Its color was black, but that part exposed to the sun became luminous, thus signifying the diurnal and nocturnal conditions of air. The third horse, symbolizing the element of water, was sacred to Neptune. It was of heavy gait and described a very small circle. The fourth horse, signifying the static element of earth, described as immovable and champing its bit, was the steed of Vesta. Despite their differences in temperature, these 4 horses lived harmoniously together, which is in accord with the principles of the philosophers, who declared the world to be preserved by the concord and harmony of its elements. In time, however, the racing horse of Jupiter burned the mane of the horse of Earth. The thundering steed of Neptune also became covered with sweat, which overflowed the immovable horse of Vesta and resulted in the deluge of Deucalion. At last, the fiery horse of Jupiter will consume the rest, when the 3 inferior elements, purified by reabsorption into the fiery ether, will come forth renewed, constituting a new heaven and a new earth. When the 5th seal was opened, St. John beheld those who had died for the world of God. When the 6th seal was broken, there was a great earthquake, the sun being darkened and the moon becoming like blood. The angels of the winds came forth, and also another angel who sealed upon their foreheads 144,000 of the children of Israel, that they should be preserved against the awful day of tribulation. By adding the digits together according to the Pythagorean system of numerical philosophy, the number 144,000 is reduced to 9, the mystic symbol of man, and also the number of initiation. For he who passes through the 9 degrees of the mysteries receives the sign of the cross as emblematic of his regeneration and liberation from the bondage of his own infernal or inferior nature. The addition of the 3 ciphers to the original sacred number, 1.44, indicates the elevation of the mystery to the 3rd sphere. When the 7th seal was broken, there was a silence for the space of half an hour. Then came forth 7 angels, and to each was given a trumpet. When the 7 angels sounded their trumpets, intoned the 7-lettered name of the Logos, great catastrophes ensued. A star, which was called Wormwood, fell from heaven, thereby signifying that the secret doctrine of the ancients had been given to men who had profaned it and caused the wisdom of God to become a destructive agency. And another star, symbolizing the false light of human reason as distinguished from the divine reason of the initiate, fell from heaven, and to it, materialistic reason was given the key to the bottomless pit, or nature, which it opened, causing all manner of evil creatures to issue forth. And there came also a mighty angel who was clothed in a cloud, whose face was as the sun, and his feet and legs as pillars of fire, and one foot was upon the waters and the other upon the land, the hermetic Anthropos. This celestial being gave St. John a little book, bidding him eat it, which the seer did. The book is representative of the secret doctrine, that spiritual food which is the nourishment of the spirit, and St. John, being in the spirit, ate his fill of the wisdom of God, and the hunger of his soul was appeased. The 12th chapter treats of a great wonder appearing in the heavens, a woman clothed with the sun, the moon under her feet, and upon her head a crown of 12 stars. This woman represents the constellation of Virgo, and also the Egyptian Isis, who, about to be delivered from her son Horus, is attacked by Typhon, the latter attempting to destroy the child, predestined by the gods, to slay the spirit of evil. The war in heaven relates to the destruction of the planet Ragnarok, and to the fall of the angels. The Virgin can be interpreted to signify the secret doctrine itself, and her son, the initiate born out of the womb of the mysteries. The spirit of evil, thus personified in the great dragon, attempted to control mankind by destroying the mother of those illumined souls who have labored unceasingly for the salvation of the world. Wings were given to the mysteries, the Virgin, and they flew into the wilderness, and the evil dragon tried to destroy them with a flood of false doctrine, but the earth, oblivion, swallowed up the false doctrines, and the mysteries endured. John's vision of the New Jerusalem, from Clauber's Historiae Biblicae Veteris et Novi Testamenti. In the upper left corner is shown the destruction of Babylon, also the angel which cast the great millstone into the sea, saying, "Thus with violence shall the great city Babylon be thrown down, and shall be found no more at all." Below is the horseman, called Faithful and True, casting the beast into the bottomless pit. At the lower right is the angel with the key to the bottomless pit, who with a great chain binds Satan for 1,000 years. In the heavens above is represented one like unto the Son of Man, who carries a great sickle, with which he reaps the harvest of the world. In the center is the holy city, the New Jerusalem, with its 12 gates, and the mountain of the Lamb rising in the midst thereof. From the throne of the Lamb pours the great river of crystal, or living water, signifying the spiritual doctrine. Upon all who discover and drink of its waters are conferred immortality. Kneeling upon a high cliff, St. John gazes down upon the mystic city, the archetype of the perfect civilization yet to be. Above the New Jerusalem, in a great sunburst of glory, is the throne of the Ancient One, which is the light of those who dwell in the matchless empire of the Spirit. Beyond the recognition of the uninitiated world is an ever-increasing aggregation composed of the spiritual elect. Though they walk the earth as ordinary mortals, they are of a world apart, and through their ceaseless efforts, the kingdom of God is being slowly but surely established upon earth. These illumined souls are the builders of the New Jerusalem, and their bodies are the living stones in its walls. Lighted by the torch of truth, they carry on their work. Through their activities, the golden age will return to the earth, and the power of sin and death will be destroyed. For this reason, they declare that virtuous and illumined men, instead of ascending to heaven, will bring heaven down and establish it in the midst of earth itself. The 13th chapter describes a great beast which rose out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns. Faber sees in this amphibious monster the demiurgus, or creator of the world, rising out of the ocean of chaos. While most interpreters of the apocalypse consider the various beasts described therein as typical of evil agencies, this viewpoint is the inevitable result of unfamiliarity with the ancient doctrines from which the symbolism of the book is derived. Astronomically, the great monster rising out of the sea is the constellation of Cetus, the whale. Because religious ascetics looked upon the universe itself as an evil and ensnaring fabrication, they also came to regard its very creator as a weaver of delusions. Thus, the great sea monster, the world, and its maker, the demiurgus, whose strength is derived from the dragon of cosmic power, came to be personified as a beast of horror and destruction, seeking to swallow up the immortal part of human nature. The 7 heads of the monster represent the 7 stars, or spirits, composing the constellation of the Great Dipper, called by the Hindus rishis, or cosmic creative spirits. The 10 horns Faber relates to the 10 primordial patriarchs. These may also denote the ancient zodiac of 10 signs. The number of the beast, 666, is an interesting example of the use of Kabbalism in the New Testament and among early Christian mystics. In the following table, Kircher shows that the names of Antichrist, as given by Irenaeus, all have 666 as their numerical equivalent. James Morgan Price also notes that according to this method of figuring, the Greek term phrenos, which signifies the lower mind, has 666 as its numerical equivalent. It is also well known to Kabbalists that Iesos, Jesus, has for its numerical value another sacred and secret number, 888. Adding the digits of the number 666 and again adding the digits of the sum gives the sacred number 9, the symbol of man in his unregenerate state and also the path of his resurrection. The 14th chapter opens with the Lamb standing on Mount Zion, the eastern horizon. About him gathered the 144,000 with the name of God written on their foreheads. An angel thereupon announces the fall of Babylon, the city of confusion or worldliness. Those perish who do not overcome worldliness and enter into the realization that spirit, and not matter, is enduring. For, having no interests other than those which are material, they are swept to destruction with the material world. And St. John beheld one like unto the Son of Man, Perseus, riding upon a cloud, the substances of the invisible world, and bearing in his hand a sharp sickle, and with the sickle the shining one reaped the earth. This is a symbol of the initiator releasing into the sphere of reality the higher natures of those who, symbolized by ripened grain, have reached the point of liberation. And there came another angel, Butis, death, also with a sickle, or karma, who reaped the vines of the earth, those who have lived by the false light, and cast them into the winepress of the wrath of God, the purgatorial spheres. The 15th to 18th chapters inclusive contain an account of 7 angels, the Pleiades, who pour their vials upon the earth. The contents of their vials, the loosened energy of the cosmic bull, are called the 7 last plagues. Here also is introduced a symbolic figure termed the harlot of Babylon, which is described as a woman seated upon a scarlet-colored beast having 7 heads and 10 horns. The woman was arrayed in purple and scarlet and bedecked with gold, precious stones, and pearls, having in her hand a golden cup full of abominations. This figure may be an effort, probably interpolated, to vilify Sibyl or Artemis, the great mother goddess of antiquity. Because the pagans venerated the Mater Deorum through symbols appropriate to the feminine generative principle, they were accused by the early Christians of worshipping a courtesan. As nearly all the ancient mysteries included a test of the neophyte's moral character, the temptress, the animal soul, is here portrayed as a pagan goddess. In the 19th and 20th chapters is set forth the preparation of that mystical sacrament called the marriage of the Lamb. The bride is the soul of the neophyte, which attains conscious immortality by uniting itself to its own spiritual source. The heavens opened once more, and St. John saw a white horse, and the rider, the illumined mind, which sat upon it was called Faithful and True. Out of his mouth issued a sharp sword, and the armies of heaven followed after him. Upon the plains of heaven was fought the mystic Armageddon, the last great war between light and darkness. The forces of evil under the Persian Ahriman battled against the forces of good under Ahura Mazda. Evil was vanquished and the beast and the false prophet cast into a lake of fiery brimstone. Satan was bound for 1,000 years. Then followed the last judgment. The books were opened, including the book of life. The dead were judged according to their works, and those whose names were not in the book of life were cast into a sea of fire. To the neophyte, Armageddon represents the last struggle between the flesh and the spirit, when, finally overcoming the world, the illumined soul rises to union with its spiritual self. The judgment signifies the weighing of the soul and was borrowed from the mysteries of Osiris. The rising of the dead from their graves and from the sea of illusion represents the consummation of the process of human regeneration. The sea of fire into which those are cast who fail in the ordeal of initiation signifies the fiery sphere of the animal world. In the 21st and 22nd chapters are pictured the new heaven and the new earth to be established at the close of Ahriman's reign. St. John, carried in the spirit to a great and high mountain, the brain, beheld the New Jerusalem descending as a bride adorned for her husband. The holy city represents the regenerated and perfected world, the true ashlar of the mason, for the city was a perfect cube, it being written, "The length and the breadth and the height of it are equal." The foundation of the holy city consisted of 144 stones in 12 rows, from which it is evident that the New Jerusalem represents the microcosm, patterned after the greater universe in which it stands. The 12 gates of this symbolic dodecahedron are the signs of the zodiac through which the celestial impulses descend into the inferior world. The jewels are the precious stones of the zodiacal signs, and the transparent golden streets are the streams of spiritual light along which the initiate passes on his path towards the sun. There is no material temple in that city, for God and the Lamb are the temple, and there is neither sun nor moon, for God and the Lamb are the light. The glorified and spiritualized initiate is here depicted as a city. This city will ultimately be united with the Spirit of God and absorbed into the divine effulgency. And St. John beheld a river, the water of life, which proceeded out of the throne of the Lamb. The river represents the stream pouring from the first Logos, which is the life of all things and the active cause of all creation. There also was the tree of life, the Spirit, bearing 12 manner of fruit, whose leaves were for the healing of the nations. By the tree is also represented the year, which every month yields some good for the maintenance of existing creatures. Jesus then tells St. John that he is the root and the offspring of David, and the bright and morning star, Venus. St. John concludes with the words, "The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ be with you all. Amen." The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, from Solas's Biblische Figuren. In the allegory of the Four Horsemen, according to the mysteries of philosophy, is set forth the condition of man during the stages of his existence. In his first and spiritual state he is crowned. As he descends into the realm of experience, he carries the sword. Reaching physical expression, which is his least spiritual state, he carries the scales, and by the philosophical death is released again into the highest spheres. In the ancient Roman games, the chariot of the sun was drawn by 4 horses of different colors, and the horsemen of the apocalypse may be interpreted to represent the solar energy riding upon the 4 elements which serve as media for its expression. The Faith of Islam. Representative of the attitude of Christendom toward Islam, till recent years at least, is Alexander Ross's postscript to the anglicized version published in 1649 of Sieur Durayer's French translation of the Quran. The author of the postscript directs the following invective against Muhammad and the Quran. Good reader, the great Arabian impostor, now at last after 1,000 years, is by the way of France arrived in England, and his Al-Quran, or gallimaufry of errors, a brat as deformed as the parent, and as full of heresies as his scald head was of scurvy, hath learned to speak English. If you will take a brief view of the Al-Quran, you shall find it a hodgepodge made up of these 4 ingredients: 1. Of contradictions, 2. Of blasphemy, 3. Of ridiculous fables, 4. Of lies. The accusation of blasphemy is emphasized against Muhammad because he affirmed that God, being unmarried, was incapable of having a son. The fallacious argument, however, is apparent from the Prophet's own views of the nature of God as contained in the 2nd surah of the Quran. To Allah, God, belongeth the east and the west. Therefore, whithersoever ye turn yourselves to pray, there is the face of Allah. For Allah is omnipresent and omniscient. They say Allah hath begotten children. Allah forbid. To him belongeth whatever is in heaven and on earth. All is possessed by him, the creator of heaven and earth. And when he decreeth a thing, he only saith unto it, Be, and it is. In other words, the God of Islam has but to desire, and the object of that desire at once comes into being, whereas the God of Alexander Ross must proceed in accord with the laws of human generation. Muhammad, Prophet of Islam, the desired of all nations, was born in Mecca, AD 570, and died in Medina, AD 632, or in the 11th year after the Hijra. Washington Irving thus describes the signs and wonders accompanying the birth of the Prophet. His mother suffered none of the pangs of travail. At the moment of his coming into the world, a celestial light illumined the surrounding country, and the newborn child, raising his eyes to heaven, exclaimed, God is great, there is no God but God, and I am his prophet. Heaven and earth, we are assured, were agitated at his advent. The lake Sawa shrank back to its secret springs, leaving its borders dry, while the Tigris, bursting its bounds, overflowed the neighboring lands. The palace of Khosrou, the king of Persia, shook it on its foundations, and several of its towers were toppled to the earth. In the same eventful night, the sacred fire of Zoroaster, which, guarded by the Magi, had burned without interruption for upward of 1,000 years, was suddenly extinguished, and all the idols in the world fell down. See Mohammed and his successors. While the prophet was still but a toddling babe, the angel Gabriel, with 70 wings, came to him, and cutting open the child, withdrew the heart. This Gabriel, cleansed of the black drop of original sin, which is in every human heart because of the perfidy of Adam, and then returned the organ to its proper place in the prophet's body. See footnote in E. H. Palmer's translation of the Quran. In his youth, Muhammad traveled with the Meccan caravans. On one occasion, acted as armor-bearer for his uncle, and spent a considerable time among the Bedouins, from whom he learned many of the religious and philosophic traditions of ancient Arabia. While traveling with his uncle, Abu Taleb, Muhammad contacted the Nestorian Christians, having encamped on a certain night near one of their monasteries. Here the prophet-to-be secured much of his information concerning the origin and doctrines of the Christian faith. With the passing years, Muhammad attained marked success in business and when about 26 years old, married one of his employers, a wealthy widow nearly 15 years his senior. The widow, Khadija by name, was apparently somewhat mercenary, for, finding her young business manager most efficient, she resolved to retain him in that capacity for life. Khadija was a woman of exceptional mentality, and to her integrity and devotion must be ascribed the early success of the Islamic cause. By his marriage, Muhammad was elevated from a position of comparative poverty to one of great wealth and power, and so the exemplary was his conduct that he became known throughout Mecca as the faithful and true. Muhammad would have lived and died an honored and respected Meccan had he not unhesitatingly sacrificed both his wealth and social position in the service of the God whose voice he heard while meditating in the cavern on Mount Hira in the month of Ramadan. Year after year, Muhammad climbed the rocky and desolate slopes of Mount Hira, since called Jebel Nur, the Mountain of Light, and here in his loneliness cried out to God to reveal anew the pure religion of Adam, that spiritual doctrine lost to mankind through the dissensions of religious factions. Khadija, solicitous over her husband's ascetic practices which were impairing his physical health, sometimes accompanied him in his weary vigil, and with womanly intuition sensed the travail of his soul. At last one night, in his 40th year, as he lay upon the floor of the cavern, enveloped in his cloak, a great light burst upon him. Overcome with a sense of perfect peace and understanding in the blessedness of the celestial presence, he lost consciousness. When he came to himself again, the angel Gabriel stood before him, exhibiting a silken shawl with mysterious characters traced upon it. From these characters, Muhammad gained the basic doctrines later embodied in the Quran. Then Gabriel spoke in a clear and wonderful voice, declaring Muhammad to be the prophet of the living God. In awe and trembling, Muhammad hastened to Khadijah, fearing the vision to have been inspired by the same evil spirits who served the pagan magicians so greatly despised by him. Khadijah assured him that his own virtuous life would be his protection and that he need fear no evil. Thus reassured, the prophet awaited further visitations from Gabriel. When these did not come, however, such a despair filled his soul that he attempted self-destruction, only to be stopped in the very act of casting himself over a cliff by the sudden reappearance of Gabriel, who again assured the prophet that the revelations needed by his people would be given to him as necessity arose. Muhammad's Night Journey to Heaven, from Deosson's Tableau Général de l'Empire Ottoman. In the 17th surah of the Quran, it is written that upon a certain night, Muhammad was transported from the temple at Mecca to that of Jerusalem, but no details are given of this strange journey. In the Mishkatu al-Masabih, Muhammad is made to describe his ascent through the seven heavens into the icy presence of the May-veiled God, and his subsequent return to his own bed, all in a single night. Muhammad was awakened in the night by the angel Gabriel, who, after removing the prophet's heart, washed the cavity with Zamzam water and filled the heart itself with faith and science. A strange creature called Al-Barak, or the lightning bolt, was brought for the conveyance of the prophet. Al-Barak is described as white animal of the shape and size of a mule, with the head of a woman and the tail of a peacock. According to some versions, Muhammad merely rode Al-Barak to Jerusalem, where, dismounting upon Mount Moriah, he caught hold of the lower rung of a golden ladder lowered from heaven, and, accompanied by Gabriel, ascended through the seven spheres, separating the earth from the inner surface of the Empyrean. At the gate of each sphere stood one of the patriarchs, whom Muhammad saluted as he entered the various planes. At the gate of the first heaven stood Adam, at the gate of the second, John and Jesus, sisters' sons. At the third, Joseph. At the fourth, Enoch. At the fifth, Aaron. At the sixth, Moses. And at the seventh, Abraham. Another order of the patriarchs and prophets is given which places Jesus at the gate of the seventh heaven, and upon reaching this point, Muhammad is said to have requested Jesus to intercede for him before the throne of God. Possibly as a result of his lonely periods of meditation, Muhammad seemingly was subject to ecstatic swoons. On the occasions when the various surahs of the Quran were dictated, he is said to have fallen unconscious, and regardless of the chill of the surrounding air, to have been covered with beads of perspiration. Often these attacks came without warning. At other times he would sit wrapped in a blanket to prevent a chill from the copious perspiration, and while apparently unconscious, would dictate the various passages which a small circle of trusted friends would either commit to memory or reduce to writing. On one occasion in later life, when Abu Bakr referred to the gray hairs in his beard, Muhammad, lifting the end of his beard and looking at it, declared its whiteness to be due to the physical agony attendant upon his periods of inspiration. If the writings attributed to Muhammad be considered as merely the hallucinations of an epileptic, and for that reason discounted, his Christian detractors should beware lest with the doctrines of the prophet they also undermine the very teachings which they themselves affirm, for many of the disciples, apostles, and saints of the early church are known to have been subject to nervous disorders. Muhammad's first convert was his own wife, Khadijah, who was followed by other members of his immediate family, a circumstance which moved Sir William Muir to note. It is strongly corroborative of Muhammad's sincerity that the earliest converts to Islam were not only of upright character, but his own bosom friends and people of his household, who, intimately acquainted with his private life, could not fail otherwise to have detected those discrepancies which ever more or less exist between the professions and the hypocritical deceiver abroad and his actions at home. See the life of Muhammad. Among the first to accept the faith of Islam was Abu Bakr, who became Muhammad's closest and most faithful friend, in fact his alter ego. Abu Bakr, a man of brilliant attainments, contributed materially to the success of the Prophet's enterprise, and in accord with the express wish of the Prophet, became the leader of the faithful after Muhammad's death. Aisha, the daughter of Abu Bakr, later became the wife of Muhammad, thus still further cementing the bond of fraternity between the two men. Quietly, but industriously, Muhammad promulgated his doctrines among a small circle of powerful friends. When the enthusiasm of his followers finally forced his hand and he publicly announced his mission, he was already the leader of a strong and well-organized faction. Fearing Muhammad's growing prestige, the people of Mecca, waiving the time-honored tradition that blood could not be spilt within the holy city, decided to exterminate Islam by assassinating the Prophet. All the different groups combined in this undertaking so that the guilt for the crime might thereby be more evenly distributed. Discovering the danger in time, Muhammad left his friend Ali in his bed and fled with Abu Bakr from the city, and after adroitly eluding the Meccans, joined the main body of his followers that had preceded him to Yathrib, afterwards called Medina. Upon this incident, called the Hijra, or flight, is based the Islamic chronological system. Dating from the Hijra, the power of the Prophet steadily grew until the 8th year Muhammad entered Mecca after practically a bloodless victory and established it as the spiritual center of his faith. Planting his standard to the north of Mecca, he rode into the city and after circling 7 times the sacred Kaaba, ordered the 360 images within its precincts to be hewn down. He then entered the Kaaba itself, cleansed it of its idolatrous associations, and rededicated the structure to Allah, the monotheistic God of Islam. Muhammad next granted amnesty to all his enemies for their attempts to destroy him. Under his protection, Mecca increased in power and glory, becoming the focal point of a great annual pilgrimage, which even to this day winds across the desert in the months of pilgrimage and numbers over 70,000 in its train. In the 10th year after the Hijra, Muhammad led the valedictory pilgrimage and, for the last time, rode at the head of the faithful along the sacred way leading to Mecca and the Black Stone. As the premonition of death was strong upon him, he desired this pilgrimage to be the perfect model for all the thousands that would follow. Conscious that life was waning away within him, writes Washington Irving, Muhammad, during this last sojourn in the sacred city of his faith, sought to engrave his doctrines deeply in the minds and hearts of his followers. For this purpose, he preached frequently in the Kaaba from the pulpit or in the open air from the back of his camel. "Listen to my words," he would say, "for I know not whether, after this year, we shall ever meet here again. O my hearers, I am but a man like yourselves. The angel of death may at any time appear, and I must obey his summons." While thus preaching, the very heavens are said to have opened, and the voice of God spoke, saying, "This day I have perfected your religion, and accomplished in you my grace." When these words were uttered, the multitude fell down in adoration, and even Muhammad's camel knelt. See Muhammad and his successors. Having completed the valedictory pilgrimage, Muhammad returned to Medina. In the 7th year after the Hijra, AH 7, an attempt was made at Kibar to poison the Prophet. As Muhammad took the first mouthful of the poisoned food, the evil design was revealed to him either by the taste of the meat or, as the faithful believe, by divine intercession. He had already swallowed a small portion of the food, however, and for the remainder of his life he suffered almost constantly from the effects of the poison. In AH 11, when his final illness came upon him, Muhammad insisted that the subtle effects of the poison were the indirect cause of his approaching end. It is related that during his last sickness, he rose one night and visited a burial ground on the outskirts of Medina, evidently believing that he, too, would soon be numbered with the dead. At this time, he told an attendant that the choice had been offered him of continuing his physical life or going to his Lord, and that he had chosen to meet his Maker. Muhammad suffered greatly with his head and side and also from fever, but on June 8th seemed convalescent. He joined his followers in prayer and, seating himself in the courtyard, delivered a lecture to the faithful in a clear and powerful voice. Apparently, he overtaxed his strength, for it was necessary to assist him into the house of Aisha, which opened into the court of the mosque. Here upon a tough pallet laid on the bare floor, the Prophet of Islam spent his last 2 hours on earth. When she saw that her aged husband was suffering intense pain, Aisha, then but a girl of 20, lifting the gray head of the man she had known from infancy, and who must have seemed more like a father than a husband, supported him in her arms until the end. Feeling that death was upon him, Muhammad prayed, "O Lord, I beseech thee, assist me in the agonies of death." Then almost in a whisper he repeated 3 times, "Gabriel, come close unto me." For details, consult The Life of Muhammad by Sir William Muir. In The Hero as Prophet, Thomas Carlyle writes thus of the death of Muhammad. His last words were a prayer, broken ejaculations of a heart struggling up in trembling hope towards its Maker. Muhammad was buried under the floor of the apartment in which he died. The present condition of the grave is thus described. Above the hujra is a green dome surmounted by a large gilt crescent, springing from a series of globes. Within the building are the tombs of Muhammad, Abu Bakr, and Umar, with a space reserved for the grave of our Lord Jesus Christ, whom Muslims say will again visit the earth and die and be buried at Al-Madinah. The grave of Fatima, the Prophet's daughter, is supposed to be in a separate part of the building, although some say she was buried in Baqi. The Prophet's body is said to be stretched full length on the right side, with the right palm supporting the right cheek, the face fronting Makkah. Close behind him is placed Abu Bakr, whose face fronts Muhammad's shoulder, and then Umar, who occupies the same position with respect to his predecessor. Amongst Christian historians, there is a popular story to the effect that Mohammedans believed the coffin of their prophet to be suspended in the air, which has no foundation whatever in Muslim literature, and Niebuhr thinks the story must have arisen from the rude pictures sold to strangers. See A Dictionary of Islam. Concerning the character of Muhammad, there have been the grossest misconceptions. No evidence exists to support the charges of extreme cruelty and licentiousness laid at his door. On the other hand, the more closely the life of Muhammad is scrutinized by dispassionate investigators, the more apparent become the finer qualities of his nature. In the words of Carlyle, Muhammad himself, after all that can be said about him, was not a sensual man. We so err widely if we consider this man as a common voluptuary, intent mainly on base enjoyments. Nay, on enjoyments of any kind. His household was of the frugalest, his common diet barley, bread, and water. Sometimes for months there was not a fire once lighted on his hearth. A poor, hard-working, ill-provided man, careless of what vulgar man toiled for. They called him a prophet, you say? Why, he stood there face to face with them, there, not enshrined in any mystery, visibly clouding his own cloak, cobbling his own shoes, fighting, counseling, ordering in the midst of them. They must have seen what kind of man he was. Let him be called what you like. No emperor with his tiaras was obeyed as this man, in a cloak of his own clouding. Confused by the apparently hopeless task of reconciling the life of the prophet with the absurd statements long accepted as authentic, Washington Irving weighs him in the scales of fairness. His military triumphs awakened no pride nor vainglory, as they would have done had they been effected for selfish purposes. In the time of his greatest power he maintained the same simplicity of manners and appearances as in the days of his adversity. It is this perfect abnegation of self, connected with this apparent heartfelt piety, running throughout the various phases of his fortune, which perplex one in forming a just estimate of Muhammad's character. When he hung over the deathbed of his infant son, Ibrahim, resignation to the will of God was exhibited in his conduct under this keenest of afflictions, and the hope of soon rejoining his child in paradise was his consolation. See Muhammad and his successors. Aisha, questioned after the death of the Prophet concerning his habits, replied that he mended his own clothes, cobbled his own shoes, and helped her in the household duties. How far removed from Western concepts of Muhammad's sanguinary character is Aisha's simple admission that he loved most of all to sew. He also accepted the invitations of slaves and sat at meals with servants, declaring himself to be a servant. Of all vices, he hated lying the most. Before his death, he freed all his slaves. He never permitted his family to use for personal ends any of the alms or tithe money given by his people. He was fond of sweetmeats and used rainwater for drinking purposes. His time he divided into 3 parts, namely, the first he gave to God, the second to his family, and the third to himself. The latter portion, however, he later sacrificed to the service of his people. He dressed chiefly in white, but also wore red, yellow, and green. Muhammad entered Mecca wearing a black turban and bearing a black standard. He wore only the plainest of garments, declaring that rich and conspicuous raiment did not become the pious, and did not remove his shoes at prayer. He was particularly concerned with the cleanliness of his teeth, and at the time of his death, when too weak to speak, indicated his desire for a toothpick. When fearful of forgetting something, the prophet tied a thread to his ring. He once had a very fine gold ring, but noting that his followers had taken to wearing similar rings in emulation of him, he removed his own and threw it away, lest his followers form an evil habit. See The Life of Muhammad. The most frequent and apparently the most damaging accusation brought against Muhammad is that of polygamy. Those who sincerely believe the harem to be irreconcilable with spirituality should with consistency move for the expurgation of the Psalms of David and the Proverbs of Solomon from the list of inspired writings, for the harem of Islam's prophet was insignificant compared with that maintained by Israel's wisest king and the reputed favorite of the Most High. The popular conception that Muhammad taught that woman had no soul and could attain heaven only through marriage is not substantiated by the words and attitude of the prophet during his lifetime. In a paper entitled The Influence of Islam on Social Conditions, read at the World's Parliament of Religions held in Chicago in 1893, Muhammad Webb states the charge and answers it thus. It has been said that Muhammad and the Quran denied a soul to woman and ranked her with the animals. The Quran places her on a perfect and complete equality with man, and the Prophet's teachings often place her in a position superior to the male in some respects. Mr. Webb justifies his stand by quoting from the 35th verse of the 33rd surah of the Quran. The Kaaba, the holy place of Islam. Section from Panorama of Mecca in Diosson's Tableau Général de l'Empire Ottoman. The Kaaba, or cube-shaped building in the midst of the great court of the mosque at Mecca, is the most holy spot in the Islamic world. Toward it, the followers of the Prophet must face 5 times a day at the appointed hours of prayer. Like the devotees of nearly all other faiths, the Musulman originally faced the east while in prayer, but by a later decree he was ordered to turn his face toward Mecca. Little is known of the history of the Kaaba prior to its rededication as a Mohammedan mosque, other than that the building was a pagan temple. At the time the Prophet captured Mecca, the Kaaba and surrounding court contained 360 idols, which were destroyed by Muhammad before he actually gained access to the shrine itself. The ancient house, as the Kaaba is called, is an irregular cube measuring about 38 feet in length, 35 feet in height, and 30 feet in width. The length of each side wall varies slightly, and that of the end walls over a foot. In the southeast corner of the wall, at a convenient distance above the ground, about 5 feet, is embedded the sacred and mysterious black stone, or aerolite of Abraham. When first given to that patriarch by the angel Gabriel, this stone was of such strong whiteness as to be visible from every part of the earth, but later it became black because of the sins of man. This black stone, oval in shape and about 7 inches in diameter, was broken in the 7th century and is now held together by a silver mounting. According to tradition, 2,000 years before the creation of the world, the Kaaba was first constructed in heaven, where a model of it still remains. Adam erected the Kaaba on earth, exactly below the spot in heaven occupied by the original, and selected the stones from the 5 sacred mountains, Sinai, Al-Judi, Hira, Olivet, and Lebanon. 10,000 angels were appointed to guard the structure. At the time of the deluge, the sacred house was destroyed, but afterward was rebuilt by Abraham and his son Ishmael. For details, see A Dictionary of Islam. It is probable that the site of the Kaaba was originally occupied by a prehistoric stone altar or ring of uncut monoliths, similar to those of Stonehenge. Like the temple at Jerusalem, the Kaaba has undergone many vicissitudes, and the present structure does not antedate the 17th century of the Christian era. When Mecca was sacked in AD 930, the famous black stone was captured by the Carmathians, in whose possession it remained over 20 years, and it is a moot question whether the stone finally returned by them in exchange for a princely ransom was actually the original block or a substitute. The side of the Kaaba are the supposed graves of Hagar and Ishmael, and near the door, which is about 7 feet above the ground, is the stone upon which Abraham stood while rebuilding the Kaaba. Various coverings have always been thrown over the cube-shaped structure. The present drape, which is replaced annually, is a black brocade embroidered in gold. Small pieces of the old drape are cherished by pilgrims as holy relics. Entrance to the Kaaba is effected by a movable flight of steps. The interior is lined with varicolored marble, silver, and gilt. Although the building is generally conceived to be windowless, this point is disputed. Access to the roof is had through a silver-plated door. In addition to the sacred books, the Kaaba contains 13 lamps. The great courtyard around the building contains a number of holy objects and is bounded by a colonnade, which originally consisted of 360 pillars. Opening into the courtyard are 19 gates, the sacred and significant number of the Metonic cycle, and also the number of stones in the inner ring of Stonehenge. 7 great minarets tower above the Kaaba, and one of the sacred ceremonials in connection with the building includes 7 circumambulations about the central Kaaba in an apparent effort to portray the motion of the celestial bodies. Verily, the Muslims of either sex, and the true believers of either sex, and the devout men and the devout women, and the men of veracity and the women of veracity, and the patient men and the patient women, and the humble men and the humble women, and the almsgivers of either sex, and the men who fast, and the women who fast, and the chaste men, and the chaste women, and those of either sex who remember Allah frequently. For them hath Allah prepared forgiveness and a great reward. Here the attainment of heaven is clearly set forth as a problem whose only solution is that of individual merit. On the day of his death, Muhammad told Fatima, his beloved daughter, and Safiya, his aunt, "Work ye out that which shall gain acceptance for you with the Lord, for I verily have no power with him to save you in any wise." The Prophet did not advise either woman to rely upon the virtues of her husband, nor in any manner did he indicate woman's salvation to be dependent upon the human frailty of her spouse. Everything to the contrary notwithstanding, Muhammad is not responsible for the contradictions and inconsistencies in the Quran, for the volume was not compiled and did not assume its present form until over 20 years after his death. In its present state, the Quran is, for the major part, a jumble of hearsay through which occasionally shines forth an example of true inspiration. From what is known of the man Muhammad, it is reasonable to suppose that these nobler and finer portions represent the actual doctrines of the Prophet. The remainder are obvious interpolations, some arising from misunderstanding and others direct forgeries calculated to satisfy the temporal ambitions of conquering Islam. On this subject, Godfrey Higgins speaks with his usual perspicacity. Here we have the Quran of Muhammad and the first 4 sincere and zealous patriarchs, and the Quran of the conquering and magnificent Saracens, puffed up with pride and vanity. The Quran of the eclectic philosopher was not likely to suit the conquerors of Asia. A new one must be grafted onto the old, to find a justification for their enormities. See Anacalypsis. To the discerning few, it is evident that Muhammad had a knowledge of that secret doctrine which must needs constitute the core of every great philosophical, religious, or ethical institution. Through one of 4 possible avenues, Muhammad may have contacted the ancient mystery teachings. 1. Through direct contact with the great school in the invisible world. 2. Through the Nestorian Christian monks. 3. Through the mysterious holy man who appeared and disappeared at frequent intervals during the period in which the surahs of the Quran were revealed. 4. Through a decadent school already existing in Arabia, which school, in spite of its lapse into idolatry, still retained the secrets of the ancient wisdom cult. The arcana of Islam may yet be demonstrated to have been directly founded upon the ancient pagan mysteries performed at the Kaaba centuries before the birth of the Prophet. In fact, it is generally admitted that many of the ceremonials now embodied in the Islamic mysteries are survivals of pagan Arabia. The feminine principle is repeatedly emphasized in Islamic symbolism. For example, Friday, which is sacred to the planar Venus, is the Muslims' holy day. Green is the color of the Prophet, and being symbolic of verdure, is inevitably associated with the World Mother. And both the Islamic crescent and the scimitar may be interpreted to signify the crescent shape of either the moon or Venus. The famous stone of Kaaba, Kabir, or Kabir at Mecca, says Jennings, which is so devoutly kissed by the faithful, is a talisman. It is said that the figure of Venus is seen to this day engraved upon it with a crescent. This very Kaaba itself was at first an idolatrous temple where the Arabians worshipped Al-Uzza, God, and Issa, that is, Venus. See Keneally's Enoch, the second messenger of God. The Mussulmans, writes Sir William Jones, are already a sort of heterodox Christian. They are Christians, if Locke reasons justly, because they firmly believe the Immaculate Conception, divine character, and miracles of the Messiah. but they are heterodox in denying vehemently his character of Son and his equality as God with the Father, of whose unity and attributes they entertain and express the most awful ideas, while they consider our doctrine as perfect blasphemy and insist that our copies of the Scriptures have been corrupted both by Jews and Christians. The following lines are declared by the followers of the prophet to have been deleted from the Christian Gospels. And when Jesus, the Son of Mary, said, O children of Israel, verily I am the apostle of God sent unto you, confirming the law which was delivered before me, and bringing good tidings of an apostle who shall come after me, and who shall be named Ahmed. In the present text containing the prophecy of Jesus concerning a comforter to come after him, it is further claimed that the word comforter should be translated illustrious, and that it had a direct reference to Muhammad. Also that the tongues of flame that descended upon the apostles on the day of Pentecost in no way could be interpreted as signifying the promised comforter. When asked, however, for definite proof that the original Gospels contained these so-called expurgated references to Muhammad, the Muslims make a counter-demand for production of the original documents upon which Christianity is founded. Until such writings are discovered, the point under dispute must remain a source of controversy. To ignore the heritage of culture received from Islam would be an unpardonable oversight, for when the crescent triumphed over the cross in southern Europe, it was the harbinger of a civilization which had no equal in its day. In Studies in a Mosque, Stanley Lane Poole writes, For nearly 8 centuries under her Mohammedan rulers, Spain set to all Europe a shining example of a civilized and enlightened state. Art, literature, and science prospered as they prospered nowhere else in Europe. Students flocked from France and Germany and England to drink from the fountains of learning which flowed only in the cities of the Moors. The surgeons and doctors of Andalusia were in the vein of science. Women were encouraged to devote themselves to serious study, and a lady doctor was not unknown among the people of Cordova. Mathematics, astronomy and botany, history, philosophy and jurisprudence were to be mastered in Spain, and in Spain alone. The Library of Original Sources thus sums up the effects of Islam. The results of Mohammedism have been greatly underestimated. In the century after Muhammad's death, it wrested Asia Minor, Africa, and Spain from Christianity, more than half of the civilized world, and established a civilization, the highest in the world during the Dark Ages. It brought the Arabian race to their highest development, raised the position of women in the East, though it retained polygamy, was intensively monotheistic, and until the Turks gained control for the most part, encouraged progress. In the same work, among the great Islamic scientists and philosophers who ever made substantial contributions to human knowledge are listed Gerber, or Dafür, who in the 9th century laid the foundations for modern chemistry, Ben Musa, who in the 10th century introduced the theory of algebra, Al-Hayes, who in the 11th century made a profound study of optics and discovered the magnifying power of convex lenses, and in the 11th century also, both Avicenna, or Ibn Sina, whose medical encyclopedia was the standard of his age, and the great Kabbalist Avicebron, or Ibn Gebirol. Looking back upon the science of the Mohammedans, resumes the authority just quoted, it will be seen that they laid the first foundations of chemistry and made important advances in mathematics and optics. Their discoveries never had the influence they should have had upon the course of European civilization, but this was because Europe itself was not enlightened enough to grasp and make use of them. Gerber's observation that oxidized iron weighs heavier than before oxidation had to be made over again. So had some of their work in optics and many of their geographical discoveries. They had rounded Africa long before Vasco da Gama. The composition of gunpowder came into northern Europe from them. We must never forget that the Dark Ages in Christian Europe were the bright ones of the Mohammedan world. In the field of philosophy, the Arabs started by adopting the Neoplatonism they found in Europe and gradually working back to Aristotle. What means the subtle mystery of the phoenix reborn every 600 years? Faintly, from within the sanctuary of the world mysteries is whispered the answer. 600 years before Christ, the phoenix of wisdom, Pythagoras, spread its wings and died upon the altar of humanity, consumed by the sacrificial fire. In Nazareth, the bird was again reborn from its own ashes, only to die upon the tree which had its roots in Adam's skull. In AD 600 appeared Ahmed, or Mohammed. Again the phoenix suffered, this time from the poison of kibar, and from its charred ashes rose to spread its wings across the face of Mongolia, where in the 12th century Genghis Khan established the rule of wisdom. Circling the mighty desert of Gobi, the phoenix again gave up its form, which now lies buried in a glass sarcophagus under a pyramid bearing upon it the ineffable figures of the mysteries. After the lapse of 600 years from the death of Genghis Khan, did Napoleon Bonaparte, who believed himself to be the man of destiny, contact in his wanderings this strange legend of the continual periodic rebirth of wisdom? Did he feel the spreading wings of the phoenix within himself, and did he believe the hope of the world had taken flesh in him? The eagle, on his standard, may well have been the phoenix. This would explain why he was moved to believe himself predestined to establish the kingdom of Christ on earth, and is, perhaps, the clue to his little understood friendliness toward the Muslim. American Indian Symbolism. The North American Indian is by nature a symbolist, a mystic, and a philosopher. Like most Aboriginal peoples, his soul was en rapport with the cosmic agencies manifesting about him. Not only did his manidos control creation from their exalted seats above the clouds, but they also descended into the world of men and mingled with their red children. The gray clouds hanging over the horizon were the smoke from the calumets of the gods, who could build fires of petrified wood and use a comet for a flame. The American Indian peopled the forests, rivers, and sky with myriads of superphysical and invisible beings. There are legends of entire tribes of Indians who lived in lake bottoms, of races who were never seen in the daytime, but who, coming forth from their hidden caves, roamed the earth at night and waylaid unwary travelers. Also of bat Indians, with human bodies and bat-like wings, who lived in gloomy forests and inaccessible cliffs, and who slept hanging head downward from great branches and outcroppings of rock. The red man's philosophy of elemental creatures is apparently the outcome of his intimate contact with nature, whose inexplicable wonders became the generating cause of such metaphysical speculations. In common with the early Scandinavians, the Indians of North America considered the earth, the Great Mother, to be an intermediate plane, bounded above by a heavenly sphere, the dwelling place of the Great Spirit, and below by a dark and terrifying subterranean world, the abode of shadows and of submundane powers. Like the Chaldeans, they divided the interval between the surface of earth and heavens into various strata, one consisting of clouds, another of the paths of the heavenly bodies, and so on. The underworld was similarly divided and, like the Greek system, represented to the initiated the house of the lesser mysteries. Those creatures capable of functioning in two or more elements were considered as messengers between the spirits of these various planes. The abode of the dead was presumed to be in a distant place, in the heavens above, the earth below, the distant corners of the world, or across wide seas. Sometimes a river flows between the world of the dead and that of the living, in this respect paralleling Egyptian, Greek, and Christian theology. To the Indian, the number 4 has a peculiar sanctity, presumably because the Great Spirit created his universe in a square frame. This is suggestive of the veneration accorded the tetrad by the Pythagoreans, who held it to be a fitting symbol of the Creator. The legendary narratives of the strange adventures of intrepid heroes, who, while in the physical body penetrated the realms of the dead, prove beyond question the presence of mystery cults among the North American red men. Wherever the mysteries were established, they were recognized as the philosophic equivalents of death, for those passing through the rituals experienced all after-death conditions while still in the physical body. At the consummation of the ritual, the initiate actually gained the ability to pass in and out of his physical body at will. This is the philosophic foundation for the allegories of adventures in the Indian Shadowland, or World of Ghosts. From coast to coast, writes Hartley Burr Alexander, the sacred calumet is the Indian's altar, and its smoke is the proper offering to heaven. See Mythology of All Places. In the notes on the same work is given the following description of the pipe ceremony. The master of ceremonies, again rising to his feet, filled and lighted the pipe of peace from his own fire. Drawing 3 whiffs, one after the other, he blew the first towards the zenith, the second towards the ground, and the third towards the sun. By the first act, he returned thanks to the Great Spirit for the preservation of his life during the past year, and for being permitted to be present at this council. By the second, he returned thanks to his mother, the earth, for her various productions which had ministered to his sustenance, and by the third he returned thanks to the sun for his never-failing light, ever shining upon all. It was necessary for the Indian to secure the red stone for his calumet from the pipestone quarry, where in some remote past the Great Spirit had come, and, after fashioning with his own hands a great pipe, had smoked it toward the four corners of creation, and thus instituted this most sacred ceremony. Scores of Indian tribes, some of them traveling thousands of miles, secured the sacred stone from this single quarry, where the mandate of the Great Spirit had decreed that eternal peace should reign. The Indian does not worship the sun. He rather regards this shining orb as an appropriate symbol of the great and good spirit who forever radiates life to his red children. In Indian symbolism, the serpent, especially the great serpent, corroborates other evidence pointing to the presence of the mysteries on the North American continent. The flying serpent is the Atlantean token of the initiate. The seven-headed snake represents the seven great Atlantean islands, the cities of Cibola, and also the seven great prehistoric schools of esoteric philosophy. Moreover, who can doubt the presence of the secret doctrine in the Americas when he gazes upon the great serpent mound in Adams County, Ohio, where the huge reptile is represented as disgorging the egg of existence? Many American Indian tribes are reincarnationists. Some are transmigrationists. They even called their children by the names supposed to have been born by them in a former life. There is an account of an instance where a parent, by inadvertence, had given his infant the wrong name, whereupon the babe cried incessantly until the mistake had been rectified. The belief in reincarnation is also prevalent among the Eskimos. Aged Eskimos not infrequently kill themselves in order to reincarnate in the family of some newly married loved one. The American Indians recognize the difference between the ghost and the actual soul of a dead person, a knowledge restricted to initiates of the mysteries. In common with the Platonists, they also understood the principles of an archetypal sphere, wherein exist the patterns of all forms manifesting in the earth plane. The theory of group or elder souls having supervision over the animal species is also shared by them. The red man's belief in guardian spirits would have warmed the heart of Paracelsus. When they attain the importance of being protectors of entire clans or tribes, these guardians are called totems. In some tribes, impressive ceremonies mark the occasion when the young men are sent out into the forest to fast and pray, and there remain until their guardian spirit manifests to them. Whatever creature appears thereupon becomes their peculiar genius, to whom they appeal in time of trouble. Navajo Sand Painting, from an original drawing by Hastine Kla. The Navajo dry or sand paintings are made by sprinkling varicolored ground pigment upon a base of smooth sand. The one here reproduced is encircled by the rainbow goddess and portrays an episode from the Navajo cosmogony myth. According to Hastine Kla, the Navajo sand priest who designed this painting, the Navajos do not believe in idolatry, hence they make no images of their gods, but perpetuate only the mental concept of them. Just as the gods draw pictures upon the moving clouds, so the priests make paintings on the sand, and when the purpose of the drawing has been fulfilled, it is effaced by a sweep of the hand. According to this informant, the Zuni, Hopi, and Navajo nations had a common genesis. They all came out of the earth and then separated into three nations. The Navajos first emerged about 3,000 years ago at a point now called La Platte Mountain in Colorado. The four mountains sacred to the Navajos are La Platte Mountain, Mount Taylor, Navajo Mountain, and San Francisco Mountain. While these three nations were under the earth, four mountain ranges were below with them. The eastern mountains were white, the southern blue, the western yellow, and the northern black. The rise and fall of these mountains caused the alteration of day and night. When the white mountains rose, it was day under the earth. When the yellow ones rose, twilight. The black mountains brought night, and the blue, dawn. 7 major deities were recognized by the Navajos, but Hastine Kla was unable to say whether the Indians related these deities to the planets. Bakochidi, one of these 7 major gods, was white in color with light reddish hair and gray eyes. His father was the sun ray and his mother the daylight. He ascended to heaven, and in some respects his life parallels that of Christ. To avenge the kidnapping of his child Kahothsod, a fish god caused a great flood to arise. To escape destruction, the Zunis, Hopis, and Navajos ascended to the surface of the earth. The sand painting here reproduced is part of the medicine series prepared for the healing of disease. In the healing ceremony, the patient is placed upon the drawing, which is made in a consecrated hogan, and all outsiders excluded. The sacred swastika in the center of the drawing is perhaps the most nearly universal of religious emblems and represents the four corners of the world. The two hunchback gods at the right and left assume their appearance by reason of the great clouds borne upon their backs. In Navajo religious art, male divinities are always shown with circular heads and female divinities with square heads. The outstanding hero of North American Indian folklore is Hiawatha, a name which, according to Lewis Spence, signifies he who seeks the wampum belt. Hiawatha enjoys the distinction of anticipating by several centuries the late Woodrow Wilson's cherished dream of a League of Nations. Following in the footsteps of Schoolcraft, Longfellow confused the historical Hiawatha of the Iroquois with Manabozho, a mythological hero of the Algonquins and Ojibwas. Hiawatha, a chief of the Iroquois, after many reverses and disappointments, succeeding in uniting the five great nations of the Iroquois into the League of the Five Nations. The original purpose of the League, to abolish war by substituting councils of arbitration, was not wholly successful, but the power of the Silver Chain conferred upon the Iroquois a solidarity attained by no other confederacy of North American Indians. Hiawatha, however, met the same opposition which has confronted every great idealist, irrespective of time or race. The shamans turned their magic against him, and according to one legend, created an evil bird which, swooping down from heaven, tore his only daughter to pieces before his eyes. When Hiawatha, after accomplishing his mission, had sailed away in his self-propelled canoe along the path of the sunset, his people realized the true greatness of their benefactor and elevated him to the dignity of a demigod. In Longfellow's Song of Hiawatha, the poet has cast the great Indian statesman in a charming setting of magic and enchantment, yet through the maze of symbol and allegory is ever faintly visible the figure of Hiawatha the Initiate, the very personification of the red man and his philosophy. The Popol Vuh. No other sacred book sets forth so completely as the Popol Vuh the initiatory rituals of a great school of mystical philosophy. This volume alone is sufficient to establish incontestably the philosophical excellence of the red race. The red children of the sun, writes James Morgan Preece, do not worship the one God. For them, that one God is absolutely impersonal, and all the forces emanated from that one God are personal. This is the exact reverse of the popular Western conception of a personal God and impersonal working forces in nature. Decide for yourself which of these beliefs is the more philosophical. These children of the sun adore the plumed serpent, who is the messenger of the sun. He was the god Quetzalcoatl in Mexico, Gucumatz in Quiché, and in Peru he was called Amaru. From the latter name comes our word America. Amaruca is literally translated land of the plumed serpent. The priests of this god of peace, from their chief center in the Cordilleras, once ruled both Americas. All the red men who have remained true to the ancient religion are still under their sway. One of their strong centers was in Guatemala, and of their order was the author of the book called Popol Vuh. In the Quiché tongue, Gucumatz is the exact equivalent of Quetzalcoatl in the Nahuatl language. Quetzal, the bird of paradise; Coatl, the serpent veiled in plumes of the paradise bird. The Popol Vuh was discovered by Father Jimenez in the 17th century. It was translated into French by Brasseur de Bourbourg and published in 1861. The only complete English translation is that by Kenneth Sylvan Guthrie, which ran through the early files of the Word magazine and which is used as the basis of this article. A portion of the Popol Vuh was translated into English with extremely valuable commentaries by James Morgan Preece, but unfortunately his translation was never completed. The second book of the Popol Vuh is largely devoted to the initiatory rituals of the Quiché nation. These ceremonials are of first importance to the students of Masonic symbolism and mystical philosophy, since they establish beyond doubt the existence of ancient and divinely instituted mystery schools on the American continent. Lewis Spence, in describing the Popol Vuh, gives a number of translations of the title of the manuscript itself. Passing over the renditions, the Book of the Mat, and the Record of the Community, he considers it likely that the correct title is the Collection of Written Leaves, popol signifying the prepared bark, and vo, paper or book, from the verb ush, to write. Dr. Guthrie interprets the words popol vuh to mean the Senate Book or the Book of the Holy Assembly. Brasseur de Bourbourg calls it the Sacred Book, and Father Jimenez designates the volume the National Book. In his articles on the popol vuh, appearing in the 15th volume of Lucifer, James Morgan Preece, approaching the subject from the standpoint of the mystic, calls this work the Book of the Azure Veil. In the popol vuh itself, the ancient records from which the Christianized Indian who compiled it derived his material are referred to as the tale of human existence in the land of shadows and how man saw light and life. The meager available native records contain abundant evidence that the later civilizations of Central and South America were hopelessly dominated by the black arts of their priestcrafts. In the convexities of their magnetized mirrors, the Indian sorcerers captured the intelligences of elemental beings and, gazing into the depths of these abominable devices, eventually made the scepter subservient to the wand. Robed in garments of sable blue, the neophytes in their search for truth were led by their sinister guides through the confused passageways of necromancy. By the left-hand path, they descended into the somber depths of the infernal world, where they learned to endow stones with the power of speech and to subtly ensnare the minds of men with their chants and fetishes. As typical of the perversion which prevailed, none could achieve to the greater mysteries until a human being had suffered immolation at his hand, and the bleeding heart of the victim had been elevated before the leering face of the stone idol, fabricated by a priestcraft, the members of which realized more fully than they dared to admit the true nature of the man-made demon. The sanguinary and indescribable rites practiced by many of the Central American Indians may represent remnants of the later Atlantean perversion of the ancient sun mysteries. According to the secret tradition, it was during the later Atlantean epoch that black magic and sorcery dominated the esoteric schools, resulting in the bloody sacrificial rites and gruesome idolatry which ultimately overthrew the Atlantean Empire and even penetrated the Aryan religious world. The Mysteries of Xibalba. The princes of Xibalba, so the popol vuh recounts, sent their 4 owl messengers to Hunhunapu and Vukub Hunhunapu, ordering them to come at once to the place of initiation in the fastness of the Guatemalan mountains. Failing in the tests imposed by the princes of Xibalba, the 2 brothers, according to the ancient custom, paid with their lives for their shortcomings. Hunhunapu and Vukub Hunhunapu were buried together, but the head of Hunhunapu was placed among the branches of the sacred calabash tree, which grew in the middle of the road leading to the awful mysteries of Xibalba. Immediately, the calabash tree covered itself with fruit, and the head of Hunhunapu showed itself no more, for it reunited itself with the other fruits of the calabash tree. Now Zukik was the virgin daughter of Prince Kuchumakik. From her father she had learned of the marvelous calabash tree, and desiring to possess some of its fruit, she journeyed alone to the somber place where it grew. When Zukik put forth her hand to pick the fruit of the tree, some saliva from the mouth of Hunhunapu fell into it, and the head spoke to Zukik, saying, "This saliva and froth is my posterity, which I have just given you. Now my head will cease to speak, for it is only the head of a corpse, which has no more flesh." Following the admonitions of Hunhunapu, the young girl returned to her home. Her father, Kuchumakik, later discovering that she was about to become a mother, questioned her concerning the father of her child. Zukik replied that the child was begotten while she was gazing upon the head of Hunhunapu in the calabash tree, and that she had known no man. Kuchumakik, refusing to believe her story at the instigation of the princes of Xibalba, demanded her heart in an urn. Led away by her executioners, Zukik pleaded with them to spare her life, which they agreed to do, substituting for her heart the fruit of a certain tree, rubber, whose sap was red and of the consistency of blood. When the princes of Xibalba placed the supposed heart upon the coals of the altar to be consumed, they were all amazed by the perfume which rose therefrom, for they did not know that they were burning the fruit of a fragrant plant. Zukik gave birth to twin sons, who were named Hanapu and Xibalanque, and whose lives were dedicated to avenging the deaths of Hunhunapu and Vukub Hunhunapu. The years passed, and the two boys grew up to manhood, and great were their deeds. Especially did they excel in a certain game called tennis, but somewhat resembling hockey. Hearing of the prowess of the youths, the princes of Xibalba asked, "Who, then, are those who now begin again to play over our heads, and who do not scruple to shake the earth? Are not Hunhunapu and Vukub Hunhunapu dead, who wished to exalt themselves before our face?" So the princes of Xibalba sent for the two youths, Hunapu and Xibalanque, that they might destroy them also in the 7 days of the mysteries. Before departing, the two brothers bade farewell to their grandmother, each planting in their midst of the house a cane plant, saying that as long as the cane lived, she would know that they were alive. "O our grandmother, O our mother, do not weep. Behold the sign of our word which remains with you." Hunapu and Xibalanque then departed, each with his sabarkan, blowpipe, and for many days they journeyed along the perilous trail, descending through tortuous ravines and along precipitous cliffs, past strange birds and boiling springs, towards the sanctuary of Xibalba. Fragment of Indian pottery, courtesy of Alice Palmer Henderson. This curious fragment was found 4 feet under the ground beneath a trash pile of broken early Indian pottery, not far from the Casa Grande ruins in Arizona. It is significant because of its striking to the Masonic compass and square. Indian baskets, pottery, and blankets frequently bear ornamental designs of especially Masonic and philosophical interest. The actual ordeals of the Xibalbian mysteries were 7 in number. As a preliminary, the two adventurers crossed a river of mud and then a stream of blood, accomplishing these difficult feats by using their sabarkans as bridges. Continuing on their way, they reached a point where 4 roads converged: a black road, a white road, a red road, and a green road. Now, Hunapu and Xibalanque knew that their first test would consist of being to discriminate between the princes of Xibalba and the wooden effigies robed to resemble them. Also that they must call each of the princes by his correct name without having been given the information. To secure this information, Hunapu pulled a hair from his leg, which hair then became a strange insect called Zan. Buzzing along the black road, the Zan entered the council chamber of the princes of Xibalba and stung the leg of the figure nearest the door, which it discovered to be a mannequin. By the same artifice, the second figure was proved to be of wood, but upon stinging the third, there was an immediate response. By stinging each of the 12 assembled princes in turn, the insect thus discovered each one's name, for the princes called each other by name in discussing the cause of the mysterious bites. Having secured the desired information in this novel manner, the insect then flew back to Hunapu and Xibalanque, who, thus fortified, fearlessly approached the threshold of Xibalba and presented themselves to the 12 assembled princes. When told to adore the king, Hunapu and Xibalanque laughed, for they knew that the figure pointed out to them was the lifeless mannequin. The young adventurers thereupon addressed the 12 princes by name thus: "Hail, Hun Came! Hail, Vukub Came! Hail, Zikura Pat! Hail, Kuchumakik! Hail, Ahalpu! Hail, Alhalkana! Hail, Kamiabak! Hail, Kamiaholona! Hail, Kiksik! Hail, Patan! Hail, Kikre! Hail, Kikurizakak!" When invited by the Xibalbians to seat themselves upon a great stone bench, Hunapu and Xibalanque declined to do so, declaring that they well knew the stone to be heated, so that they would be burned to death if they sat upon it. The princes of Xibalba then ordered Hunapu and Xibalanque to rest for the night in the House of Shadows. This completed the first degree of the Xibalbian mysteries. The second trial was given to the House of Shadows, where to each of the candidates was brought a pine torch and a cigar, with the injunction that both must be kept alight throughout the entire night, and yet each must be returned the next morning unconsumed. Knowing that death was the alternative to failure in the test, the young men burnt arras feathers in place of the pine splinters, which they closely resemble, and also put fireflies on the tips of the cigars. Seeing the lights, those who watched felt certain that Hunapu and Xibalanque had fallen into the trap, but when morning came, the torches and cigars were returned to the guards, unconsumed and still burning. In amazement and awe, the princes of Xibalba gazed upon the unconsumed splinters and cigars, for never before had these been returned intact. The third ordeal took place presumably in a cavern called the House of Spears. Here, hour after hour, the youths were forced to defend themselves against the strongest and most skillful warriors armed with spears. Hunahpu and Xbalanque pacified the spearmen, who thereupon ceased attacking them. They then turned their attention to the second and most difficult part of the test, the production of 4 vases of the rarest flowers, but which they were not permitted to leave the temple to gather. Unable to pass the guards, the 2 young men secured the assistance of the ants. These tiny creatures, crawling into the gardens of the temple, brought back the blossoms so that by morning the vases were filled. When Hunahpu and Xbalanque presented the flowers to the 12 princes, the latter, in amazement, recognized the blossoms as having been filched from their own private gardens. In consternation, the princes of Xibalba then counseled together how they could destroy the intrepid neophytes, and forthwith prepared for them the next ordeal. For their 4th test, the 2 brothers were made to enter the House of Cold, where they remained for an entire night. The princes of Xibalba considered the chill of the icy cavern to be unbearable, and it is described as the abode of the frozen winds of the north. Hunahpu and Xbalanque, however, protected themselves from the deadening influence of the frozen air by building fires of pine cones, whose warmth caused the spirit of cold to leave the cavern, so that the youths were not dead, but full of life when day dawned. Even greater than before was the amazement of the princes of Xibalba when Hunahpu and Xbalanque again entered the hall of assembly in the custody of their guardians. The 5th ordeal was also of a nocturnal nature. Hunahpu and Xbalanque were ushered into a great chamber which was immediately filled with ferocious tigers. Here they were forced to remain throughout the night. The young men tossed bones to the tigers, which they ground to pieces with their strong jaws. Gazing into the house of the tigers, the princes of Xibalba beheld the animals chewing the bones, and said one to the other, "They have at last learned to know the power of Xibalba, and they have given themselves up to the beasts." But when at dawn Hunahpu and Xbalanque emerged from the house of the tigers unharmed, the Xibalbians cried, "Of what race are those?" For they could not understand how any man could escape the tiger's fury. Then the princes of Xibalba prepared for the 2 brothers a new ordeal. The 6th test consisted of remaining from sunset to sunrise in the House of Fire. Hunahpu and Xbalanque entered a large apartment arranged like a furnace. On every side the flames arose and the air was stifling. So great was the heat that those who entered this chamber could survive only a few moments. But at sunrise, when the doors of the furnace were opened, Hunahpu and Xbalanque came forth unscorched by the fury of the flames. The princes of Xibalba, perceiving how the 2 intrepid youths had survived every ordeal prepared for their destruction, were filled with fear lest all the secrets of Xibalba should fall into the hands of Hunahpu and Xbalanque. So they prepared the last ordeal, an ordeal yet more terrible than any which had gone before, certain that the youths could not withstand this crucial test. Midewiwin Record on Birch Bark, courtesy of Alice Palmer Henderson. The birch bark roll is one of the most sacred possessions of an initiate of the Midewiwin, or Grand Medicine Society of the Ojibwas. Concerning these rolls, Colonel Carrick Mallory writes, "To persons acquainted with secret societies, a good comparison for the Midewiwin charts would be what is called a trestle-board of a Masonic order, which is printed and published and publicly exposed without exhibiting any secrets of the order. Yet it is not only significant but useful to the esoteric in assistance to their memory as to the details of ceremony. A most complete and trustworthy account of the Midewiwin is that given by W.J. Hoffman in the 7th Annual Report of the Bureau of Ethnology. He writes, "The Midewiwin, Society of the Mide or Shaman, consists of an indefinite number of Mide of both sexes. The society is graded into 4 separate and distinct degrees, although there is a general impression prevailing, even among certain members, that any degree beyond the first is practically a mere repetition. The great power attained by one in making advancement depends upon the fact of his having submitted to being shot at with the medicine sacks in the hands of the officiating priests. It has always been customary for the Midi priests to preserve birch bark records bearing delicate incised lines to represent pictorially the ground plan of the number of degrees to which the owner is entitled. Such records or charts are sacred and are never exposed to the public view. The two rectangular diagrams represent 2 degrees of the Midday Lodge, and the straight line through the center, the spiritual path, or straight and narrow way, running through the degrees. The lines running tangent to the central path signify temptations, and the faces at the termini of the lines are manidos, or powerful spirits. Writing of the Midewiwin schoolcraft, the great authority on the American Indian says, "In the society of the Midewiwin, the object is to teach the higher doctrines of spiritual existence, its nature and mode of existence, and the influence it exercises among men. It is an association of men who profess the highest knowledge known to the tribes." According to legend, Manabozho, the great rabbit, who was a servant of Deze Manido, the good spirit, gazing down upon the progenitors of the Ojibwas and perceiving them to be without spiritual knowledge, instructed an otter in the mysteries of the Midewiwin. Manabozho built a Midewigan and initiated the otter, shooting the sacred Migis, a small shell, the sacred symbol of the Midi, into the body of the otter. He then conferred immortality upon the animal and entrusted to it the secrets of the Grand Medicine Society. The ceremony of initiation is preceded by sweat baths and consists chiefly of overcoming the influences of evil Manidos. The initiate is also instructed in the art of healing and, judging from Plate 3 of Mr. Hoffman's article, a knowledge of directionalizing the forces moving through the vital centers of the human body. Though the cross is an important symbol in the Midewiwin rites, it is noteworthy that the Midi priests steadfastly refused to give up their religion and be converted to Christianity. The 7th ordeal took place in the House of the Bats. Here in the dark subterranean labyrinth lurked many strange and odious creatures of destruction. Huge bats fluttered dismally through the corridors and hung with folded wings from the carvings on the walls and ceilings. Here also dwelt Camazotz, the god of bats, a hideous monster with the body of a man and the wings and head of a bat. Camazotz carried a great sword, and, soaring through the gloom, decapitated with a single sweep of his blade any unwary wanderers seeking to find their way through the terror-filled chambers. Xbalanque passed successfully through this horrifying test, but Hunahpu, caught off his guard, was beheaded by Camazotz. Later, Hunahpu was restored to life by magic, and the 2 brothers, having thus foiled every attempt against their lives by the Xibalbians, in order to better avenge the murder of Hunahpu and Vukub Hunahpu, permitted themselves to be burned upon a funeral pyre. Their powdered bones were then cast into a river, and immediately became 2 great man-fishes. Later, taking upon themselves the forms of aged wanderers, they danced for the Xibalbians and wrought strange miracles. Thus one would cut the other to pieces, and with a single word resurrect him, or they would burn houses by magic and then instantly rebuild them. The fame of the 2 dancers, who were in reality Hunahpu and Xbalanque, finally came to the notice of the 12 princes of Xibalba, who thereupon desired these 2 miracle workers to perform their strange fears before them. After Hunahpu and Xbalanque had slain the dog of the princes and restored it to life, had burned the royal palace and instantly rebuilt it, and given other demonstrations of their magical powers, the monarch of the Xibalbians asked the magicians to destroy him and restore him also to life. So Hunahpu and Xbalanque slew the princes of Xibalba, but did not return them to life, thereby avenging the murder of Hunahpu and Vukub Hunahpu. These heroes later ascended to heaven, where they became the celestial lights. Keys to the mysteries of Xibalba. Do not these initiations, writes Le Plongeon, vividly recall to mind what Henoch said he saw in his visions? That blazing house of crystal, burning hot and icy cold, that place where were the bow of fire, the quiver of arrows, the sword of fire, that other where he had to cross the babbling stream, and the river of fire, and those extremities of the earth, full of all kinds of huge beasts and birds, or the habitation where appeared one of the great glory sitting upon the orb of the sun. And lastly, does not the tamarind tree in the midst of the earth, that he was told was the tree of knowledge, find its simile in the calabash tree, in the middle of the road where those of Xibalba placed the head of Hunahpu after sacrificing him for having failed to support the first trial of the initiation? These were the awful ordeals that the candidates for initiation into the sacred mysteries had to pass through in Xibalba. Do they not seem an exact counterpart of what happened in a milder form at the initiation into the Eleusinian mysteries, and also the greater mysteries of Egypt, from which these were copied? Does not the recital of what the candidates to the mysteries in Xibalba were required to know before being admitted recall to mind the wonderful similar feats said to be performed by the Mahatmas, the brothers in India, and of several passages of the book of Daniel, who had been initiated into the mysteries of the Chaldeans or Magi, which, according to Eubulus, were divided into 3 classes or genera, the highest being the most learned? See Sacred Mysteries among the Mayas and the Quiches. In his introductory notes to the Popol Vuh, Dr. Guthrie presents a number of important parallelisms between this sacred book of the Quiches and the sacred writings of other great civilizations. In the tests through which Hunahpu and Xbalanque are forced to pass, he finds the following analogy with the signs of the zodiac as employed in the mysteries of the Egyptians, Chaldeans, and Greeks. Aries, crossing the river of mud. Taurus, crossing the river of blood. Gemini, detecting the 2 dummy kings. Cancer, the house of darkness. Leo, the house of spears. Virgo, the house of cold, the usual trip to hell. Libra, the house of tigers, or feline poise. Scorpio, the house of fire. Sagittarius, the house of bats, where the god Camazotz decapitates one of the heroes. Capricorn, the burning on the scaffold, the dual phoenix. Aquarius, their ashes being scattered in a river. Pisces, their ashes turning into man-fishes, and later back into human form. It would seem more appropriate to assign the river of blood to Aries, and that of mud to Taurus, and it is not at all improbable that in the ancient form of the legend, the order of the rivers was reversed. Dr. Guthrie's most astonishing conclusion is his effort to identify Xibalba with the ancient continent of Atlantis. He sees in the 12 princes of Xibalba the rulers of the Atlantean Empire, and in the destruction of these princes by the magic of Hunahpu and Xbalanque, an allegorical depiction of the tragic end of Atlantis. To the initiated, however, it is evident that Atlantis is simply a symbolic figure in which is set forth the mystery of origins. Concerned primarily with the problems of mystical anatomy, Mr. Priest relates the various symbols described in the Popol Vuh to the occult centers of consciousness in the human body. Accordingly, he sees in the elastic ball the pineal gland, and in Hunahpu and Xbalanque the dual electric current directed along the spinal column. Unfortunately, Mr. Priest did not translate that portion of the Popol Vuh dealing directly with the initiatory ceremonial. Xibalba he considers to be the shadowy or etheric sphere which, according to the mystery teachings, was located within the body of the planet itself. The 4th book of the Popol Vuh concludes with an account of the erection of a majestic temple, all white, where was preserved a secret black divining stone, cubical in shape. Gucumatz, or Quetzalcoatl, partakes of many of the attributes of King Solomon. The account of the temple building in the Popol Vuh is a reminder of the story of Solomon's temple, and undoubtedly has a similar significance. Brasseur de Bourbourg was first attracted to the study of religious parallelisms in the Popol Vuh by the fact that the temple, together with the black stone which it contained, was named the Kaaba, a name astonishingly similar to that of the temple, or Kaaba, which contains the sacred black stone of Islam. The exploits of Hunahpu and Xbalanque take place before the actual creation of the human race, and therefore are to be considered essentially as spiritual mysteries. Xibalba doubtless signifies the inferior universe of Chaldean and Pythagorean philosophy. The princes of Xibalba are the 12 governors of the lower universe, and the 2 dummies or mannequins in their midst may be interpreted as the 2 false signs of the ancient zodiac inserted in the heavens to make the astronomical mysteries incomprehensible to the profane. The descent of Hunahpu and Xbalanque into the subterranean kingdom of Xibalba by crossing over the rivers on bridges made from their blowguns has a subtle analogy to the descent of the spiritual nature of man into the physical body through certain superphysical channels that may be likened to the blowguns or tubes. The sabarkan is also an appropriate emblem of the spinal cord and the power resident within its tiny central opening. The 2 youths are invited to play the game of life with the gods of death, and only with the aid of supernatural power imparted to them by the sages can they triumph over these gloomy lords. The tests represent the soul wandering through the subzodiacal realms of the created universe. Their final victory over the lords of death represents the ascension of the spiritual and illumined consciousness from the tower nature which has been wholly consumed by the fire of spiritual purification. That the Quiches possessed the keys to the mystery of regeneration is evident from an analysis of the symbols appearing upon the images of their priests and gods. In Volume 2 of the Annales del Museo Nacional de Mexico is reproduced the head of an image generally considered to represent Quetzalcoatl. The sculpturing is distinctly oriental in character, and on the crown of the head appear both the thousand-petaled sunburst of spiritual illumination and the serpent of the liberated spinal fire. The Hindu chakra is unmistakable, and it frequently appears in the religious art of the three Americas. One of the carved monoliths of Central America is adorned with the heads of two elephants with their drivers. No such animals have existed in the Western Hemisphere since prehistoric times, and it is evident that the carvings are the result of contact with the distant continent of Asia. Among the mysteries of the Central American Indians is a remarkable doctrine concerning the consecrated mantles, or, as they were called in Europe, magic capes. Because their glory was fatal to mortal vision, the gods, when appearing to the initiated priests, robed themselves in these mantles. Allegory and fable likewise are the mantles with which the secret doctrine is ever enveloped. Such a magic cape of concealment is the Popol Vuh, and deep within its folds sits the god of Quiche philosophy. The massive pyramids, temples, and monoliths of Central America may be likened also to the feet of gods, whose upper parts are enshrouded in magic mantles of invisibility. The mysteries and their emissaries. Did that divine knowledge which constituted the supreme possession of the pagan priestcrafts survive the destruction of their temples? Is it yet accessible to mankind, or does it lie buried beneath the rubbish of ages, entombed within the very sanctuaries that were once illuminated by its splendor? In Egypt, writes Origen, the philosophers have a sublime and secret knowledge respecting the nature of God. What did Julian imply when he spoke of the secret initiations into the sacred mysteries of the seven-rayed God who lifted souls to salvation through his own nature? Who were the blessed theurgists who understood the profundities concerning which Julian dared not speak? If this inner doctrine were always concealed from the masses, for whom a simpler code had been devised, is it not highly probable that the exponents of every aspect of modern civilization, philosophic, ethical, religious, and scientific, are ignorant of the true meaning of the very theories and tenets on which their beliefs are founded? Do the arts and sciences that the race has inherited from older nations conceal beneath their fair exterior a mystery so great that only the most illumined intellect can grasp its import? Such is undoubtedly the case. Albert Pike, who has gathered ample evidence of the excellence of the doctrines promulgated by the mysteries, supports his assertions by quoting from the writings of Clement of Alexandria, Plato, Epictetus, Proclus, Aristophanes, and Cicero, all of whom unite in lauding the high ideals of these institutions. From the unqualified testimony of such reputable authorities, no reasonable doubt can exist that the initiates of Greece, Egypt, and other ancient countries possess the correct solution to those great cultural, intellectual, moral, and social problems which in an unsolved state confront the humanity of the 20th century. The reader must not interpret this statement to mean that antiquity had foreseen and analyzed every complexity of this generation, but rather that the mysteries had evolved a method whereby the mind was so trained in the fundamental verities of life that it was able to cope intelligently with any emergency which might arise. Thus, the reasoning faculties were organized by a simple process of mental culture, for it was asserted that where reason reigns supreme, inconsistency cannot exist. Wisdom, it was maintained, lifts man to the condition of godhood, a fact which explains the enigmatical statement that the mysteries transformed roaring beasts into divinities. The preeminence of any philosophical system can be determined only by the excellence of its products. The mysteries have demonstrated the superiority of their culture by giving to the world minds of such overwhelming greatness, souls of such beatific vision, and lives of such outstanding impeccability that even after the lapse of ages, the teachings of these individuals constitute the present spiritual, intellectual, and ethical standards of the race. The initiates of the various mystery schools of past ages form a veritable golden chain of supermen and superwomen connecting heaven and earth. They are the links of that Homeric golden chain with which Zeus boasted he could bind the several parts of the universe to the pinnacle of Olympus, The sons and daughters of Isis are indeed an illustrious line, founders of sciences and philosophies, patrons of arts and crafts, supporting by the transcendency of their divinely given power the structures of the world religions erected to do them homage. Founders of doctrines which have molded the lives of uncounted generations, these initiate teachers bear witness to that spiritual culture which has always existed, and always will exist, as a divine institution in the world of men. Those who represent an ideal beyond the comprehension of the masses must face the persecution of the unthinking multitude who are without that divine idealism which inspires progress and those rational faculties which unerringly sift truth from falsehood. The lot of the initiate teacher is therefore almost invariably an unhappy one. Pythagoras, crucified and his university burned. Hypatia, torn from her chariot and rended limb from limb. Jacques de Molay, whose memory survives the consuming flame. Savonarola, burned in the square of Florence. Galileo, forced to recant upon bended knee. Giordano Bruno, burned by the Inquisition. Roger Bacon, compelled to carry on his experiments in the secrecy of his cell and leave his knowledge hidden under cipher. Dante Alighieri, dying in exile from his beloved city. Francis Bacon, patient under the burden of persecution. Cagliostro, the most vilified man of modern times. All this illustrious line bear unending witness of man's inhumanity to man. The world has ever been prone to heap plaudits upon its fools and calumny upon its thinkers. Here and there notable exceptions occur, as in the case of the Comte de Saint-Germain, a philosopher who survived his inquisitors and through the sheer transcendency of his genius won a position of comparative immunity. But even the illustrious Comte, whose illumined intellect merited the homage of the world, could not escape being branded an impostor, a charlatan, and an adventurer. From this long list of immortal men and women who have represented the ancient wisdom before the world, 3 have been chosen as outstanding examples for more detailed consideration. The first, the most eminent woman philosopher of all ages. The second, the most maligned and persecuted man since the beginning of Christian era. The third, the most brilliant and the most successful modern exponent of this ancient wisdom. Hypatia. Sitting in the chair of philosophy previously occupied by her father, Theon the mathematician, the immortal Hypatia was for many years the central figure in the Alexandrian school of Neoplatonism. Famed alike for the depth of her learning and the charm of her person, beloved by the citizens of Alexandria, and frequently consulted by the magistrates of that city, this noble woman stands out from the pages of history as the greatest of the pagan martyrs. A personal disciple of the magician Plutarch and versed in the profundities of the Platonic school, Hypatia eclipsed in argument and public esteem every proponent of the Christian doctrines in northern Egypt. While her writings perished at the time of the burning of the Library of Alexandria by the Mohammedans, some hint of their nature may be gleaned from the statements of contemporaneous authors. Hypatia evidently wrote a commentary on the arithmetic of Diophantus, another on the astronomical canon of Ptolemy, and a third on the conics of Apollonius of Perga. Synesius, bishop of Ptolemais, her devoted friend, wrote to Hypatia for assistance in the construction of an astrolabe and a hydroscope. Recognizing the transcendency of her intellect, the learned of many nations flocked to the academy where she lectured. The Table of Cebes, from Venius's Teatro Moro della Vida Humana. This is legend to the effect that the Tablet of Cebes, a dialogue between Cebes and Gerundio, was based upon an ancient table set up in the Temple of Kronos at Athens, or Thebes, which depicted the entire progress of human life. The author of the Tablet of Cebes was a disciple of Socrates and lived about 390 BC. The world is represented as a great mountain. Out of the earth, at the base of it, come the myriads of human creatures who climb upward in search of truth and immortality. Above the clouds which conceal the summit of the mountain is the goal of human attainment, true happiness. The figures and groups are arranged as follows. 1. The door of the wall of life. 2. The genius or intelligence. 3. Deceit. 4. Opinions, desires, and pleasures. 5. Fortune. 6. The strong. 7. Venery, insatiability, flattery. 8. Sorrow. 9. Sadness. 10. Misery. 11. Grief. 12. Rage or despair. 13. The house of misfortune. 14. Penitence. 15. True opinion. 16. False opinion. 17. False doctrine. 18. Poets, orators, geometers, et al. 19. Incontinence, sexual indulgence, and opinion. 20. The road of the true doctrine. 21. Continence and patience. 22. The true doctrine. 23. Truth and persuasion. 24. Science and virtues. 25. Happiness. 26. The highest, first pleasure of the wise man. 27. The lazy and the strays. A number of writers have credited the teachings of Hypatia with being Christian in spirit. In fact, she removed the veil of mystery in which the new cult had enshrouded itself, discoursing with such clarity upon its most involved principles that many newly converted to the Christian faith deserted it to become her disciples. Hypatia not only proved conclusively the pagan origin of the Christian faith, but also exposed the purported miracles then advanced by the Christians as tokens of divine preference by demonstrating the natural laws controlling the phenomena. At this time, Cyril, later to be renowned as the founder of the doctrine of the Christian Trinity and canonized for his zeal, was Bishop of Alexandria. Seeing in Hypatia a continual menace to the promulgation of the Christian faith, Cyril, indirectly at least, was the cause of her tragic end. Despite every later effort to exonerate him from the stigma of her murder, the incontrovertible fact remains that he made no effort to avert the foul and brutal crime. The only shred of excuse which might be offered in his defense is that, blinded by the spell of fanaticism, Cyril considered Hypatia to be a sorceress in league with the devil. In contrast to the otherwise general excellence of the literary works of Charles Kingsley, may be noted his puerile delineation of character of Hypatia in his book by that name. Without exception, the meager historical references to this virgin philosopher attest her virtue, integrity, and absolute devotion to the principles of truth and right. While it is true that the best minds of the Christianity of that period may readily be absolved from the charge of participes criminis, the implacable hatred of Cyril unquestionably communicated itself to the more fanatical members of his faith, particularly to a group of monks from the Nitrian desert. Led by Peter the Reader, a savage and illiterate man, they attacked Hypatia on the open street as she was passing from the academy to her home. Dragging the defenseless woman from her chariot, they took her to the Caesarean church. Tearing away her garments, they pounded her to death with clubs, after which they scraped the flesh from her bones with oyster shells and carried the mutilated remains to a place called Cindron, where they burned them to ashes. Thus perished in AD 415 the greatest woman initiate of the ancient world, and with her also the Neoplatonic school of Alexandria. The memory of Hypatia has probably been perpetuated in the hagiolatry of the Roman Catholic Church in the person of Saint Catherine of Alexandria. The Comte di Cagliostro. The divine Cagliostro, one moment the idol of Paris, the next a lonely prisoner in a dungeon of the Inquisition, passed like a meteor across the face of France. According to his memoirs written by him during his confinement in the Bastille, Alessandro Cagliostro was born in Malta of a noble but unknown family. He was reared and educated in Arabia under the tutelage of Altotas, a man well versed in several branches of philosophy and science, and also a master of the transcendental arts. While Cagliostro's biographers generally ridiculed this account, they utterly failed to advance in its stead any logical solution for the source of his magnificent store of arcane knowledge. Branded as an impostor and a charlatan, his miracles declared to be legerdemain, and his very generosity suspected of an ulterior motive, the Comte di Cagliostro is undoubtedly the most calumniated man in modern history. The mistrust, writes W.H.K. Trowbridge, that mystery and magic always inspire, made Cagliostro with his fantastic personality an easy target for calumny. After having been riddled with abuse till he was unrecognizable, prejudice, the foster child of calumny, proceeded to lynch him, so to speak. For over 100 years his character has dangled on the gibbet of infamy, upon which the Sabiri of tradition has inscribed a curse on anyone who shall attempt to cut him down. His fate has been his fame. He is remembered in history not so much for anything he did as for what was done to him. See Cagliostro, the splendor and misery of a master of magic. The Divine, Cagliostro. From Houdon's Bust of Cagliostro. The Comte di Cagliostro is described as a man not overly tall, but square-shouldered and deep of chest. His head, which was large, was abundantly covered with black hair combed back from his broad and noble forehead. His eyes were black and very brilliant, and when he spoke with great feeling upon some profound subject, the pupils dilated, his eyebrows rose, and he shook his head like a maned lion. His hands and feet were small, an indication of noble birth, and his whole bearing was one of dignity and studiousness. He was filled with energy and could accomplish a prodigious amount of work. He dressed somewhat fantastically, gave so freely from an inexhaustible purse that he received the title of Father of the Poor, accepted nothing from anyone, and maintained himself in magnificence in a combined temple and palace in the Rue de l'Esoteric. According to his own statement, he was initiated into the mysteries by none other than the Comte de Saint-Germain. He had traveled through all parts of the world, and in the ruins of ancient Babylon and Nineveh had discovered wise men who understood all the secrets of human life. According to popular belief, Cagliostro's real name was Giuseppe Balsamo, and he was a Sicilian by birth. Within recent years, however, doubts have arisen as to whether this belief is in accord with the facts. It may yet be proved that, in part, at least, the tirades of abuse heaped upon the unfortunate Comte have been directed against the wrong man. Giuseppe Balsamo was born in 1743 of honest but humble parentage. From boyhood, he exhibited selfish, worthless, and even criminal tendencies, and after a series of escapades disappeared. Trowbridge presents ample proof that Cagliostro was not Giuseppe Balsamo, thus disposing of the worst accusation against him. After 6 months' imprisonment in the Bastille, on his trial, Cagliostro was exonerated from any implication in the theft of the famous Queen's necklace, and later the fact was established that he had actually warned Cardinal de Rohan of the intended crime. Despite the fact, however, that he was discharged as innocent by the French trial court, a deliberate effort to vilify Cagliostro was made by an artist, more talented than intelligent, who painted a picture showing him holding the fatal necklace in his hand. The trial of Cagliostro has been called the prologue of the French Revolution. The smoldering animosity against Marie Antoinette and Louis XVI engendered by this trial later burst forth as the Holocaust of the Reign of Terror. In his brochure, Cagliostro and His Egyptian Rite of Freemasonry, Henry R. Evans also ably defends this much persecuted man against the infamies so unjustly linked with his name. Sincere investigators of the facts surrounding the life and mysterious death of Cagliostro are of the opinion that the stories circulated against him may be traced to the machinations of the Inquisition, which in this manner sought to justify his persecution. The basic charge against Cagliostro was that he had attempted to found a Masonic lodge in Rome, nothing more. All other accusations are of subsequent date. For some reason, undisclosed, the Pope commuted Cagliostro's sentence of death to perpetual imprisonment. This act in itself showed the regard in which Cagliostro was held, even by his enemies. While his death is believed to have occurred several years later in an inquisitional dungeon in the castle of San Leo, it is highly improbable that such was the case. There are rumors that he escaped, and according to one very significant story, Cagliostro fled to India, where his talents received the appreciation denied them in politics-ridden Europe. After creating his Egyptian rite, Cagliostro declared that since women had been admitted into the ancient mysteries, there was no reason why they should be excluded from the modern orders. The Princess de Lamballe graciously accepted the dignity of Mistress of Honor in his secret society, and on the evening of her initiation, the most important members of the French court were present. The brilliance of the affair attracted the attention of the Masonic lodges in Paris. Their representatives, in a sincere desire to understand the Masonic mysteries, chose the learned Orientalist Court de Gabellin as their spokesman, and invited Comte di Cagliostro to attend a conference to assist in clearing up a number of important questions concerning Masonic philosophy. The Comte accepted the invitation. On May 10, 1785, Cagliostro attended the conference called for that purpose and his power and simplicity immediately won for him the favorable opinion of the entire gathering. It took but a few words for the Court des Gobelins to discover that he was talking not only to a fellow scholar, but to a man infinitely his superior. Cagliostro immediately presented an address which was so unexpected, so totally different from anything ever heard before by those assembled, that all were speechless with amazement. Cagliostro declared the Rose Cross to be the ancient and true symbol of the mysteries, and, after a brief description of its original symbolism, branched out into a consideration of the symbolic meaning of letters, predicting to the assembly the future of France in a graphic manner that left no room for doubt that the speaker was a man of insight and supernatural power. With a curious arrangement of the letters of the alphabet, Cagliostro foretold in detail the horrors of the coming revolution and the fall of the monarchy, describing minutely the fate and the various members of the royal family. He also prophesied the advent of Napoleon and the rise of the First Empire. All this he did to demonstrate that which can be accomplished by superior knowledge. Later, when arrested and sent to the Bastille, Cagliostro wrote on the wall of his cell the following cryptic message, which, when interpreted, reads, "In 1789, the besieged Bastille will, on July 14th, be pulled down by you from top to bottom." Cagliostro was the mysterious agent of the Knights Templars, the Rosicrucian initiate whose magnificent store of learning is attested by the profundity of the Egyptian rite of Freemasonry. Thus Comte di Cagliostro remains one of the strangest characters in history, believed by his friends to have lived forever and to have taken part in the marriage feast of Cana, and accused by his enemies of being the devil incarnate. His powers of prophecy are ably described by Alexander Dumas in The Queen's Necklace. The world he sought to serve in his own strange way received him not, but has followed with relentless persecution down through the centuries even the very memory of this illustrious adept who, unable to accomplish the great labor at hand, stepped aside in favor of his more successful compatriot, the Comte de Saint-Germain. The Comte de Saint-Germain. During the early part of the 18th century, there appeared in the diplomatic circles of Europe the most baffling personality of history, a man whose life was so near a synonym of mystery that the enigma of his true identity was as insolvable to his contemporaries as it had been to later investigators. The Comte de Saint-Germain was recognized as the outstanding scholar and linguist of his day. His versatile accomplishments extended from chemistry and history to poetry and music. He played several musical instruments with great skill, and among his numerous compositions was a short opera. He was also an artist of rare ability, and the remarkably luminous effects which he created on canvas are believed to have been the result of his mixing powdered mother-of-pearl with his pigments. He gained worldwide distinction for his ability to reproduce in his paintings the original luster of the precious stones appearing upon the costumes of his subjects. His linguistic proficiency verged on the supernatural. He spoke German, English, Italian, Portuguese, Spanish, French with a Piedmontese accent, Greek, Latin, Sanskrit, Arabic, and Chinese with such fluency that in every land he visited he was accepted as a native. He was ambidextrous to such a degree that he could write the same article with both hands simultaneously. When the two pieces of paper were afterwards placed together with a light behind them, the writing on one sheet exactly covered, letter for letter, the writing on the other. Prince Ragoczi of Transylvania, Comte de Saint-Germain. The great mysterious adept who termed himself the Comte de Saint-Germain is generally supposed to have been born in 1710, but while the church register at Eckernford contains a record of his death in 1784, he was seen upon several occasions subsequent to that date, having attended a Masonic conference in 1785 and in Venice in 1788. The last historical mention of Saint-Germain was in 1822, at which time he was on the eve of embarking for India. As a historian, the Comte de Saint-Germain possessed uncanny knowledge of every occurrence of the preceding 2,000 years, and in his reminiscences he described in intimate detail events of previous centuries in which he had played important roles. He assisted Mesmer in developing the theory of mesmerism, and in all probability was the actual discoverer of that science. His knowledge of chemistry was so profound that he could remove flaws from diamonds and other precious stones, a feat which he actually performed at the request of Louis XV in 1757, He was also recognized as an art critic without a peer and was often consulted regarding paintings accredited to the great masters. His claim to the possession of the fabled elixir of life was witnessed to by Madame de Pompadour, who discovered, she declared, that he had presented a lady of the court with a certain priceless liquid which had had the effect of preserving her youthful vivacity and beauty for over 25 years beyond the normal term. The startling accuracy of his prophetic utterances gained for him no small degree of fame. To Marie Antoinette he predicted the fall of the French monarchy, and he was also aware of the unhappy fate of the royal family years before the revolution actually took place. The crowning evidence, however, of the Comte's genius was his penetrating grasp of the political situation of Europe and the consummate skill with which he parried the thrusts of his diplomatic adversaries. He was employed by a number of European governments, including the French, as a secret agent, and at all times bore credentials which gave him entrée to the most exclusive circles. In her excellent monograph, The Comte de Saint-Germain, The Secret of Kings, Mrs. Cooper Oakley lists the most important names under which this amazing person masqueraded between the years 1710 and 1822. During this time, she writes, we have M. de Saint-Germain as the Marquis de Montferrat, Comte Bellamare, or Ayamar at Venice, Chevalier Schoening at Pisa, Chevalier Weldon at Milan and Leipzig, Comte Soltikoff at Genoa and Leghorn, Graf Zargi at Schwalbach and Treisdorf, Prince Ragazzi at Dresden, and Comte de Saint-Germain at Paris, The Hague, London, and St. Petersburg. It is evident that M. de Saint-Germain adopted these various names in the interests of the political secret service work which historians have presumed to be the major mission of his life. The Comte de Saint-Germain has been described as of medium height, well-proportioned in body, and of regular and pleasing features. His complexion was somewhat swarthy, and his hair dark, though often shown powdered. He dressed simply, usually in black, but his clothes were well-fitting and of the best quality. He had apparently a mania for diamonds, which he wore not only in rings, but also in his watch and chain, his snuff-box, and upon his buckles. A jeweler once estimated the value of his shoe-buckles at 20,000 francs. The Comte is generally depicted as a man in middle life, entirely devoid of wrinkles and free from any physical infirmity. He ate no meat and drank no wine, in fact seldom dined in the presence of any second person. Although he was looked upon as a charlatan and impostor by a few nobles at the French court, Louis XV severely reprimanded a courtier who made a disparaging remark concerning him. The grace and dignity that characterized his conduct, together with his perfect control of every situation, attested the innate refinement and culture of one to the manner born. This remarkable person also had the surprising and impressive ability to divine, even to the most minute details, the questions of his inquisitors before they were asked. By something akin to telepathy, he was also able to feel when his presence was needed in some distant city or state, and it has even been recorded of him that he had the astonishing habit not only of appearing in his own apartment and in those of friends without resorting to the conventionality of the door, but also of departing therefrom in a similar manner. M. de Saint-Germain's travels covered many countries. During the reign of Peter III, he was in Russia, and between the years 1737 and 1742 in the court of the Shah of Persia as an honored guest. On the subject of his wanderings, Una Birch writes, the travels of the Comte de Saint-Germain covered a long period of years and a great range of countries. From Persia to France and from Calcutta to Rome, he was known and respected. Horace Walpole spoke with him in London in 1745. Clive knew him in India in 1756. Madame de Adhemar alleges that she met him in Paris in 1789, 5 years after his supposed death, while other persons pretend to have held conversations with him in the early 19th century. He was on familiar and intimate terms with the crowned heads of Europe and the honored friend of many distinguished persons of all nationalities. He is even mentioned in the memoirs and letters of the day, and always as a man of mystery. Frederick the Great, Voltaire, Madame de Pompadour, Rousseau, Chatham, and Walpole, all of whom knew him personally, rivaled each other in curiosity as to his origin. During the many decades in which he was before the world, however, no one succeeded in discovering why he appeared as a Jacobite agent in London, as a conspirator in Petersburg, as an alchemist and connoisseur of pictures in Paris, or as a Russian general at Naples. Now and again, the curtain which shrouds his actions is drawn aside, and we are permitted to see him fiddling in the music room at Versailles, gossiping with Horace Walpole in London, sitting in Frederick the Great's library at Berlin, or conducting illuminist meetings in caverns by the Rhine. See The 19th Century, January 1908. The Comte de Saint-Germain has been generally regarded as an important figure in early activities of the Freemasons. Repeated efforts, however, probably with an ulterior motive, have been made to discredit his Masonic affiliations. An example of this is the account appearing in The Secret Tradition in Freemasonry by Arthur Edward Waite. This author, after making several rather disparaging remarks on the subject, amplifies his article by reproducing an engraving of the wrong Comte de Saint-Germain, apparently being unable to distinguish between the great Illuminist and the French general. It will yet be established beyond all doubt that the Comte de Saint-Germain was both a Mason and a Templar. In fact, the memoirs of Cagliostro contain a direct statement of his initiation into the order of the Knights Templars at the hands of Saint-Germain. Many of the illustrious personages with whom the Comte de Saint-Germain associated were high Masons, and sufficient memoranda has been preserved concerning the discussions which they held to prove that he was a master of Freemasonic lore. It is also reasonably certain that he was connected with the Rosicrucians, possibly having been the actual head of that order. The Comte de Saint-Germain was thoroughly conversant with the principles of Oriental esotericism. He practiced the Eastern system of meditation and concentration, upon several occasions having been seated with his feet crossed and hands folded in the posture of a Hindu Buddha. He had a retreat in the heart of the Himalayas to which he retired periodically from the world. On one occasion he declared that he would remain in India for 85 years and then would return to the scene of his European labors. At various times he admitted that he was obeying the orders of a power higher and greater than himself. What he did not say was that this superior power was the mystery school which had sent him into the world to accomplish a definite mission. The Comte de Saint-Germain and Sir Francis Bacon are the two greatest emissaries sent into the world by the secret brotherhood in the last 1,000 years. E. Francis Udny, a theosophical writer, is of the belief that the Comte Saint-Germain was not the son of Prince Rákóczi of Transylvania, but because of his age could have been none other than the prince himself, who was known to be of a deep philosophic and mystic nature. The same writer believes the Comte de Saint-Germain passed through the philosophic death as Francis Bacon in 1626, as François Rákóczi in 1735, and as Comte de Saint-Germain in 1784. He also feels that the Comte de Saint-Germain was the famous Comte de Gabalis, and, as Count Hompesch, was the last Grand Master of the Knights of Malta. It is well known that the many members of the European secret societies have feigned death for various purposes. Marshal Ney, a member of the Society of Unknown Philosophers, escaped the firing squad and, under the name of Peter Stewart Ney, lived and taught school for over 30 years in North Carolina. On his deathbed, P.S. Ney told Dr. Locke, the attending physician, that he was Marshal Ney of France. In concluding an article on the identity of the inscrutable Comte de Saint-Germain, Andrew Lang writes, "Did Saint-Germain really die in the palace of Prince Charles of Hesse about 1780–85? Did he, on the other hand, escape from the French prison where Grosley thought he saw him during the French Revolution? Was he known to Lord Lytton about 1860? Is he the mysterious Muscovite advisor of the Dalai Lama? Who knows? He is a will-o'-the-wisp of the memoir writers of the 18th century. See Historical Mysteries." Episodes from American History. Many times the question has been asked, was Francis Bacon's vision of the New Atlantis a prophetic dream of the great civilization which was so soon to rise upon the soil of the New World? It cannot be doubted that the secret societies of Europe conspired to establish upon the American continent a new nation, conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. Two incidents in the early history of the United States evidence the influence of that silent body which has so long guided the destinies of people and religions. By them, nations are created as vehicles for the promulgation of ideals, and while nations are true to these ideals, they survive. When they vary from them, they vanish like the Atlantis of old, which had ceased to know the gods. In his admirable little treatise, Our Flag, Robert Allen Campbell revives the details of an obscure but most important episode of American history, the designing of the colonial flag of 1775. The account involves a mysterious man concerning whom no information is available other than that he was on familiar terms with both General George Washington and Dr. Benjamin Franklin. The following description of him is taken from Campbell's treatise. Little seems to have been known concerning this old gentleman, and in the materials from which this account is compiled, his name is not even once mentioned, for he is uniformly spoken of or referred to as the Professor. He was evidently far beyond his 70 years, and he often referred to historical events of more than a century previous, just as if he had been a living witness of their occurrence. Still, he was erect, vigorous, and active, hale, hearty, and clear-minded, as strong and energetic every way as in the prime of his life. He was tall, of fine figure, perfectly easy and very dignified in his manners, being at once courteous, gracious, and commanding. He was, for those times and considering the customs of the colonists, very peculiar in his method of living, for he ate no flesh, fowl, or fish. He never used for any food any green thing, any roots or anything unripe. He drank no liquor, wine, or ale, but confined his diet to cereals and their products, fruits that were ripened on the stem in the sun, nuts, mild tea, and the sweets of honey, sugar, or molasses. He was well educated, highly cultivated, of extensive as well as varied information, and very studious. He spent considerable of his time in the patient and persistent conning of a number of very rare old books and ancient manuscripts which he seemed to be deciphering, translating, or rewriting. These books and manuscripts, together with his own writings, he never showed to anyone, and he did not even mention them in his conversations with the family, except in the most casual way, and he always locked them up very carefully in a large, old-fashioned, cubically shaped, iron-bound, heavy oaken chest, whenever he left his room, even for his meals. He took long and frequent walks alone, sat on the brows of the neighboring hills, or mused in the midst of the green and flower-gemmed meadows. He was fairly liberal, but in no way lavish, in spending his money, with which he was well supplied. He was a quiet, though very genial and very interesting member of the family, and he was seemingly at home upon any and every topic coming up in conversation. He was, in short, one whom everyone would notice and respect, whom few would feel well acquainted with, and whom no one would presume to question concerning himself as to whence he came, why he tarried, or whither he journeyed. By something more than a mere coincidence, the committee appointed by the Colonial Congress to design a flag accepted an invitation to be guests while in Cambridge of the same family with which the professor was staying. It was here that the General Washington joined them for the purpose of deciding upon a fitting emblem. By the signs which passed between them, it was evident that both General Washington and Dr. Franklin recognized the professor, and by unanimous approval he was invited to become an active member of the committee. During the proceedings which followed, the professor was treated with the most profound respect, and all of his suggestions immediately acted upon. He submitted a pattern which he considered symbolically appropriate for the new flag, and this was unhesitatingly accepted by the other 6 members of the committee, who voted that the arrangement suggested by the professor be forthwith adopted. After the episode of the flag, the professor quietly vanished, and nothing further is known concerning him. Did General Washington and Dr. Franklin recognize the professor as an emissary of the mystery school which had so long controlled the political destinies of this planet? Benjamin Franklin was a philosopher and a Freemason, possibly a Rosicrucian initiate. He and the Marquis de Lafayette, also a man of mystery, constitute 2 of the most important links in the chain of circumstance that culminated in the establishment of the original 13 American colonies as a free and independent nation. Dr. Franklin's philosophic attainments are well attested in Poor Richard's Almanac, published by him for many years under the name of Richard Saunders. His interest in the cause of Freemasonry is also known by his republication of Anderson's Constitutions of Freemasonry, a rare and much disputed work on the subject. It was during the evening of July 4th, 1776, that the second of these mysterious episodes occurred. In the old State House in Philadelphia, a group of men were gathered for the momentous task of severing the last tie between the old country and the new. It was a grave moment, and not a few of those present feared that their lives would be the forfeit for their audacity. In the midst of the debate, a fierce voice rang out. The debaters stopped and turned to look upon the stranger, Who was this man who had suddenly appeared in their midst and transfixed them with his oratory? They had never seen him before. None knew him when he had entered, but his tall form and pale face filled them with awe. His voice, ringing with a holy zeal, the stranger stirred them to their very souls. His closing words rang through the building. God has given America to be free. As the stranger sank in a chair exhausted, a wild enthusiasm burst forth. Name after name was placed upon the parchment. The Declaration of Independence was signed. But where was the man who had precipitated the accomplishment of this immortal task, who had lifted for a moment the veil from the eyes of the assemblage and revealed to them a part at least of the great purpose for which the new nation was conceived? He had disappeared, nor was he ever seen again or his identity established. This episode parallels others of a similar kind, recorded by ancient historians attendant upon the founding of every new nation. Are they coincidences, or do they demonstrate that the divine wisdom of the ancient mysteries still is present in the world, serving mankind as it did of old? Conclusion. Philip, king of Macedon, ambitious to obtain the teacher who would be the most capable of imparting the higher branches of learning to his 14-year-old son Alexander, and wishing the prince to have for his mentor the most famous and learned of the great philosophers, decided to communicate with Aristotle. He dispatched the following letter to the Greek sage. Philip, to Aristotle, health. Know that I have a son. I render the gods many thanks, not so much for his birth as that he was born in your time, for I hope that being educated and instructed by you, he will become worthy of us both and the kingdom which he shall inherit. Accepting Philip's invitation, Aristotle journeyed to Macedon in the 4th year of the 108th Olympiad, and remained for 8 years as the tutor of Alexander. The young prince's affection for his instructor became as great as that which he felt for his father. He said that his father had given him being, but that Aristotle had given him well-being. The basic principles of the ancient wisdom were imparted to Alexander the Great by Aristotle, and at the philosopher's feet the Macedonian youth came to realize the transcendency of Greek learning as it was personified in Plato's immortal disciple. Elevated by his illumined teacher to the threshold of the philosophic sphere, he beheld the world of the sages, the world that fate and the limitations of his own soul decreed he should not conquer. Aristotle, in his leisure hours, edited and annotated the Iliad of Homer and presented the finished volume to Alexander. This book the young conqueror so highly prized that he carried it with him on all his campaigns. At the time of his triumph over Darius, discovering among these spoils a magnificent gem-studded casket of unguents, he dumped its contents upon the ground, declaring that at last he had found a case worthy of Aristotle's edition of the Iliad. While on his Asiatic campaign, Alexander learned that Aristotle had published one of his most prized discourses, an occurrence which deeply grieved the young king. So to Aristotle, conqueror of the unknown, Alexander, conqueror of the known, sent this reproachful and pathetic admission of the insufficiency of worldly pomp and power. Alexander to Aristotle, health. You were wrong in publishing those branches of science hitherto not to be acquired except from oral instruction. In what shall I excel others if the more profound knowledge I gained from you be communicated to all? For my part, I had rather surpassed the majority of mankind in the sublimer branches of learning than in extent of power and dominion. Farewell. The receipt of this amazing letter caused no ripple in the placid life of Aristotle, who replied that although the discourse had been communicated to the multitudes, none who had not heard him deliver the lecture, who lacked spiritual comprehension, could understand its true import. A few short years, and Alexander the Great went the way of all flesh, and with his body crumbled the structure of empire erected upon his personality. 1 year later, Aristotle also passed into that greater world concerning whose mysteries he had so often discoursed with his disciples in the Lyceum. But as Aristotle excelled Alexander in life, so he excelled him in death. For though his body mouldered in an obscure tomb, the great philosopher continued to live in his intellectual achievements. Age after age paid him grateful tribute. Generation after generation pondered over his theorems, until by the sheer transcendency of his rational faculties, Aristotle, the master of those who know, as Dante has called him, became the actual conqueror of the very world which Alexander had sought to subdue with the sword. Thus it is demonstrated that to capture a man it is not sufficient to enslave his body. it is necessary to enlist his reason, that to free a man it is not enough to strike the shackles from his limbs. His mind must be liberated from bondage to his own ignorance. Physical conquest must ever fail, for, generating hatred and dissension, it spurs the mind to the avenging of an outraged body. But all men are bound, whether willingly or unwillingly, to obey that intellect in which they recognize qualities and virtues superior to their own. That the philosophic culture of ancient Greece, Egypt, and India excelled that of the modern world must be admitted by all, even by the most confirmed of modernists. The golden era of Greek aesthetics, intellectualism, and ethics has never since been equaled. The true philosopher belongs to the most noble order of men. The nation or race which is blessed by possession of illumined thinkers is fortunate indeed, and its name shall be remembered for their sake. In the famous Pythagorean school at Crotona, philosophy was regarded as indispensable to the life of man. He who did not comprehend the dignity of the reasoning power could not properly be said to live. Therefore, when through innate perverseness a member either voluntarily withdrew or was forcibly ejected from the philosophic fraternity, a headstone was set up for him in the community graveyard, for he who had forsaken intellectual and ethical pursuits to re-enter the material sphere with its illusions of sense and false ambition was regarded as one dead to the sphere of reality. The life represented by the thraldom of the senses the Pythagoreans conceived to be spiritual death, while they regarded death to the sense world as spiritual life. Philosophy bestows life in that it reveals the dignity and purpose of living. Materiality bestows death in that it benumbs or clouds those faculties of the human soul which should be responsive to the enlivening impulses of creative thought and ennobling virtue. How inferior to these standards of remote days are the laws by which men live in the 20th century. Today man, a sublime creature with infinite capacity for self-improvement, in an effort to be true to false standards, turns from his birthright of understanding, without realizing the consequences, and plunges into the maelstrom of material illusion. The precious span of his earthly years he devotes to the pathetically futile effort to establish himself as an enduring power in a realm of unenduring things. Gradually the memory of his life as a spiritual being vanishes from his objective mind, and he focuses all his partly awakened faculties upon the seething beehive of industry, which he has come to consider the sole actuality. From the lofty heights of his selfhood, he slowly sinks into the gloomy depths of ephemerality. He falls to the level of the beast, and in brutish fashion mumbles the problems arising from his all too insufficient knowledge of the divine plan. Here in the lurid turmoil of a great industrial, political, commercial inferno, men writhe in self-inflicted agony, and reaching out into the swirling mists, strive to clutch and hold the grotesque phantoms of success and power. John and the Vision of the Apocalypse, from an engraving by Jean Duvet. Jean Duvet of Langres, who was born in 1485 and presumably died sometime after 1561, the year in which his illustrations to the Apocalypse were printed in the book form, was the oldest and greatest of French Renaissance engravers. Little is known concerning Duvet, beyond the fact that he was the goldsmith to the King of France. His engravings for the Book of Revelation, executed after he had passed his 70th year, were his masterpiece. For further information regarding this obscure master, consult the article by William M. Ivins, Jr. in The Arts, May 1926. The face of John is an actual portrait of Duvet. This plate, like many others cut by Duvet, is rich in philosophical symbolism. Ignorant of the cause of life, ignorant of the purpose of life, ignorant of what lies beyond the mystery of death, yet possessing within himself the answer to it all, man is willing to sacrifice the beautiful, the true, and the good within and without upon the blood-stained altar of worldly ambition. The world of philosophy, that beautiful garden of thought wherein the sages dwell in the bond of fraternity, fades from view. In its place rises an empire of stone, steel, smoke, and hate, a world in which millions of creatures, potentially human, scurry to and fro in the desperate effort to exist at the same time, maintain the vast institution which they have erected, and which, like some mighty juggernaut, is rumbling inevitably towards an unknown end. In this physical empire, which man erects in the vain belief that he can outshine the kingdom of the celestials, everything is changed to stone. Fascinated by the glitter of gain, Man gazes at the Medusa-like face of greed and stands petrified. In this commercial age, science is concerned solely with the classification of physical knowledge and investigation of the temporal and illusionary parts of nature. Its so-called practical discoveries bind man but more tightly with the bonds of physical limitation. Religion, too, has become materialistic. The beauty and dignity of faith is measured by huge piles of masonry, by tracts of real estate, or by the balance sheet. Philosophy, which connects heaven and earth like a mighty ladder, up the rungs of which the illumined of all ages have climbed into the living presence of reality, even philosophy has become a prosaic and heterogeneous mass of conflicting notions. Its beauty, its dignity, its transcendency are no more. Like other branches of human thought, it has been made materialistic, practical, and its activities so directionalized that they may also contribute their part to the erection of this modern world of stone and steel. In the ranks of the so-called learned, there is rising up a new order of thinkers, which may best be termed the school of the worldly wise men. After arriving at the astounding conclusion that they are the intellectual salt of the earth, these gentlemen of letters have appointed themselves the final judges of all knowledge, both human and divine. This group affirms that all mystics must have been epileptic and most of the saints neurotic. It declares God to be a fabrication of primitive superstition, the universe to be intended for no particular purpose, immortality to be a figment of the imagination, and an outstanding individuality to be but a fortuitous combination of cells. Pythagoras is asserted to have suffered from a bean complex. Socrates was a notorious inebriate. St. Paul was subject to fits. Paracelsus was an infamous quack, the Comte di Cagliostro a mountebank, and the Comte de Saint-Germain the outstanding crook of history. What do the lofty concepts of the world's illumined saviors and sages have in common with these stunted, distorted products of the realism of this century? All over the world, men and women ground down by the soulless cultural systems of today are crying out for the return of the banished age of beauty and enlightenment, for something practical in the highest sense of the word. A few are beginning to realize that so-called civilization in its present form is at the vanishing point, that coldness, heartlessness, commercialism, and material efficiency are impractical, and only that which offers opportunity for the expression of love and ideality is truly worthwhile. All the world is seeking happiness, but knows not in what direction to search. Men must learn that happiness crowns the soul's quest for understanding. Only through the realization of infinite goodness and infinite accomplishment can the peace of the inner self be assured. In spite of man's geocentrism, there is something in the human mind that is reaching out to philosophy, not to this or that philosophic code, but simply to philosophy in the broadest and fullest sense. The great philosophic institutions of the past must rise again, for these alone can tend the veil which divides the world of causes from that of effects. Only the mysteries, those sacred colleges of wisdom, can reveal to struggling humanity the greater and more glorious universe, which is the true home of the spiritual being called man. Modern philosophy has failed in that it has come to regard thinking as simply an intellectual process. Materialistic thought is as hopeless a code of life as commercialism itself. The power to think true is the savior of humanity. The mythological and historical redeemers of every age were all personifications of that power. He who has a little more rationality than his neighbor is a little better than his neighbor. He who functions on a higher plane of rationality than the rest of the world is termed the greatest thinker. He who functions on a lower plane is regarded as a barbarian. Thus, comparative rational development is the true gauge of the individual's evolutionary status. Briefly stated, the true purpose of ancient philosophy was to discover a method whereby development of the rational nature could be accelerated instead of awaiting the slower processes of nature. This supreme source of power, this attainment of knowledge, this unfolding of the God within, is concealed under the epigrammatic statement of the philosophical life. This was the key to the great work, the mystery of the philosopher's stone, for it meant that alchemical transmutation had been accomplished. Thus, ancient philosophy was primarily the living of a life, secondarily an intellectual method. He alone can become a philosopher in the highest sense, who lives the philosophic life. What man lives, he comes to know. Consequently, a great philosopher is one whose threefold life, physical, mental, and spiritual, is wholly devoted to and completely permeated by his rationality. man's physical, emotional, and mental natures provide environments of reciprocal benefit or detriment to each other. Since the physical nature is the immediate environment of the mental, only that mind is capable of rational thinking which is enthroned in a harmonious and highly refined material constitution. Hence, right action, right feeling, and right thinking are prerequisites of right knowing, and the attainment of philosophic power is possible only to such as have harmonized their thinking with their living. The wise have therefore declared that none can attain to the highest in the science of knowing until first he has attained to the highest in the science of living. Philosophic power is the natural outgrowth of the philosophic life. Just as an intense physical existence emphasizes the importance of physical things, or just as the monastic metaphysical asceticism establishes the desirability of the ecstatic state, so complete philosophic absorption ushers the consciousness of the thinker into the most elevated and noble of all spheres, the pure philosophic or rational world. In a civilization primarily concerned with the accomplishment of the extremes of temporal activity, the philosopher represents an equilibrating intellect incapable of estimating and guiding the cultural growth. The establishment of the philosophic rhythm in the nature of an individual ordinarily requires from 15 to 20 years. During that entire period, the disciples of old were constantly subjected to the most severe discipline. Every activity of life was gradually disengaged from other interests and focalized upon the reasoning part. In the ancient world, there was another and most vital factor which entered into the production of rational intellects and which is entirely beyond the comprehension of modern thinkers, namely, initiation into the philosophic mysteries. A man who had demonstrated his peculiar mental and spiritual fitness was accepted into the body of the learned, and to him was revealed that priceless heritage of arcane lore, preserved from generation to generation. This heritage of philosophic truth is the matchless treasure of all ages, and each discipline admitted into these brotherhoods of the wise made, in turn, his individual contribution to this store of classified knowledge. The one hope of the world is philosophy, for all the sorrows of modern life result from the lack of a proper philosophic code. Those who sense, even in part, the dignity of life cannot but realize the shallowness apparent in the activities of this age. Well has it been said that no individual can succeed until he has developed his philosophy of life. Neither can a race or nation attain true greatness until it has formulated an adequate philosophy and has dedicated its existence to a policy consistent with that philosophy. During the World War, when so-called civilization hurled one half of itself against the other in a frenzy of hate, men ruthlessly destroyed something more precious even than human life. They obliterated those records of human thought by which life can be intelligently directionalized. Truly did Mohammed declare the ink of philosophers to be more precious than the blood of martyrs. Priceless documents, invaluable records of achievement, knowledge founded on ages of patient observation and experimentation by the elect of the earth, all were destroyed with scarcely a qualm of regret. What was knowledge, what was truth, beauty, love, idealism, philosophy, or religion when compared to man's desire to control an infinitesimal spot in the fields of cosmos for an inestimably minute fragment of time? Merely to satisfy some whim or urge of ambition, man would uproot the universe, though well he knows that in a few short years he must depart, leaving all that he has seized to posterity as an old cause for fresh contention. War, the irrefutable evidence of irrationality, still smolders in the hearts of men. It cannot die until human selfishness is overcome. Armed with multifarious inventions and destructive agencies, civilization will continue its fratricidal strife through future ages. But upon the mind of man there is dawning a great fear, the fear that eventually civilization will destroy itself in one great cataclysmic struggle. Then must be reenacted the eternal drama of reconstruction. Out of the ruins of the civilization which died when its idealism died, some primitive people yet in the womb of destiny must build a new world. Foreseeing the needs of that day, the philosophers of the ages have desired that into the structure of this new world shall be incorporated the truest and finest of all that has gone before. It is a divine law that the sum of previous accomplishment shall be the foundation of each new order of things. The great philosophic treasures of humanity must be preserved. That which is superficial may be allowed to perish. That which is fundamental and essential must remain, regardless of cost. The entrance to the House of the Mysteries, from Coenrath's Amphitheatrum Sapiente, etc. This symbolic figure, representing the way to everlasting life, is described by Coenrath in substance as follows. This is the portal of the amphitheater, of the only true and eternal wisdom, a narrow one, indeed, but sufficiently august, and consecrated to Jehovah. To this portal, ascent is made by a mystic, indisputably prologetic flight of steps set before it as shown in the picture. It consists of 7 theosophic, or rather philosophic steps of the doctrine of the faithful sons. After ascending the steps, the path is along the way of God the Father, either directly by inspiration or by various mediate means. According to the 7 oracular laws shining at the portal, those who are inspired divinely have the power to enter, and with the keys of the body and of the mind, of seeing, contemplating, and investigating in a Christiano-Kabbalistic, divino-magical, physico-chemical manner the nature of the wisdom, goodness, and power of the Creator, to the end that they die not sophistically, but live theosophically, and that the orthodox philosophers so created may with sincere philosophy expound the works of the Lord, and worthily praise God, who has thus blessed these friends of God. The above figure and description constitute one of the most remarkable expositions ever made of the appearance of the wise man's house, and the way by which it must be entered. 2 fundamental forms of ignorance were recognized by the Platonists: simple ignorance and complex ignorance. Simple ignorance is merely lack of knowledge, and is common to all creatures existing posterior to the first cause, which alone has perfection of knowledge. Simple ignorance is an ever-active agent, urging the soul onward to the acquisition of knowledge. From this virginal state of unawareness grows the desire to become aware, with its resultant improvement in the mental condition. The human intellect is ever surrounded by forms of existence beyond the estimation of its partly developed faculties. In this realm of objects, not understood, is a never-failing source of mental stimuli. Thus, wisdom eventually results from the effort to cope rationally with the problem of the unknown. In the last analysis, the ultimate cause alone can be denominated wise. In simpler words, only God is good. Socrates declared knowledge, virtue, and utility to be one with the innate nature of good. Knowledge is a condition of knowing, virtue a condition of being, utility a condition of doing. Considering wisdom as synonymous with mental completeness, it is evident that such a state can exist only in the whole, for that which is less than the whole cannot possess the fullness of the all. No part of creation is complete, hence each part is imperfect to the extent that it falls short of entirety. Where incompleteness is, it also follows that ignorance must be coexistent, for every part, while capable of knowing its own self, cannot become aware of the self in the other parts. Philosophically considered, growth from the standpoint of human evolution is a process proceeding from heterogeneity to homogeneity. In time, therefore, the isolated consciousness of the individual fragments is reunited to become the complete consciousness of the whole. Then, and only then, is the condition of all-knowing and absolute reality. Thus all creatures are relatively ignorant, yet relatively wise, comparatively nothing, yet comparatively all. The microscope reveals to man his significance, the telescope his insignificance. Through the eternities of existence, man is gradually increasing in both wisdom and understanding. His ever-expanding consciousness is including more of the external within the area of itself. Even in man's present state of imperfection, it is dawning upon his realization that he can never be truly happy until he is perfect, and that of all the faculties contributing to his self-perfection, none is equal in importance to the rational intellect. Through the labyrinth of diversity, only the illumined mind can and must lead the soul into the perfect light of unity. In addition to the simple ignorance, which is the most potent factor in mental growth, there exists another, which is of a far more dangerous and subtle type. This second form, called twofold or complex ignorance, may be briefly defined as ignorance of ignorance. Worshipping the sun, moon, and stars, and offering sacrifices to the winds, the primitive savage sought with crude fetishes to propitiate his unknown gods. He dwelt in a world filled with wonders which he did not understand. Now great cities stand where once roamed the crook-boned men. Humanity no longer regards itself as primitive or aboriginal. The spirit of wonder and awe has been succeeded by one of sophistication. Today, man worships his own accomplishments, and either relegates the immensities of time and space to the background of his consciousness, or disregards them entirely. The 20th century makes a fetish of civilization and is overwhelmed by its own fabrications. Its gods are of its own fashioning. Humanity has forgotten how infinitesimal, how impermanent, and how ignorant it actually is. Ptolemy has been ridiculed for conceiving the earth to be the center of the universe, yet modern civilization is seemingly founded upon the hypothesis that the planet Earth is the most permanent and important of all the heavenly spheres, and that the gods from their starry thrones are fascinated by the monumental and epochal events taking place upon this spherical anthill in chaos. From age to age, men ceaselessly toil to build cities that they may rule over them with pomp and power, as though a fillet of gold or 10 million vassals could elevate man above the dignity of his own thoughts and make the glitter of his scepter visible to the distant stars. As this tiny planet rolls along its orbit in space, it carries with it some 2 billion human beings who live and die oblivious to that immeasurable existence lying beyond the lump on which they dwell. Measured by the infinities of time and space, what are the captains of industry or the lords of finance? If one of these plutocrats should rise until he ruled the earth itself, what would he be but a petty despot, seated on a grain of cosmic dust? Philosophy reveals to man his kinship with the all. It shows him that he is a brother to the suns which dot the firmament. It lifts him from a taxpayer on a whirling atom to a citizen of cosmos. It teaches him that while physically bound to earth, of which his blood and bones are part, there is nevertheless within him a spiritual power, a diviner self, through which he is one with the symphony of the whole. Ignorance of ignorance, then, is that self-satisfied state of unawareness in which man, knowing nothing outside the limited area of his physical senses, bumptiously declares that there is nothing more to know. He who knows no life save the physical is merely ignorant, but he who declares physical life to be the all-important and elevates it to the position of supreme reality, such a one is ignorant of his own ignorance. If the infinite had not desired man to become wise, he would not have bestowed upon him the faculty of knowing. If he had not intended man to become virtuous, he would not have sown within the human heart the seeds of virtue. If he had predestined man to be limited to his narrow physical life, he would not have equipped him with the perceptions and sensibilities capable of grasping, in part at least, the immensity of the outer universe. The criers of philosophy call all men to a comradeship of the spirit, to a fraternity of thought, to a convocation of selves. Philosophy invites man out of the vainness of selfishness, out of the sorrow of ignorance and the despair of worldliness, out of the travesty of ambition and the cruel clutches of greed, out of the red hell of hate and the cold tomb of dead idealism. Philosophy would lead all men into the broad, calm vistas of truth, for the world of philosophy is a land of peace, where those finer qualities pent up within each human soul are given opportunity for expression. Here men are taught the wonders of the blades of grass. Each stick and stone is endowed with speech and tells the secret of its being. All life, bathed in the radiance of understanding, becomes a wonderful and beautiful reality. From the four corners of creation swells a mighty anthem of rejoicing, for here in the light of philosophy is revealed the purpose of existence. The wisdom and goodness permeating the whole become evident to even man's imperfect intellect. Here the yearning heart of humanity finds that companionship which draws forth from the innermost recesses of the soul that great store of good which lies there like a precious metal in some deep hidden vein. Following the path pointed out by the wise, the seeker after truth ultimately attains to the summit of wisdom's mount, and gazing down, beholds the panorama of life spread out before him. The cities of the plains are but tiny specks, and the horizon on every hand is obscured by the gray haze of the unknown. Then the soul realizes that wisdom lies in the breadth of vision, that it increases in comparison to the vista. Then as man's thoughts lift him heavenward, streets are lost in cities, cities in nations, nations in continents, continents in the earth in space, and space in an infinite eternity, until at last but two things remain, the self and the goodness of God. While man's physical body resides with him and mingles with the heedless throng, it is difficult to conceive of man as actually inhabiting a world of his own, a world which he has discovered by lifting himself into communion with the profundities of his own internal nature. Man may live two lives. One is a struggle from the womb to the tomb. Its span is measured by man's own creation, time. Well may it be called the unheeding life. The other life is from realization to infinity. It begins with understanding. Its duration is forever, and upon the plane of eternity it is consummated. This is called the philosophic life. Philosophers are not born, nor do they die, for once having achieved the realization of immortality, they are immortal. Having once communed with self, they realize that within there is an immortal foundation that will not pass away. Upon this living, vibrant base, self, they erect a civilization which will endure after the sun, the moon, and the stars have ceased to be. The fool lives but for today. The philosopher lives forever. When once the rational consciousness of man rolls away the stone and comes forth from its sepulchre, it dies no more. For to this second or philosophic birth there is no dissolution. By this should not be inferred physical immortality, but rather that the philosopher has learned that his physical body is no more his true self than the physical earth is his true world. In the realization that he and his body are dissimilar, that, though the form must perish, the life will not fail, he achieves conscious immortality. This was the immortality to which Socrates referred when he said, "Anytus and Meletus may indeed put me to death, but they cannot injure me." To the wise, physical existence is but the outer room of the hall of life. Swinging open doors of this antechamber, the illumined pass into the greater and more perfect existence. The ignorant dwell in a world bounded by time and space. To those, however, who grasp the import and dignity of being, these are but phantom shapes, illusions of the senses, arbitrary limits imposed by man's ignorance upon the duration of deity. The philosopher lives and thrills with the realization of this duration, for to him this infinite period has been designed by the all-wise cause as the time of all accomplishment. Man is not the insignificant creature that he appears to be. His physical body is not the true measure of his real self. The invisible nature of man is as vast as his comprehension and as measureless as his thoughts. The fingers of his mind reach out and grasp the stars. His spirit mingles with the throbbing life of cosmos itself. He who has attained to the state of understanding thereby has so increased his capacity to know that he gradually incorporates within himself the various elements of the universe. The unknown is merely that which is yet to be included within the consciousness of the seeker. Philosophy assists man to develop the sense of appreciation, for as it reveals the glory and sufficiency of knowledge, it also unfolds those latent powers and faculties whereby man is enabled to master the secrets of the seven spheres. From the world of physical pursuits, the initiates of old called their disciples into the life of the mind and the spirit. Throughout the ages, the mysteries have stood at the threshold of reality, that hypothetical spot between noumenon and phenomenon, the substance and the shadow. The gates of the mysteries stand ever ajar, and those who will may pass through into the spacious domicile of spirit. The world of philosophy lies neither to the right nor to the left, neither above nor below. Like a subtle essence permeating all space and all substance, it is everywhere. It penetrates the innermost and the outermost parts of all being. In every man and woman, these two spheres are connected by a gate which leads from the not-self and its concerns to the self and its realizations. In the mystic, this gate is the heart, and through spiritualization of his emotions, he contacts that more elevated plane which, once felt and known, becomes the sum of the worthwhile. In the philosopher, reason is the gate between the outer and the inner worlds, the illumined mind bridging the chasm between the corporeal and the incorporeal. Thus godhood is born within the one who sees, and from the concerns of men he rises to the concerns of gods. In this era of practical things, men ridicule even the existence of God. They scoff at goodness while they ponder with befuddled minds the phantasmagoria of materiality. They have forgotten the path which leads beyond the stars. The great mystical institutions of antiquity which invited man to enter into his divine inheritance have crumbled, and institutions of human scheming now stand where once the ancient houses of learning rose, a mystery of fluted columns and polished marble. The white-robed sages who gave to the world its ideals of culture and beauty have gathered their robes about them and departed from the sight of men. Nevertheless, this little earth is bathed as of old in the sunlight of its providential generator. Wide-eyed babes still face the mysteries of physical existence. Men continue to laugh and cry, to love and hate. Some still dream of a nobler world, a fuller life, a more perfect realization. In both the heart and mind of man, the gates which lead from mortality to immortality are still ajar. Virtue, love, and idealism are yet the regenerators of humanity. God continues to love and guide the destinies of his creation. The path still winds upward to accomplishment. The soul of man has not been deprived of its wings. They are merely folded under its garment of flesh. Philosophy is ever that magic power which, sundering the vessel of clay, releases the soul from its bondage to habit and perversion. Still as of old, the soul released can spread its wings and soar to the very source of itself. The criers of the mysteries speak again, bidding all men welcome to the house of light. The great institution of materiality has failed. The false civilization built by man has turned, and, like the monster of Frankenstein, is destroying its creator. Religion wanders aimlessly in the maze of theological speculation. Science batters itself impotently against the barriers of the unknown. Only transcendental philosophy knows the path. Only the illumined reason can carry the understanding part of man upward to the light. Only philosophy can teach man to be born well, to live well, to die well, and in perfect measure to be born again. Into this band of the elect, those who have chosen the life of knowledge, of virtue, and of utility, the philosophers of the ages invite you.